Rob's attitude surprised not only the old craftsman, but also everyone around him, including but not limited to Baron Newlyn, Bishop Elsie, the Templar Knights, Number 8, and the townspeople. Everyone was thinking, does Godfather respect these craftsmen so much? They are not master craftsmen, they are just experts. They're not that great, are they? Rob certainly has his own reasons for doing so. A group of townspeople in Westwind town are only at the town level in terms of their level of knowledge and technology. Now that expert craftsmen from big cities came, of course, he has to show respect for teachers and attach importance to education in order to improve the quality of the people and embark on a broader road. However, in this era, except for magicians, most people do not know the value of knowledge and technology. Apart from the respect of master craftsmen, other craftsmen can only say that life is passable. The respect they receive is far less than their contribution. If Rob wants to change this mainstream consciousness, he has to start with himself and lead by example. As long as he shows respect for his teachers, others will naturally have to follow suit. Sure enough, after Rob said his welcome, the people next to them had no choice but to follow suit. Newlyn, Elsie, Number 8 and the others hastened to say in unison, "Welcome teachers to Westwind town." Rob, an extremely lazy guy, this time was unusually diligent. He personally came up and shook hands with the old craftsmen one by one. He expressed sympathy to the outstanding workers, said, "Thank you for coming to Westwind town. In the future, it will be up to you to grasp the educational ability of this Westwind town." For a moment, the old craftsman felt that life had reached its peak. Rob smiled and said, "Please come with me and have a look at the school I have prepared for you." The group of people walked towards the town, and the old craftsman hurriedly followed Rob. Although they had just reached their peak, they still knew who they were. The Lord gave you face, so you should know how to be grateful and obediently listen to the Lord. They just have to do a good job of making money for Her Majesty. The group of people soon came to the school next to the Wangjiang district, and saw the school sign far away, with a few big words, Westwind Advanced Technical School. There is also a long couplet hanging next to it. The upper couplet is, "Whose craftsman is strong?" The lower couplet is, "Westwind Technical Schools is the strongest." This couplet is a bit confusing, but was written by Rob, so no one dares to complain. The school was built by Rob the last time he talked to the Queen. The location is very fastidious. In front of the school gate is the beautiful Westwind Canal, in which the water will turn slowly. Next to the school is the Wangjiang district, behind which is a hillside with beautiful scenery. Learning knowledge in such a place is a feast for the eyes. The main teaching building is not made of wood, but was an advanced brick house. All the masons who built the house were given the blessing of the king and swift walk, which greatly shortened its construction time. The school adopted the architectural concept brought by Rob from later generations. Spacious, bright, multi-window, with large panes of glass. The old craftsman glanced at the house from a distance and liked it very much. Rob said with a smile, "There is a teacher's dormitory behind the school that you are going to live in. I can assure you that the house is even better than this main teaching building, and you will see it in a moment." He took the craftsmen through the school gate, and the first thing they saw was a wide playground. 2 goals were made of iron frames and hemp rope on both sides of the playground, but no one knew what the goal would do. Rob planned to teach everyone to play football in the future, but now is not the time. Rob pointed to the playground and said with a smile, "This is a place for students to exercise. Teachers should also pay attention to exercise and keep in good health in order to live a long life." An old blacksmith smiled and flexed his biceps. "Exercise is not a problem for me." But the thin old tailor next to him shrank awkwardly. Rob smiled and patted the old tailor on the shoulder. "It doesn't matter, as long as you eat and dress here and run 2 laps on the playground every morning, your health will not be any worse than the blacksmith." Everyone went to the playground, where there was a long pool with a row of faucets side by side. The old craftsman recognized this thing. The faucet had begun to become popular in Bright Road. They knew that the faucet was invented by Rob and was first taught to the craftsmen in Westwind town, and then spread to Bright Road from this town. So they weren't surprised to see the faucet here. However, when the blacksmiths saw this, they thought of Rob's excellent ironing skills, and could not help looking at Rob with admiring eyes. An old craftsman couldn't help asking, "My lord, don't you charge money for tap water? Why did you put it on the edge of the playground so that anyone can use it? Don't call me my lord, just call me Godfather." Rob said with a smile, "The water towers in this town have begun to use water tanks to supply water, eliminating spiral pumps, so the water supply has basically been fully automated, leaving only the cost of water pipe maintenance. Even if it is provided to the students for free, there's not much loss." The old craftsmen were surprised and looked at the slowly spinning water wheel on the edge of the canal at the school gate. "Is that thing for water supply?" they asked in surprise. An expert carpenter stared at the water wheel carefully and understood for a while. "It scoops up the water while spinning and pours it into the water tower next to it." An expert carpenter stared at the water wheel carefully and tried to understand it for a while. "It scoops up water while spinning and pours it into the water tower next to it. This is so clever. I really want to meet the carpenter who invented such a thing. I want to worship him as my teacher." Rob said angrily, "Hey, I invited you to be a teacher, but you want to pay homage here instead?" The expert carpenter said awkwardly, "I can't build such a clever thing. If there is such a carpenter here, how can I be a teacher? Then again, who invented this thing?" Nearby, Elsie, number 8 and the others all pointed to Rob. "Godfather invented it." The expert carpenter almost knelt down to Rob on the spot and asked him to be his teacher. Rob patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Although I know a lot of things, I don't have time to take students. In the future, the skills I know will be passed on to you teachers first, and then you will teach them to the students." Upon hearing this, the old craftsmen were overjoyed. "Thank you for the generous gift of Godfather." After a while, the old craftsmen took good care of their dormitories, which were also brick houses with kitchens and bathrooms of high quality, much better than their home at Bright Road, and Rob also carefully prepared all kinds of daily necessities in advance. In Rob's words, this is called check-in. It is the treatment that only senior technical personnel can enjoy only when they are stationed in Westwind town. People grow, and when the old craftsmen saw that Rob had given such a good treatment, they couldn't help thinking to themselves, "Godfather is so kind to us. We have to live up to his expectations and teach our students well." When the craftsmen were settled, Rob counted the types of craftsmen who had arrived this time. Not many people came this time, only an old blacksmith, an old carpenter, an old tailor, an old farmer, an old cook and a poultry expert. A total of 6 people who brought 6 kinds of expert technology. The next morning, the first phase of enrollment of the Advanced Technical School began. A huge advertising banner was placed in the center of town. The first phase of enrollment of Westwind Advanced Technical School has begun. Recruiting students interested in 6 professions, namely, blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, farmers, cooks, and breeders, with a monthly tuition fee of 10 silver coins. The high tuition fees startled the people of Westwind town, and a group of people gathered around the banner and said, "I can't afford to learn this at all. Is it necessary to spend so much money to learn a skill? I won't go." But soon the second banner was pulled out. Godfather will offer a student grant to every town who signs up for school with a grant of 8 silver coins a month. You only need to pay 2 silver coins to learn. As soon as the banner was pulled out, there was a bang, and the registrants broke through the school gate. Of course, Rob didn't bother to take care of how many people have signed up and how many classes needs to be set up. As the man at the helm, he doesn't need to know the specific data, he just needs to know the general direction of the development of Westwind town. He believes that with the success of the first batch of apprentices and making a lot of money, more people will want to go to school for further studies, and then it will lead to a leap forward in Westwind town's educational level. By the way, along with these 6 teachers are hundreds of pigs, sheep and cattle. This large quantity of livestock was handed over to Rob at market price by Gugu and Gigi. Then Rob resold them with a small wholesale profit to the two nobles. The two nobles sent their domestic servants to Westwind town, which instantly solved the meat needs of the people in Westwind town. Harmonious Westwind town, safely through the winter of 1345, began to move toward spring. March has come, the smell of spring began appearing, green buds came out from the branches of trees, and flowers began to bloom on the hillside. The farmers in Westwind town were all beginning to rub their hands and getting ready to do a big job. Last summer, Rob arrived, bringing several promising industries to Westwind town. Bringing everyone the dream of taking off. However, these hopes have nothing to do with farmers' dreams, they don't have happy farm like Rob, they can only wait for spring to grow crops. And now, spring has finally arrived. In an instant, farmers can be seen working hard in all the fields around Westwind town. They planted seeds that have been treasured for a long time in the fields, watering and fertilizing them hopefully. People who want to make a fortune are growing beetroot, but smart people, who see that all the fields around them are planted with beets, quietly planted wheat in their own fields. Others planted cotton quietly, while others stubbornly planted potatoes. Rob used detection to scan the fields on the mountain with a sight distance of 5,000 yards without interfering. He knew that it would be foolish to interfere with what the farmers planted by administrative means. In any case, it is only through the regulation of the market that farmers will know how much each crop needs to be planted in order to achieve a more balanced proportion of output without destroying the economic structure of the whole town. Godfather. Chief Elsie's cry pulled Rob back from a distance. He looked back and looked at the chief in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" Chief Elsie said respectfully, "Godfather, today is the release day of the first batch of prisoners in Westwind prison. You agreed to release them personally, so I came to pick you up." "Oh, yes, that's true." Rob was happy. The so-called first batch of reform through labor prisoners released originated from an accident 15 days ago. 15 days ago, a prison guard, with 20 outstanding prisoners, carried vegetables and fruits far away from the prison. After a while, the prison guard suddenly had acute appendicitis and fell to the ground clutching his stomach and could not get up. This situation was very dangerous. If the 20 reform through labor prisoners took advantage of the opportunity to kill the prison guards and then ran away, it is quite possible that even the prison guards themselves could only be killed and wait for Godfather to resurrect them. Unexpectedly, instead of killing him, the 20 reform through labor prisoners helped him up and sent him to the chapel, where Rob cured him and saved him from his appendicitis. Of course, the prison guards were greatly moved, and Rob was also very satisfied with the performance of these prisoners. After checking their records, we learned that this group of reform through labor prisoners were originally model reform through labor and performed well at ordinary times, so Chief Elsie was assured and boldly let them leave the prison and be watched by a prison guard to carry goods. Rob immediately decided that in view of their good performance, they would be given amnesty, and the amnesty ceremony would be held today. Although Rob is very lazy, he still does what he promises. Grinning, he said, "Suafa, come and push me to the prison." Suafa quickly brought Rob's special wheelchair, bit her lower lip and said, "Don't you usually let Lillian push you? Why do I have to push you today?" Rob smiled and said, "Don't you want to see for yourself the release of your people? Maybe after watching it, you will be full of hope for your future." There was a slight movement in Suafa's heart. This was true. She had thought that Rob would sooner or later reveal that he's tricking her and forcibly possess her, but even if he did, she wouldn't be able to escape and could only be regarded as a toy by him. Unexpectedly, even after winter ended and spring came, Rob still hadn't touched a finger of hers. This made her feel at ease. It was not impossible to live as a maid every day, but she always wondered whether Rob would really let her go when her sentence ended. She really wants to see it with her own eyes whether her comrades will really be pardoned and released. After several months of continuous construction, Westwind Prison has become a very powerful and domineering architectural achievement, covering a very large area, almost occupying the entire valley. In the past, more than a dozen reform through labor prisoners were huddled in a small room, but now Westwind Prison already has more than 2,000 cells. Reform through labor prisoners can live in twos, and prisoners who behave well can have their own cells. This large group of reform through labor criminals work every day, with the main building of the prison as the core, with farmland opened everywhere, orchards planted, and large tracts of pepper trees. Anyway, Rob's happy farm always grows fruit fast with their trees, and of course some of these trees will be intercepted by Chief Elsie and handed over to the prisoners to take care of, becoming a prison industry. Rob did not care about this kind of thing, so slowly, the whole of Westwind town was surrounded by all kinds of cash crops. Now, the reform through labor prisoners in Westwind Prison learned to pick crops, make sugar, squeeze out fruit juice, plant fruit trees, and brew fruit wine. All of them became omnipotent workers. However, in this way, prison makes its own income and has its own expenditure, so it is easy to breed corruption. In order to prevent this kind of corruption, there must be special financial institutions to do accounts and calculate revenue, but this involves the establishment of government institutions, an institutional issue that Rob hates. It's a little annoying. Otakus by nature don't like to involve the system. As the town gets bigger, there will be more and more things that need the system, and it will become more and more annoying. But who should I dump it to? This issue is even harder than the ones he faced before. When Suafa came to the prison pushing Rob's wheelchair, accompanied by Chief Else, dozens of prison guards had been waiting for a long time. The rarely used door of the prison opened loudly to both sides. Inside, 2 rows of prison guards in their uniform saluted Rob in uniform, apparently rehearsing in advance. Rob said angrily to Chief Elsie, do you still have time for these tricks? Chief Elsie said with a smile, you misunderstand. I didn't ask them to do this. They used to do it even when they were Templar Knights. The Pope sent people to greet them like this. It's just that the clothes they wear have changed. Rob. Well, I almost forgot, these prison guards used to be Templar Knights, guys who are more professional in rituals than in war. Rob had to enjoy the ceremonial treatment and slowly entered the Westwind prison. A large banner has been pulled up in the big square in the middle of the prison, which reads, "We warmly welcome the Supreme Governor of Westwind Town to preside over the amnesty activity of the prison." As soon as Rob's wheelchair was pushed under the banner, he heard 2 sounds. 2 balls full of petals exploded, and the petals inside the ball went everywhere, spilling all over Rob and Suafa's face. Rob, damn. In the square ahead, more than 3,000 reform through labor prisoners were already waiting. When they saw the arrival of Rob, the faces of the commander, the great shaman, Matra, and the leader of the assassins all showed an expression of fear. On the contrary, it was the ordinary soldiers who were nearer to Rob. After all, the more working people at the bottom, the more they can feel the benefits from Rob. Chief Elsie went on to a high platform and shouted, "Listen to me, you shits. Today, the great Godfather came to Westwind Prison because there are 20 of you who are about to turn from shit to human today. You should be grateful that your shit-like life is coming to an end." Rob kicked Chief Elsie away and snatched the right to speak. "I am here today to commend 20 reform through labor prisoners who have performed well. I believe the story has already spread among you, so there is no need for more nonsense. Please come to the stage." As a result, all 20 reform through labor prisoners lined up to take the stage. To tell you the truth, their feelings were perturbed. Although Rob has already stated that they'll be released, they dared not fully believe it. What is even more unbelievable is that it's still very early on the agreed 3-year prison sentence. They have only been locked up for 1 winter, but they can be commuted and released from prison, which greatly exceeds their expectations and makes them feel a little unreal. They were worried that Rob was deceiving them. After all, big people like to buy small potatoes, and falling out often happens to nobles of the Desert Kingdom. It would be tragic if they were fooled and played as monkeys by the nobles. This is not only what these 20 reform through labor prisoners have in mind, but also what the other 3,000 other people were thinking about. They were all worried that release at the end of their sentence is just a big joke, that they are a teased mouse, and that Rob is the cat. Rob was delighted to see the 20 amnesty objects in front of him, looking forward to the future, but at the same time full of worry and cautiousness. To this kind of people, we have to give them a strong medicine to give them a huge reassurance. So Rob stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand. Suafa, give them what I have prepared in advance. Suafa gave a and took a huge bag out of the back pocket of the wheelchair. She opened the bag, and a pile of silver coins inside. Suafa went to the 20 reform through labor prisoners and gave each of them 20 silver coins. 400 silver coins glowed in the twinkling of an eye, leaving only an empty bag. The 20 reform through labor prisoners looked at the money in their hands with a bewildered face. Rob said with a smile, "This money is a special bonus given for your excellent performance. You are free now, and you can take the money as a fare to return to the desert kingdom and be reunited with your families. And if you are willing to become civilians of Westwind town, you can also use this money to rent a house, buy daily necessities, and buy food, so that you will be able to gain a foothold in the new place." Clamor. An uproar rose among the more than 3,000 reform through labor prisoners. No one thought that Rob would not only release people, but also hand out money. He subverted their cognition. It was crazy. Seeing the ignorant look on their faces, Rob said with a smile, "Don't be in a daze. You can go now. Don't you want to get out of this damn prison and get your freedom? Want freedom? Yes. Of course they do." Although the prison could eat and sleep well, they had no freedom after all, and human beings always yearn for freedom. Although the 20 reform through labor prisoners feel happy here, they still think that they will be happier outside the prison. They looked carefully from side to side, fearing that as soon as they showed that they wanted to leave, they would be rushed by the prison guards to the ceiling fan, but after a few closer glances, they found that the prison guard had no intention of stopping them from leaving. The first reform through labor prisoner took bold steps and walked excitedly in the direction of the prison gate. The 19 others hurriedly caught up, and the party walked out with the momentum of a long snake, and every step they took was heroic. They are the first batch of reform through labor prisoners in the world, and they are also the first batch of reform through labor prisoners in the world who have completed their sentences. They are no different from the first people who ate crabs. Step by step, to the prison gate. The guards stood by the door, and to Rob, they looked like guards of honor, each of whom seemed to welcome them. But to these reform through labor prisoners, they are like the guards of hell, each of whom looks ferocious and is here to stop them. They are afraid that as soon as they get to the door, these prison guards will rush up and capture them. Rob smiled and waved. "Get out of the way, why are you standing by the door and scaring them?" The guards immediately bowed to Rob and spread out on both sides. The 20 reform through labor prisoners became daring. They quickened their pace, looking only at the front and the gate, and looking at nothing else. Freedom is just around the corner. Even if are going to be stopped by the prison guards, you have to try to rush out. With an indomitable solemnity, they rushed out of the gate. No one came to stop them. Standing outside the prison door, breathing the air of freedom, 20 people burst into tears and looked back at the prison gate behind them. A large group of prison guards were waving to them. Rob's wheelchair rocked and followed from behind. He waved to them and said with a smile, "Bon voyage, take care. Will you really allow us to leave like this? Or what?" Rob said with a smile, "You still want to rely on me to eat? Oh! Hooray!" The 20 people cheered desperately for a long time, and then calmed down. They looked at each other, and then one of them whispered, "What are your plans? Do you want to go back to the desert or stay and live here?" A soldier weighed the 20 silver coins in his hand, looked at the nearby green water, and the patches of fruit trees nearby, clenched his teeth and said, "I'm not going back. As you know, I'm a Mamluk knight. Don't you know my position when I return?" The 19 others went silent on the spot. The word Mamluk sounds magnificent, but in fact, it really means slave in the language of the desert kingdom. In other words, all the Mamluk were slaves, who were not afraid of death in war, and made the enemy frightened. But as soon as they returned home, they were the dogs of the nobles, and they could not even control their own life and death in their own hands. They had to fight for their lives. Which noble is so unscrupulous? Yes, the noble named Matra. The soldier kept the 20 silver coins in his hand and whispered, "You see, in Westwind town, I have been recognized by Godfather that I can live as a civilian. I can also have the first private property of my life. I have 20 silver coins. But either way, I'll stay here and live here, even if I have to sleep in the grass by the side of the road every night. If I return to the desert kingdom, I will still be a lowly slave, and the money will not belong to me and will have to be given to my master. Tut tut, my stupid master is still in prison. My father, return a ghost." After he had said this, another 8 more prisoners came forward and said, "Yes, we feel the same way. We are also Mamluk, and we are not even people when we go back, but if we stay here, as long as we are willing to work, there is no reason why we cannot live freely." Only 11 people were left feeling tangled. One of the machete warriors sighed, "I'm not like you. I'm not a slave. I'm a recruited soldier. I have to go back to my hometown. I have a mother, wife and children, and they are still waiting for me. I can't stay here, or my family will be worried and burst into tears all day." As soon as he said this, another 7 more people were on their side. "Yes, we have to go back, too. Our family is still waiting for us." All of a sudden, 2 distinct camps were formed. Only 3 people were still hesitant, not knowing whether to go home or stay. Because these 20 people were released in the same group, they actually have a feeling of sympathy for each other and are a little reluctant to part with each other, but now they are forced to choose 2 different paths of life, and suffer, just like a group of good friends who just graduated from university. The feeling of breaking up after graduation. Just then, Rob suddenly came in from the side and said with a smile, "Are you thinking about going back because your family wants you to go back, or do you simply feel that living here is not as good as living in the desert?" "Because of our family, of course." The men whispered, "If we had no family ties, who would want to go back to the place where the sand blows all day?" "Don't you love your native land?" asked Rob. "Love." Several people said in unison, "But there is no need to stick to it." Rob smiled. "Ha ha ha, interesting. In that case, why don't you take your family over?" "Huh?" They were surprised. "Is that all right?" "Of course." Rob said, "I have already granted you the right to be civilians in Westwind town. Since you are now recognized civilians of Westwind town, it is of course reasonable for you to bring your families to Westwind town to live." The 8 people who were going back were overjoyed. There was nothing to worry about anymore. The 4 people who are still hesitating to go back or stay are now sure that they plan to go back to their hometown first and have a look. If they feel uncomfortable there, they'll take their whole family and immediately move to Westwind town. Afterward, the 20 people hugged each other, high-fived and agreed to see each other tomorrow. Suafa stood behind Rob, holding Rob's wheelchair, her eyes locked on her fellow countrymen, watching them cheering, and couldn't help thinking, "Rob, this guy is really going to let them go. That is to say, if I behave well, will I be free in 3 years? Ah! That would be great." The 9 Mamluks, who were willing to stay, strode towards the town. The 11 people who wanted to go back were about to leave, but Suafa stopped them. "Comrades, slow down." "Oh?" The 11 men turned their heads and looked at Suafa with a touch of sympathy in their eyes. In their opinion, Suafa had long been turned into a slave by Rob, and they could only feel that the female captives were much more miserable than the male captives. The male captives were released as soon as they could reform through labor, but the female captives were miserable in one way or another. Suafa whispered to them, "I have to tell you about the situation outside, or something will happen to you on your way home." The 11 suddenly woke up. Yes, all they knew was that the East Army of the Desert Kingdom was defeated by Rob during winter and rushed back to the desert. Even the commander and the great shaman were put in prison. But they have no idea what else is going on out there. Suafa whispered, after the defeat of the army, they seemed like a frightened bird who had been throwing its helmet and armor to the north. All the occupied territories dared not take them, so they fled all the way back to the desert. Hearing the news, the West Army, which had confronted the West Grand Army at Fongjing Cave, was startled, and the commander of the West Army briskly led the army back to the desert. Oh! Have we fought in vain? The 11 people can't help smiling bitterly. Yes, apart from the deep feud between the Desert Kingdom and West Gran, our war is meaningless. Suafa sighed and said, after our army retreated, Her Majesty the Queen of West Gran sent several knights to reclaim all the occupied territories and rebuilt the border line at the Travelers Station and Crystal Canyon. Then the army at Fongjing Cave withdrew to Bright Road and went all out to deal with Mandra. Mandra was also startled by our army's defeat, and was suddenly caught off guard by the army collected by Her Majesty. He lost 2 small battles and suffered losses. Now he has returned to the capital of Saints and dare not come out to stir up trouble for the time being. The 11 went silent. Suafa said, if you leave Westwind town now and return to the desert, you must pass through Crystal Canyon, which is now heavily guarded by West Gran. People of your skin color, who are obviously from the desert, can't possibly slip through Crystal Canyon. And after going back, it is even more impossible to bring your family through the Crystal Canyon to Westwind town. The 11 people said awkwardly, what should we do? Wow, can't do anything about it, said Suafa. You have to ask Godfather to help you with this. With that, she shook the back of his wheelchair. I'm sure you'll help, right? Rob smiled, of course, I didn't even think about it before, but you were being more careful and helped me think of it. Sure enough, just by relying on one's own brain alone will omit a lot of things. Suafa said strangely, of course, it's because you don't think seriously about things related to men. But things related to women are different. I heard Shualu say that when they were going out on an adventure, you thought of giving her life-saving scrolls and equipment. Humph, men are all big hooves. Rob, fuck. Shualu sold me out. Just wait and see what I'll do to her. Suafa hummed, however, you will not really do anything to her, you are afraid of responsibility, if you do something to her, she will pester you to take risks. Rob. It took a few seconds for Rob to say angrily, have you started turning into a rebel recently? What do you mean by rebel? I won't bother to explain to you. Rob turned to the 11 men and said, come to my chapel at sunset, and I'll help you with the moving problem. Until then, you can take a look around the town. Since they were going to stay here until the evening anyway, the 11 men were in no hurry to go, but they quickly caught up with their 9 companions who were willing to stay, and planned to accompany them to the town. They have been living in the prison for several months since they were caught in Westwind town. But they don't really know the town that well. It's time to take a closer look. One of those from the leaving group said to one of those from the remaining group, what are you going to do now? Laughing, he said, of course, to look for a job first. Godfather said, you can get rich by working. If we can find a job here, then we don't have to worry about our future life. The others from the staying group said anxiously, I don't know if it's easy to find a job here. I'm afraid I'll have to sell myself as a slave in the end. This remark made the faces of the parties sink. They were a little worried. In short, there is the center of the town ahead. Let's go in and have a look. The 20 men took a big step and soon arrived at the center of the town. Their dark skin and desert-style rags have attracted the attention of many townspeople, but they were not surprised to know that a group of reformed through-labor prisoners will be released from prison today. Several townspeople are even waving to 20 people, do you want to buy a bag of potato chips? Oh, never mind, you guys shouldn't have any money. Who says we have no money? One of the ones staying arrogantly took out a silver coin, I am obviously rich. It was awarded by Godfather. Oh, so you have money. The attitude of the townspeople immediately changed, would you like a bag of potato chips? Spring special, only 20 copper coins a bag. You know, when you first attacked Westwind town, a bag sells for 50 copper coins. Now as Godfather grows more and more soybeans, soybean oil is getting cheaper and cheaper, potato chips become so cheap. There were no potato chips in the prison, but the 20 men who had been released from prison could not help drooling. One of them took out some money and bought a small bag of potato chips. He held them in his hand and chewed on them while moving. This food is delicious. I didn't expect potatoes to be so delicious when fried. Damn it, I'll never be able to eat this again as soon as I get back to the desert, will I? The group of people soon came to the center of the town, where there was heavy traffic and a heavy flow of people. A town of 10,000 people was already quite large, and the circulation of goods in the place was no longer the same as when Rob first arrived. I don't know if there are any jobs available. One of them looked anxiously at the banner hanging in the center of the town and said, I can't read. I don't know what it says. Are there any workers being recruited? As soon as he said this, he heard a man in the corner of the town center shouting, Chungwang Sugar Factory is recruiting porters. You don't need to know any skills. As long as you can carry beetroot, you'll have a good income. 5 silver coins a month, including lunch. Come now. On hearing this, the 20 released prisoners were overjoyed at the same time, especially the 9 Mamluk who decided to stay, one of whom had eyes full of stars. Just carry beets and you can get 5 silver coins a month, Huang Sha. This kind of work is great value for money. Another sighed, right, where do we get paid to be slaves in the desert kingdom? Carrying stones all our lives is a slave. It's better to work here. As long as we are willing to work, we can live. Let's sign up. They were about to squeeze in front of the man when suddenly, a man next to him shouted, Mayor White Birch's real estate company is recruiting masons. A skilled worker who understands architecture can earn 15 silver coins a month. Skilled workers who know how to build walls, waterproofing, and stacking tiles can earn up to 10 silver coins a month. You can also come to the construction site to carry bricks for 5 silver coins a month. The 20 people brushed the floor and turned their heads. The jobs here offer as many as 15 silver coins. 3 times as much as the last one. You'll be a fool to carry beets. I'll build walls here. It offers 10 silver coins. Ha, I know architecture. A Mamluk soldier said triumphantly, when I was young, I participated in the construction of a palace and learned a lot about architecture. My father, you are a lucky man. Several others showed envy. However, one person said with regret on his face, but I don't know anything about architecture, wall building, waterproofing, and tiling. What should I do? Do I have to carry beets or bricks? Well, you. The 19 other people had just started showing sympathy when suddenly they heard a voice shouting, Chungwang Sugar Factory, recruiting a large number of sugar workers. Skilled workers or regular workers, 10 silver coins a month. Newcomers who do not understand how to do it need to be trained and study for 10 days, and there is no salary during the training and study period, just 2 meals. Wow, this is great. The man who was depressed just now jumped up and said, I can make sugar. Ha ha ha. I learned to make sugar in prison. I can also have an income of 10 silver coins. Thanks to the prison, thanks to Godfather, my efforts in prison have not been in vain, ha ha ha, I have learned useful skills. As soon as they had peace of mind, they were in no hurry to sign up, but went in circles in the center of the town. People everywhere in the center of Westwind town were shouting to recruit workers, many types of workers, such as carrying ore, carrying bricks, building, making sugar, and so on. For example, a little noble is recruiting carpenters who can build water wheels and intends to organize carpenters to build water wheels in other cities. A little noble who had taken over a large number of fruits from Rob was recruiting someone who can make wine and planned to turn all of them into fruit wine. There was also a little noble who was recruiting crushers, who also got a lot of fruit from Rob. In order to avoid competition with another noble, he was not going to make fruit wine, but was going to make fruit juice. Then take the juice to Rob to turn it into Coca-Cola, and then start the Coca-Cola selling business. There is also the mayor of Westwind town, who is also recruiting oil crackers and soybean products makers. He gets a lot of soybeans from Rob, which he can use to extract oil, grind soy milk, make tofu pudding, and so on. He can also make money from this series of work, but the mayor's factory is relatively small. The salary is also lower, not as majestic as the nobles. There are not only these productive jobs, but also martial arts jobs. The caravan of the Chengwang family is being formed, and it is currently recruiting excellent caravan guards. The salary for this job is very high. As long as you come back from a successful lap, you will get a salary of 60 silver coins, which can be said to be extremely high. Of course, this job is also risky, and escorting caravans can be said to be the work of licking blood. It is not an easy task to fight robbers, goblins, ogres, and even middle-level demons like dragons at any time. One of the prisoners was moved. Wealth is derived from risk. I'm going to join the caravan. I know elementary thunder magic and the some healing. No combat team will reject a man like me. His friends next to him looked at him admiringly. It's good to know magic. For ordinary soldiers like us, people are not necessarily willing to take us. Wait. Something suddenly occurred to me. A machete soldier who decided to return to the desert whispered, "You 9 brothers who want to stay, you seem to be too optimistic. Don't forget our faith. We are followers of Seth, the god of the desert, and to the people here, we are heretics." This sentence scared the 9 people who were going to stay on the spot. Yes, this should be the territory of the Dark Church. In this land, people who do not believe in the God of Darkness have only one end, that is, they will be buried alive, and then become zombies or skeletons, and be enslaved forever by the gods of darkness. They feel uneasy. They don't know what to do. Just then, little E suddenly turned out from the corner with 2 little nuns in blue and white nun outfits. Little E looked serious, thinking about something, and did not speak much, while the 2 light nuns walked, smiled, and said hello to the townspeople. "Hello, may the God of Light bless you." The townspeople also responded quickly, "Hello, my sisters." The people of the desert froze and immediately remembered, "Oh, by the way, we saw it when we attacked the town of Westwind, where there are believers of both the God of Darkness and the God of Light." Ashaman whispered, "The reason for the unity of the 2 religions is that Baldr, the God of Light, and Hodr, the God of Darkness, are twin brothers. But our desert god Seth, unlike them, even has a mythological system, so there is no possibility of a peaceful coexistence." The other 19 people said, then. Just then, little E saw their party, dark skin, characteristic clothes, and instantly exposed that they were people from the desert kingdom. Little E thought for a moment and walked in front of them. "Are you the people from the desert kingdom? If I remember correctly, your god is called Seth, the god of the desert." When they were asked, the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. The 20 ex-prisoners habitually wanted to touch their weapons, but after they touched their waist, they remembered that their weapons had long been confiscated, and now they were all unarmed. Feeling a little frightened, they took a slight step back, showing a look of vigilance. "Yes. We are believers of Seth. What do you want with us?" Little E was originally a person with no rich expression and liked to keep a cold face to everyone, but today she was probably afraid of scaring the new citizens of town, so she squeezed out a rare smile. "Nothing, I just wanted to welcome your arrival. I hope you can have a good time in Westwind town. In addition, I think we can be friends in the future and share the faith of our religions. I am eager to understand the similarities and differences between the believers of the God of the desert and our believers of the God of Light." As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. On the faces of the 20 released prisoners, 3 big words were written on their faces: "What the hell?" But before they could extricate themselves from their ignorance, they saw number 8 coming out of the street corner, followed by 2 dark nuns. As soon as the 2 little dark nuns saw the little light nuns, they immediately shouted, "What are you doing, light villains? bullying the people from the desert kingdom? The two little light nuns immediately turned their heads and said, "We didn't. Sister E is saying hello to them and talking well. We are not as ferocious as you dark villains." "Nonsense. How dare you say that you are not ferocious when you'll burn them to death?" "Nonsense. When you bury them alive, you are even worse. We haven't done this for a long time." "What a coincidence, we also haven't done such a thing for a long time." "Bah! Hypocrisy! Bah! You are the hypocrites." The four little nuns began to spit on each other. However, what is completely different is that little E actually said hello to the number 8, "Hello, Master." Number 8 also smiled at little E and said, "Sister, I heard that you are recently revising the Bible of Light to erase the dogma of slaughtering and excluding pagans. I am afraid it is not very good for you to do so. It can simply be called rebellion. Beware of attracting the encirclement and suppression from the Church of Light, which is even more ferocious than when dealing with pagans." Little E glanced at the two light nuns and said angrily, "This kind of thing got out? It must be these two who are so talkative." However, she immediately looked up and said, "I am not afraid of the encirclement and suppression of the Church of Light. I am only afraid that justice will not be declared and goodness will not be spread. I am afraid that those dark, bloody, and erroneous dogmas will pollute the hearts of the believers and blind the true holy light." Number 8 took a deep look at little E. "Her Majesty the Queen and our loyal servants used to be loyal followers of the Church of Light. If it had been up to you at that time, we might not have put on this black robe." Ha ha ha. He laughed 3 times, stretched out his hands and picked up the two dark nuns like kittens. "Let's go, don't always quarrel with the nuns of the Church of Light, it's too childish. They are quarreling with us." The two little dark nuns protested. "Nonsense. Master, there are obviously 4 people here. They need 8 slaps. Are you the devil?" The 20 people of the desert kingdom were baffled. This is not their perception of the Church of Light and Darkness. In particular, what the ghost is revising the Bible of Light? What the heck did they mean to erase the dogma of slaughtering pagans? The only shaman among them could not help but lose his voice and asked, "What kind of religion is this?" Little E shook her head at him, then said proudly, "Please call us the new Church of Light. Soon, we will release the new Bible of Light and announce to all the people of Westwind town that the old Bible of Light will be abolished. We welcome anyone to understand and believe in our new Church of Light, and we do not exclude anyone from believing in 2 or even 3 or even 10,000 religions at the same time. If you are interested, you can also learn about our faith. May the gods of light and desert coexist peacefully and exist in your hearts at the same time." 20 people. Little E left with the two light nuns, but the 20 people couldn't let it go for a long time. They seemed to understand that there was no problem of religious persecution in Westwind town, and their beliefs would not be an obstacle to their life here. After a stroll, all the 9 Mamluk soldiers who decided to stay found satisfactory jobs, and none of them went to work as unskilled as carrying ore, with only 5 silver coins as their salary. They all relied on their own strengths to find a job with a decent income. Then they had to go to Wangjiang district to see the house. They couldn't afford anything for now, and could not even make the down payment on the mortgage, so they had to spend 2 silver coins a month to rent the cheapest single matching cabins. The rent is equivalent to 1/5 of their salary, which makes them feel pain that they have to swear silently in their hearts that they must buy a house of their own as soon as possible. Then, in a twinkling of an eye, evening came. During the day, Rob told the 11 people who planned to go back that they must go to chapel in the evening so he can help them solve the problem of going back to the desert. Although the other 9 had settled down and even rented houses, they wanted to see how Rob was going to solve the matter, so they also decided to follow him. So, when the setting sun set and the moon rose in the western sky, 20 people came to the front yard of the church. At this time, Rob had just finished his dinner, and Lillian was still clearing the table. When he saw the 20 people coming, Rob waved to them from a distance and smiled and said, "Oh, you're here early. I don't know if Miss Queen has finished her affairs and whether she is free to discuss your homecoming with me." When the 20 people heard this, they were a little startled and thought, "You'll talk directly to Her Majesty the Queen of Westgran? God! How can people like us be enough to alarm Her Majesty? Anyway, let me try calling her first." Rob placed the crystal ball on the stone table in front of him and asked 20 people to go behind him. He was about to stroke for the crystal ball 3 times, but unexpectedly, when his hand was halfway up, the crystal ball lit up first. Rob was happy. Miss Queen is also trying to contact me now. Interesting. Generally speaking, evening just came, and she can't wait to contact me. He connected the phone, and the crystal ball soon lit up, and the opposite showed Her Majesty's dignified face, and the 20 little soldiers standing behind Rob immediately felt stiff. Although they were not facing the pharaoh of their own country, the huge gap in identity made them step back half a step and almost made them kneel on one knee on the spot. The appearance of Her Majesty in the crystal ball is always so majestic, of course, only on the premise of not talking to her about sweets. At a glance, she saw a large crowd of people standing behind Rob, and the strange clothes and dark skin instantly told Her Majesty where they came from. But she didn't even bother to ask, and only focused on Rob. "Mr. Rob, I have something to talk to you about today." Rob smiled and said, "Business or dessert?" "You called me eagerly before I even started taking a shower." It was unusual. "I thought and calculated that you must have made some progress in making dessert." "Nonsense. As the queen of our kingdom, when I get in touch with the lords of the dominions, of course we are talking about business." The expression on Her Majesty's face remained unchanging and said calmly, "Am I a person who confuses sweets with business? You underestimate the majesty of the royal family." "All right." Rob pretended to be all ears. "Can you tell me what's going on?" The 20 people felt a little uncomfortable and thought, it must be a big deal for a queen to talk to the lord of a dominion. "Why are we here listening? What if we air some secret and they'll kill us on the spot?" They trembled under their feet and wanted to escape, but at this time the escape seemed very wrong, so they had to stand still, their hearts beating, thinking to themselves, "If we hear anything we should not hear, we should get down on our knees and swear that we will never say anything." Her Majesty's face remained the same, but her eyes slowly turned into a crescent, and there was a hint of complacency in her tone. "I have come to announce something to you. My royal chef finally developed the method of making cream. From now on, you can no longer earn a copper coin from me with cream, understood? Don't even think of taking a penny from me." The 20 people thought, "This is business? Your mom, why? Return the fear we had before." "Wow." Rob sighed, "Just as I expected, it's business." He pronounced the word business so heavily that there was a slight flush across Her Majesty's face, but she was always thick-skinned and instantly restored to her original appearance. "This is about my Westgran finances," she said faintly. "From now on, my royal cake shop in Westgran will not show mercy and your cake business in Westwind town will be destroyed, so I think this matter is fully worthy of discussion in such a formal situation. Now, bow to the Queen and tremble in front of my royal cake shop." As soon as she finished saying this, she saw Rob reach out in the air, and a pile of materials filled the table: fish maw, milk, sugar and water. Then Rob reached out and rubbed his hand. An eccentric gelatinous body that looked smooth, crystal clear and delicious appeared on the plate in front of Rob. When the Queen saw this, her heart thumped and screamed bad. "Oh, no. What a lovely dessert. I want to eat it. I want to eat it very much." Rob said, "Well, from tomorrow, Westwind town will stop doing cream cake business and let your cake shop make money. My Westwind town has begun to make pudding, you see. This kind of thing called pudding tastes excellent, refreshing and sweet. Tut-tut, it's a delicacy that girls can't refuse at all. Pudding sells for 1 gold coin, aren't I kind? Send the Air Force to receive it by air. I heard that there has been no war on your side recently. Mandra has retired from the army and went back to spring plowing. Your air force should be very idle, so you should make use of them. Her Majesty, degree. Forget it, let's get down to business. Robb smiled and said, I have business to tell you today. Oh? The Queen rearranged her table and said, it's rare for you to have such serious business. Robb pointed to the group behind him and said with a smile, these are from the vanguard of the Desert Kingdom, who were captured by me. Now they have been pardoned by me for their excellent performance and want to return to the Desert Kingdom. However, the border checkpoint of Crystal Canyon has fallen back into your hands, and their way home is blocked. I want to discuss with you how to resolve this. The Queen's brow frowned gently. The release of enemy soldiers is to add strength to the enemy, isn't it? Maybe they will attack again in the twinkling of an eye. I can't agree to releasing them back to their kingdom. When Her Majesty the Queen said this, Robb understood that she was different from other people like him. For her, it was an extra threat for each additional enemy, and she was unlikely to agree to release the enemy soldiers. She would rather kill and turn them into skeletons than let them go easily. Robb said with a smile, but a few of them are just going to go back to pick up their families and move to Westwind town. Oh? The Queen raised her eyebrows and said, do you really think so? She looked suspiciously at the 20 people behind Robb, her eyes sharp, one by one at their faces. After several seconds, she shook her head and said, you can't guarantee that. They are more likely to never come back. They just said that they want to go back to Westwind town to stabilize their positions and give themselves a chance to escape. That depends on whether you dare to gamble. Robb smiled and said, I dare to do so anyway. The Queen's brow frowned deeply. A minute later, she asked, why do you have to make simple things so complicated? Won't it be easy if we just kill all of them? Robb smiled and said, I'm not a Nazi. I don't commit genocide. Oh, forget it if you don't understand. Robb said with a smile, in short, I need to release them, set an example for the remaining 3,000 prisoners, and give them hope so they will better reform through labor. I will release these 20 people, and if you agree, we will discuss to release them. If you disagree, I will release them in my own way. The Queen's expression remained the same, you are threatening me. Not really. Robb said with a smile, I never threaten my little sister. That's what unclassy men do. For example, I didn't even say I was going to punch the defenders of Crystal Canyon. Queen. Isn't that a threat? She was mad. But her anger didn't show on her face. The expression on her face was still insipid, my identity makes it impossible for me to accept any threat, otherwise my kingdom will be defeated. You can punch all the defenders of Crystal Canyon, or even rush to Bright Road to kill me, but death cannot shake the dignity of the royal family and the honor of the Black Earth Knights. I will never compromise. The average person might get angry. But Robb isn't angry, instead, he actually thinks his little queen sister is actually quite good. In this kind of thing, if she gives way again and again, she won't look like a national leader. Robb said with a smile, well, fine. You don't want to release them, I don't want to kill people. Let's negotiate. What terms are you going to offer? I won't accept any terms. The Queen said, it is foolish to let the tiger return to the mountains. I am not stupid enough to ignore the safety of the kingdom for the sake of a little profit. The 20 people from the desert kingdoms were listening to the Queen and Robb, and they couldn't help but get anxious. Oh, my God! Has the antagonism between Her Majesty and their lord been so fierce that it has risen to the level of, even if you kill me, and, the security of the kingdom? Just as they were worried, Robb suddenly said strangely, one pudding for one to pass. Queen, deal. The 20 people spit blood together, pang. Then, in an instant, the expressions of Robb and the Queen changed from a life-and-death atmosphere to a harmonious one. There was a crescent-like smile in the Queen's eyes again, I earned it this time. You're still not as good as me. I earned a gold coin for a pass. Robb shrugged, I deliberately gave way to you. I really want to be against you, but you can't fight me." The queen said, "It's not that. You just think it's troublesome to be tough with me. It's much easier to hand over a few puddings instead. You always think about things from the point of view of how to save trouble instead of maximizing profits. I have seen through you." Rob, wow. A woman thinks she knows a man very well, but is easily tricked into going to bed. She gave up after getting pregnant though. Queen, please pay attention to your style of speaking and don't make yourself look like a man of the markets. When the two talked about this, the matter was settled. The queen's words changed. "That's right. This afternoon, I received a request to return a prisoner of war from the Desert Kingdom." "Oh? Do they mean to buy back the prisoners of war?" "Yes." The queen said, "It is official, so, even if we are in a state of war, I must accept it well and reply politely, otherwise it will be undignified of me." Rob was happy. "It's my turn to collect it, right? Did you not think about how much trouble I have saved you by blocking the army of the Desert Kingdom?" "Fine, to thank you for helping me." The queen's expression remained the same. "Forget the pudding we just discussed. I will provide you with a batch of passes to ensure that these people can return to the Desert Kingdom, and they can bring their families here again, but, if these passes are used by them for espionage, I will have no choice but to trouble you." After such a confusing talk, that's the result. Guess that's fine. Rob smiled. What a woman who doesn't want to lose even if she dies. She has made up her mind to give me a pass. As a result, she has to fight me to the death for a while and won't give up until she wins. Why is your character so weird? Ignoring this question, the queen did not bother to answer and said with a business-like expression, "The condition offered by the Desert Kingdom is that the commander, great shaman, and Matra will be paid for a ransom of 1,000 gold coins. If you agree, I will write back to the Desert Kingdom and agree on a time and place for the return of the prisoners." "Well, the price is reasonable." Rob said with a smile. Reply, "I'll sell them." With that, Rob smiled and asked, "Are they going to buy these 3 people? Are they going to buy the assassin leader and the more than 3,000 prisoners of war?" The queen said faintly, "The leader of the assassins is not a noble. How can a noble come out to be an assassin? This man was just a high-ranking civilian, who was ignored by the pharaoh, and the other soldiers were even more worthless. The Desert Kingdom would not pay a penny for them. They have long been regarded as dead or taken as slaves by us, and no one will care about their life or death." At this point, the queen suddenly stopped, and it took several seconds for her to sigh, "Except you." Hearing the queen's words, a touch of mixed emotion flashed in the eyes of 20 people. Although they had known this would be the case, it was still difficult to accept it when they heard others say so. The 9 people who decided to stay could not help thanking themselves that they had made the right decision, while the 11 who decided to go home first were also thinking, after returning home, we should immediately take our wives and children and move back to Westwind town as soon as possible. In this world, only Godfather will think for us, and only in the territory of Godfather can we have a real life. Well, then the matter is settled. Rob smiled at the 20 people. Looks like you have to stay in Westwind town for a few days, waiting for Miss Queen to send the passes. 20 people hastened to bow, and after a great deal of gratitude, they went back to their Wangjiang rental house. The next day, a manticore carried an emissary sent by Her Majesty to Westwind town, along with the first batch of 50 special passes. Those who hold these passes will be granted permission to pass through Crystal Canyon. Rob issued passes to the 11 people who wanted to go home, and then watched them head north with his range of 5,000 yards. These people may come back, or they may never return. No one can guarantee what kind of judgment will happen to them in the future. However, it is indisputable that they have gained freedom, and the exemplary role they had proved useful. They set a good example to more than 3,000 people in prison and pointed out a new way of life for them. The more than 3,000 reformed through labor prisoners in Westwind prison suddenly became diligent, they worked harder and their performance became better. Even the worst prisoners before are now beginning to behave and do things with serious cooperation. All reform-through labor prisoners began to fight desperately for the commutation of their sentences to strive for a new life. 10 days later, a diplomatic team led by diplomats from the Desert Kingdom came to Westwind town. The diplomat sent by the Desert Kingdom was a middle-aged man in his 40s, unarmored, wearing the traditional clothes of the Desert Kingdom, a black tube skirt. His entourage was unarmored either, but only carried a few machetes, which were obviously used to prevent enemies such as goblin and ogres from attacking them, and had no intention of fighting against the Kingdom of Gran. Rob, sitting in his favorite stone chair in his chapel yard, warmly welcomed the diplomat group who had come to deliver the money. Well, it's just him sitting still and waiting for them to come up to him anyway. He didn't even leave the stone stool. However, no one in the diplomat group from the Desert Kingdom dared to be dissatisfied with him, nor dared to look down on the lazy fellow, for he had proved his greatness in the battle to overthrow the Sphinx. Now, everyone in the Desert Kingdom could not help but change their faces when they heard the word Rob. The diplomat saluted respectfully in front of Rob. "Dear Mr. Rob, on behalf of the Desert Kingdom, I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to you." "Well said, well said." Rob smiled and pointed to the other side of the stone table. "Sit." The diplomat sat down opposite the stone table and said solemnly, "This official came to Westwind town with the permission of Her Majesty to redeem the 3 important nobles of our kingdom." "Well, Miss Queen has already told me about this," Rob said with a smile. "The price has also been clearly written. The commander costs 1,000 gold coins, the great shaman 600, and Matra. I have no objection. As long as I see the money, I will release them." The diplomat nodded. "Understood, I'll pay right away." He waved and a machete warrior dressed in a similar outfit came over with a small box. The box was not big, and Rob saw at a glance that it was impossible for it to hold 2,200 gold coins. When the diplomat lifted the lid of the box, there was no gold coin in it, only 8 pieces of amber, and there were worms in the middle of 3 of them. Rob said, "Didn't you agree to pay? Are you playing with me?" The diplomat said slightly awkwardly, "The thing is, this time the defeat of the East Army made the Pharaoh very angry and disappointed with the performance of all the generals of the East Army. He was unwilling to open the treasury to redeem them and let the nobles find their own way to redeem them. However, the 3 nobles could not scrape together more than 2,000 gold coins in such a short period of time, so they rummaged through their warehouses at home and finally found the amber. These things are priceless treasures, and they should be able to. A joke." Rob interrupted him decisively, "It's only some resin dripping on some worms, and then petrified into a thing. This kind of appearance only costs 20 yuan. Do you want to fool me?" The diplomat could not understand what resin and 20 yuan island. But understood something. That is, Rob is not interested in the amber. The diplomat hurriedly said, "Mr. Rob, this is amber, something valuable." "Valuable, a ghost. It's useless garbage." Rob said with a smile, "You want to exchange 3 living people for this kind of garbage? Unless I am mentally retarded, I don't think this is possible." "Diplomat, don't kill the hostages yet. I'll think of something." "Well, since Mr. Rob doesn't like amber, I can only take out as much gold coins as I can. I don't have enough, but you can look at this." He asked his men to take the amber and then carried a cask over. The cask is small, only the size of an ordinary water bucket, and doesn't seem to be able to hold much. However, as soon as it was brought to the stone table, Rob smelled a pungent smell in his nose, and his eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately thought of something very important, and it happened to be produced in large quantities in the Desert Kingdom. The diplomat opened the lid, and a cask of black, sticky liquid appeared in front of Rob. "Is this crude oil?" Rob was a little unsure. After all, even in modern generations, he did not see crude oil, only the gasoline extracted from the crude oil. Since he wasn't sure, he would not say anything. He kept a smile on his face that seemed to be under control, squinting at the diplomat and waiting for him to explain himself. Sure enough, what the diplomat took out, of course, had to be explained. He pretended to be mysterious and introduced something good and said, "The name of this thing is kerosene. Although it looks very black and ugly, it burns so badly that if it is used to make incendiary bombs, it can set a big ship on fire in a twinkling of an eye, and when it burns, it will be highly poisonous, and the enemy who survives the burn will instead be poisoned to death. Can we use this kind of oil to make up for the shortage of gold coins?" Hearing him say this, Rob can be sure that this is really oil. This is awesome stuff. Whether in conventional technology or in game technology, oil plays an important role. Although Rob doesn't know anything about chemicals, there is a class called Engineer in Dark Blade, which has a lot of oil-related engineering products. Rob couldn't make those things before, but with oil, almost all oil-related products can be done. Rob was happy, but he remained emotionless on the surface, even showing a look of disdain. "No matter how hard you blow, this broken black oil can only be used as fire. I can use fireball if I want to light a fire." With that, Rob put up a finger and a fireball appeared at the tip of his finger. The diplomat was frightened at the moment a fire appeared on Rob's fingers. He picked up the oil cask on the table and jumped back far away. "Mr. Rob, this thing can't touch fire, or it will blow us all up." Rob pretended not to understand. "Isn't that the equivalent of explosion? I can do that too." He pointed at the sky and a big spark burst with a bang in midair. The diplomat was startled. Rob, who did not need to even chant, was simply insane and frightening. He couldn't help feeling a little sad. It seems that Mr. Rob isn't interested in kerosene either. He didn't want either amber or kerosene. The three nobles felt that 2,200 gold coins were painful to lose, so they asked me not to spend money as much as possible. "How can I even do this business?" The diplomat frowned. In fact, it was not that these nobles could not come up with 2,200 gold coins, but to negotiate this matter. Everyone wanted to fight for more interests as much as possible. If they could not spend money, of course, it would be best not to spend money. To get rid of troublesome things, it is better to take a big advantage. But Rob was smarter than he thought, and neither amber nor kerosene could impress him, so it seemed that he had to pay in the end. He sighed and was about to say, "Forget it, I'll try to save up gold coins." But unexpectedly, before this sentence was uttered, Rob got ahead and said with an extra gracious expression, "I thought carefully that if your black oil could really be used to burn fire, it would be much more useful than amber, or at least I could use it to cook so that my little maid doesn't have to light a fire all the time. I should make friends with your desert kingdom, throw out the olive branch of peace and sow the seeds of friendship. I don't want any of your gold coins, as long as you give me 2,000 casks of this kind of oil. Be careful, not this kind of small cask, but the big ones I can use to take a bath, 2,000 casks. With that, I'll reluctantly return the three nobles to you. Those three are all big shots, right? Exchanging them for 2,000 casks of black oil that can only burn should be good, right?" Rob's crazy suggestion, 3 people for 2,000 bath-sized casks of oil, should be unreasonable. It should be put off for euthanasia. But he boldly quoted the price, because he guessed that people in the world must not know the value of oil, nor can they make rational use of it. In the view of the people of the desert kingdom, oil should be a liquid that can only be used to burn and release poisonous fumes. It can only be used as a weapon, and nothing else. They would never have imagined that oil is equal to everything that flies in the sky and runs on the ground. There is certainly no way to give a correct valuation of oil. Sure enough, after Rob just came up with the deal of 2,000 casks of oil, there was a flash of joy in the diplomat's heart, but of course he could not show this expression to Rob. Hold back. Restrain yourself. If you smile proudly during the negotiation, you will be seen through. But he couldn't help it and laughed wildly inside. This hillbilly of the kingdom of Gran was fooled by the kerosene. He didn't even want money. What an idiot. He had to try his best to defuse his complacency with a smile. "We lose too much. 2,000 casks of oil is too much. Too much. Then let's not exchange anymore." Huh. The wind of the conversation changed too fast, and the diplomat was extremely embarrassed, and he wanted to sell and strive for more profits. But unexpectedly, Rob refused to change his words, which startled him, and hurriedly said, "Well, I thought about it carefully. This figure is reasonable. All right then, we in the Desert Kingdom also hope to eliminate the estrangement caused by the war as far as possible and solve the problem peacefully. We will just suffer some losses, as you say, and use the kerosene in exchange for the 3 nobles of our kingdom." Rob tilted his head. "Are you tricking me? This oil isn't useless, right?" "No, no." The diplomat said solemnly, "I've come to be friends with Mr. Rob. How can I fool you? This kerosene is definitely of great use. You will find it out slowly later, and you will definitely understand that I'm not fooling you." "All right," Rob said, "it's a deal. You hurry back to organize a caravan and bring in 2,000 casks of kerosene, not one less. I think since this matter is a negotiation at the national level, it should not be deceitful. I will return one of your nobles first, and I'll return the other to you after your kerosene has been handed over." The diplomat was overjoyed. "I am grateful to your excellency." After a while, several prison guards brought Matra over. He was the first noble from the Desert Kingdom to be arrested in Westwind prison, and he had been in prison long enough. For the sake of his good behavior, Rob decided to let him go home first. Matra didn't know what was happening when he was taken out, and he was nervous all the way until he saw the diplomat and guessed what had happened. He cheered, jumped over, opened his hands and hugged the diplomat tightly. "Huangsha, you have finally come to rescue me." Taking advantage of the hug, he whispered in the diplomat's ear, "How much did it cost to redeem me?" "How much?" The diplomat whispered, "I didn't spend a single coin, only 2,000 casks of kerosene." Matra was overjoyed and gave the diplomat a heavy pat on the shoulder. "Great. We've made a fortune. I have 100,000 gold coins in my pocket. No, 100 million gold coins. Hey, let's go. Let's go and don't let Rob find out I stole from him." The diplomat thought to himself, "What thing is so valuable?" But at this time, it was not the time to inquire in detail. He separated from Matra and saluted Rob. "Dear Mr. Rob, I will go home now to prepare the kerosene, and then I will send you 2,000 casks one after another and make sure there won't be a cask less." Rob smiled and said, "All right. There are also the other 2 nobles. I will take good care of them and release them when the oil is delivered." Rob acquired oil. When it was over, Matra hurriedly dragged the diplomat and ran away, running out of Westwind town with the fastest speed, and then ran dozens of miles north, all the way through the Stone Canyon and Crystal Canyon. It was not until he ran into the desert and confirmed that Rob did not catch up with him that he put his hand over his pocket and laughed up to the sky. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The diplomat asked, "Why is Lord Matra laughing?" Matra laughed and said, "We made money, even if this war killed more people, made us pay more reparations and send out more oil, we still made money. What on earth did you get?" Matra reached into his pocket and took out a handful of seeds, including apple seeds, orange seeds, grapes, beets and soybeans. Even a raw potato. This guy's ability to steal is really first class, all kinds of crops. He just went to Rob's private land to pick, and stole the seeds. This is the miracle seed of Westwind Chapel. Matra looked triumphant. Crops planted with this seed can mature in 1 day. 1 day. It only takes 1 day. Do you understand what this means? The diplomat was startled. "So magical? Are you serious?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Matra said, "There are also the 3,000 prisoners of war, commander, and great shaman. They have all seen it. Ha ha ha, I will take these seeds back to the pharaoh and give them to the pharaoh. I am going to be promoted and become rich." Both Matra and the diplomat thought they had earned a fortune, but they did not know that Rob was the one who really earned it. It is impossible to imagine how much 2,000 casks of oil is worth. Rob slumped on his stone stool, happily looking at the clouds in the sky and imagining the ever-changing picture of his simulated city. Just then, Lillian came out of the side and said with her cute little mouth, "Master, we have a lot to lose in this deal. You did not want 2,200 gold coins, but asked for thousands of casks of this black oil. The bad diplomat from the Desert Kingdom looked like he was calling you a fool before he left. Can we take back the deal now?" "Take back a deal? That's bad." Rob said with a smile, "You can't stand without faith. You can't live without promise. You can't go back on a promise. It's impossible to go back on a promise. It's impossible. Only if you put your words into practice, can you barely maintain your life." Lillian. "Well, don't be depressed. Don't underestimate this black oil." Rob pointed to the sample cask on the table and said with a smile, "I'll show you how to play with this thing right away." As soon as he said this, Lillian was interested, and even Suafa gave up her work and ran to watch the fun, and two little light nuns, two little dark nuns, Shuelu, all gathered around the table. In fact, Shuelu is the one who has the most confidence in Rob. Magicians have a high IQ, and Shuelu is no exception. Mr. Rob likes to make profits, but doesn't like to haggle. The people in Westwind town also will not care about their own interests. They will spend a lot of money on their friends, but the enemy will never give way easily. But since he thinks this is more useful than 2,200 gold coins, then it must be more useful. Rob gave a thumbs up to Shuelu. "The beautiful Shuelu understands me best." Shuelu made a hee-hee laugh after being praised. Rob said, "This thing can do a lot of things, but this is only a small cask, so we can't do anything particularly cool yet. Let's make the simplest, most basic little robot. Engineering, select material, crude oil, and target item, gasoline. Rob rubbed his hands, and the cask of black, ugly oil on the table turned into clear, transparent oil that looked as beautiful as soybean oil. The girls froze slightly. Suafa was the first to say, "Can we eat already?" "Eat a ghost." Rob said, "Do you people from the Desert Kingdom only know how to eat? Don't worry, what I'm going to do is so complicated that I can't finish it in a short period of time, and you'll have to see all kinds of messy things that will subvert the complexity of your cognitive level." He used telekinesis, taking the materials in the warehouse and piling them up next to Rob. Selected, iron ingot and coal, target item, steel ingot. Selected, steel ingot, target item, springs. Selected, steel ingot, target item, gears. Selected, steel ingot, target item, stainless steel cylinder. Selected, steel ingot, target item, golden rod. Selected, golden rod, target item, golden core. Selected, silver ingot, target item, genuine silver transformer. The girls could not help but be a little confused when they saw that he kept synthesizing the materials one after another into things that they could not understand, and in a twinkling of an eye, the place was filled with strange parts. Rob himself could not help sighing, "This thing is really troublesome to make. It needs a lot of secondary intermediates. It's really exhausting." Shuelu blinked her big beautiful eyes, then reached out and hung on Rob's neck. "Is that the last step? Stop fooling around and hurry up." "All right, last step." Rob put the pile of parts that he had just made together and rubbed them together. 10 seconds of rubbing. This is also a very slow thing. The girls can only see that Rob has been doing a rubbing action. Very strangely, 10 seconds later, the pile of parts suddenly floated, and then merged together with a bang. Then there was a flash of light in mid-air, and the girls closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, what appeared in front of them was a robot slightly taller than a real person. It has a round body like an iron bucket, a round head, a pair of iron arms, and looks cute. The group of girls said in unison, "What the heck is this? Iron Man? How did you get that name? Its full name should be WK0032, a mining robot," Rob said with a smile. The girls have no idea what it is. If they are from modern times, if they hear the name mining robot, they should be able to guess what it is for, but the girls of this era have never seen a robot. They have never even heard of the concept of mechanical automation, so even if they hear the name, they can't imagine what it does. Lillian also reached out to pick up the robot's arm and waved it. Use this Iron Man to dig a mine? How can it dig and mine? Just picking it up is already hard. I can't carry it to the mine. Rob laughed. Are you going to use the robot as an iron pick? No, no, no. It should be that it can use iron picks. He pointed to an iron ingot, which instantly turned into an iron pick, threw the pick into the robot's hand, filled its tank with gasoline, and said with a smile, "Here, there is a mine in front of the town. Go and dig to show the little sisters." The robot said, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." It took a big step and ran to the iron mine. When the group of girls saw that the Iron Man actually ran by itself and fast, they could not help being stunned on the spot. Rob smiled and said, "What are you doing standing still? If you want to see what it's going to do, hurry up and follow it." "Oh. Right. Follow and watch." Shuelu is a magician, and magicians are always curious about unorthodox things. She spread her long legs and chased after the robot, and the four little nuns hurried to catch up. Lillian thought for a moment, as if she thinking if she'd done all the housework needed today, before hurrying to catch up with the group. In the end, all that was left was Suafa, who, after all, was a reformed through labor prisoner, and dared not run around casually, lest Rob suspected that she wanted to break out. It would be embarrassing to get an extra sentence. Rob smiled gently at her and said, "Go and take a look. As long as you don't want to escape, I don't mind you going out once in a while." Suafa was overjoyed and hurriedly ran. In Westwind town today, as usual, the center of the town is busy with traffic and recruiters. Groups of townspeople eating and drinking, sitting in twos and threes talking and farting, and some people were even chewing potato chips. In this harmonious atmosphere, a round robot taller than a normal person ran through the middle of the town, and with every step it took, its steel feet made a loud bang on the ground. The footsteps slowly got louder as it got nearer. Hearing the sound coming from afar, the townspeople were a little curious. When they turned around, they saw an Iron Man running very fast with an iron pick in its hand. This picture is really a bit eye-catching. "What the hell is this?" one of the townspeople shouted. "Is someone wearing weird full-body armor?" "No. Look at the feet of this Iron Man, just a thin iron. There is no one in it. This is an Iron Man, not a man in armor. Wow, how is no one in there? That's ridiculous. What the heck is this and where is it going with a pick? Is it magic? That's possible. It'll be like a steel demon or something. Don't let the magical thing run around the town. Kill it." The townspeople shouted strangely. Some people even went back to their houses and took out iron sticks, ready to fight the mining robot WK0032. Fortunately, the several girls caught up from behind, and Shuelu shouted from a distance, "Stop it. This is a mining robot made by Godfather. The structure is very fine. Don't break it." "What?" The townspeople in front quickly put away their iron sticks. The robot strode through the townspeople, and the clanging slowly passed. The townspeople watched with a bewildered face, and it was not until the girls caught up with them that they asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Shuelu said, "It seems to be going to mine, but we don't know. If you are interested, you can come and see it as well. Of course I have to see what Godfather has come up with." In Westwind town, Rob is a living signboard. The snacks he makes are delicious, the tap water he invented is easy to use, the water wheel is simply awesome, and his fights look good. As long as it is something made or done by Rob, which among the Westwind townspeople don't like to see it? As soon as they heard that it was made by Godfather, all the townspeople who got the news began to run after the robot. As a result, this created a very strange picture of a round robot running in front being chased by a group of girls, followed by a large group of townspeople, and people from all sides of the town gathered and kept converging into a line, running like crazy people behind the robot. Even the policemen patrolling the streets ran with them, and there were 9 people running beside them. The policeman looked at them and said, "Damn it. It's you guys. Those 9 are the 9 reformed through labor prisoners of the Desert Kingdom who have been released from prison." They are a little embarrassed, even a little frightened, when they saw the police around them, but after thinking about it carefully, they have been pardoned and released from prison, so now they are innocent, and are residents of Westwind Town recognized by Godfather. The 9 people unexpectedly took the initiative to greet the police. "It's us. Are you here to see Godfather's new invention as well?" "Yes." The policeman said, "Who doesn't like what Godfather has made? We heard that it is used for mining." "Yes, then isn't it going to the mine?" A few minutes later. At the north gate of Westwind Town, there were several mines, which have been dug out decades ago, and have been continuously providing Westwind Town with 2 important iron ore and copper ore for decades. When Rob first arrived in Westwind Town, he complained about the smog in these mines. After Rob came to Westwind Town, he pointed out another silver mine for the townspeople, but the amount of silver it had was very small, and it was not long before they were dug dry, so the miners returned to the copper and iron mines and continued to do what their ancestors had done. Taking out the ore, refining it into an iron ingot, and then storing it at home for a merchant or Rob to take away. Today, the miners are working hard and are sweating as ever. A miner was pushing a wheelbarrow and carrying a truckload of iron ore out of the cave. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he heard a lot of footsteps and roars. Then he saw an iron man rushing at him with an iron pick in its hand. The miner was startled. "Oh, my mother." Fortunately, he immediately saw the iron man followed by more people, and forcibly calmed himself down. Shualu shouted from behind, "Get out of the way, brother miner in front. This is Godfather's mining robot. It's going down the mine. Get out of the way." "What? Godfather's stuff?" The miner hurriedly pushed the wheelbarrow to the side and placed it to the edge of the cave wall. The robot ran past him with a bang and ran into the depths of the mine in the twinkling of an eye. "What the heck is this?" But before he could ask, people kept trying to squeeze into the mine, and except for the few little girls who easily followed into the mine, the men behind refused to let anyone go ahead and squeezed around the narrow mouth of the cave. "Me. I saw it first. Let me go in and have a look first. F***K, are you trying to fight me? I'll beat you." It turned out that the townspeople did not realize that they were chasing behind the robot at first. After they had chased for a while longer, they suddenly thought of something. If the robot is going to dig a mine, it must go down the cave, and it will be impossible for thousands of people to go down and watch. It is impossible for thousands of people to go down to the cave and watch together. At most, only dozens of lucky people can see the robot digging for the first time, and everyone else has to wait in line. As a result, it became the Westwind Town National Fitness Race. The townspeople desperately wanted to run in front. "You push me, I push you, you push me, I push you." The group of people are in a mess, and finally got to the front of the mine. They had to let the few girls in first as they dared they not compete for seats with the nearest girls to Godfather. As soon as the girls entered, the man behind began to squeeze his head out. A fight almost started. After seeing the place, the policeman in the back finally couldn't watch any longer, separated the crowd and went to the front and shouted, "From now on, the Westwind Town Police Department will take over the order of watching the mining robot. Now start lining up to enter the cave. 50 people at a time and come out after 5 minutes. No disorder will be allowed, otherwise, you'll be detained." The police kept order outside the mine and the townspeople began to line up. The girls who entered the mine first, as well as dozens of lucky ones who ran the fastest, entered the mine together and headed for the depths of the mine. There were still some miners working in the mine, but as the mining robot WK0032 ran all the way in, it attracted all the miners, and everyone followed it. Shualu followed closely behind the robot with the group of girls. The light in the mine is very dark, but this is not a problem for the girls. Shualu put up a finger, and a flame sprang up on her fingertips, glowing. The two little light nuns also used the magic of holy light to light up their surrounding, and they proudly said to the two little dark nuns, "Look how bright we are. If it were not for us, you would have to grope in the dark, ha ha ha." The two little dark nuns rolled their eyes and said, "We can see in the dark, you're only worsening our vision." The two light nuns said angrily, "We were kind enough to light up the area, yet you blame us for worsening your vision?" Sure enough, the dark believers are bad guys. The two dark nuns hummed, "It's good to blind people's eyes," and sure enough, the light people like to whitewash their evil deeds. Bah, bah. Bah, bah. The war started again. "Shut up. That guy stopped," said Shualu. As soon as she said this, the four little nuns immediately stopped and looked ahead. Sure enough, the mining robot stopped running, facing a wall, looking left and right, and buzzing from time to time. The girls didn't know what it was doing, and neither did the townspeople who followed. But if there is a player playing Dark Blade here, you will know that the robot is looking for an area to mine. The robot has only one function in the game, to find a place to mine, and then keep digging, until it runs out of oil, or when the player orders it to stop. Here, it chose a suitable place to mine. Then, it raised the iron pick in its hand. After a brief pause, the robot dug on the wall of the mine. Interestingly, a piece of iron ore appeared below. Square and beautiful. Then, another piece of ore fell at the foot of the robot. It waved its iron pick and maintained a perfect rhythm, and the time interval at which each hit fell was as accurate as a stopwatch. Each hit a square piece of iron ore, even the size, shape and volume of the iron ore were exactly the same. Everyone. Hearing the news, the miners who came to watch the hustle and bustle saw this picture and almost jumped on the spot. The townspeople who came in to watch opened their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. Shualu froze, and then laughed, "Ha ha ha, interesting, Mr. Rob always makes interesting thing, this thing is actually digging in mines like this? Ha ha ha, this is so much fun." A miner shouted beside her, "Oh, my God. If it digs like this, it will soon bury itself, won't it? Let's go and help it move the ore he dug out." That woke up the dreamers, and the townspeople who came in to watch the hustle and bustle quickly gathered around. Every time the robot dug out a piece of ore, one of the townspeople would come forward and pick it up. After a while, the first batch of dozens of townspeople who came into the cave to see the show were all holding a piece of iron ore. Shualu hurriedly said, "You have seen enough, hurry out of the hole for the next group of people to come in to watch and move the ore." Huh. Right. The townspeople hurried out, and Shualu and the several girls followed. The group went out of the hole, put the ore on the ground, and then looked up to the sky and sighed, "What the hell is this? It's so strange. Do the miners still have to work after seeing that thing dig like this?" A man outside was surprised, "What on earth did you see? Why did each of you come out with a piece of iron ore?" A townsman who had just finished watching said, "It'll be your turn soon. Why don't you go in and see it yourself? By the way, let me remind you, get ready to move ore." As a result, another 50 townspeople lined up to go into the cave to watch, and when they came out, they each held a square piece of ore with a bewildered expression. "Why does it make me happy when I looked at that robot digging?" Thousands of townsmen queued up to see the show for the entire day, resulting in a mountain of iron ore at the gate of the mine, while a large group of miners are now worried about their hair. In the evening, 5 miner representatives came to the chapel and knelt down to Rob, who was having dinner. "Godfather, your mining robot is really amazing, such a mining method is unheard of, but when it is dug like this, the ore piles up like a mountain, and we simply don't have time to turn so much ore into iron ingots. And it's not just a matter of refining. In the future, there will be no noisy townspeople to help us carry it. We won't be able to keep up with the speed or mind. We're going to go crazy. Please stop using that robot. Rob was amused by what they said. I sent a robot to help you dig, yet you are not only unhappy, but scared by the output, ah? Well, let me think about it. In fact, it is very simple. You should stop mining with iron picks and do more technical work, for example. Rob dragged a long note here. For example, add a railway track to the mine, make a trolley with iron wheels on the track, and then move the ore dug out by the robot to the trolley, which can be transported from the depths of the mine with a swoosh. The transportation problem will be solved immediately if you do so. Also, don't go your own way and produce in your own home. You used to dig a few pieces of iron ore every day to take home and refine on your own. That type of iron production will never have a future. Rob said with a smile, small workshops will soon be crowded out by big companies sooner or later. You might as well set up your own company so that others will not crowd you out. What? Set up a company? As soon as he saw their expression, Rob knew that they still couldn't do it on their own. These small producers couldn't do anything big, after all. It still depends on the nobles. In fact, Rob found that the iron ore production in Westwind town was very bad. The last time he negotiated a deal with the Queen, he bought all the iron ingots from the miners in Westwind town at 3 times the price, and turned them all into iron swords and armor. 2 hills were piled up in the yard, which seemed to be many, however. Her Majesty bought it all without blinking an eye. It was not enough. Just enough to arm a leopard army and a bear army. Her Majesty is still eager to get more of this high-quality equipment. However, the production capacity of iron ingots in Westwind town is extremely poor, and the miners belong to unsupervised, wild digging operations, with no government intervention, no organization and coordination, and all rely on old mines to dig and do their own work. The way they do things is doomed to have a low production capacity. A person has to dig in the mine for a long time before he can knock down a few pieces of ore from the vein, and then carry out the whole on his own, smelt, purify, and do a series of processes. He doesn't know how many days it will take to get an iron ingot. In the past, iron ingots were worth 1 silver coin, but they could only earn 2 or 3 silver coins a month. The last time Rob offered 3 silver coins for a purchase, it raised everyone's income to 6 to 9 silver coins, but that was less than that of a regular sugar maker. Typical self-struggle is not as good as working with others. When Rob chatted with the mayor a few days ago, he also learned that the Westwind town mines had actually collapsed many times, because the miners had dug themselves in. Once the mine collapsed, it all depended on other townspeople to organize a rescue spontaneously, and the rescue efficiency was extremely inefficient. Basically, as soon as the mine collapsed, all the people inside died and no one would live. The plan put forward by Rob just now to build a small railway track and transport the ore out by trolley was in the hands of a group of disorganized miners, but it could not be implemented, because no one was willing to pay to repair the railway track, and no one would pay for the trolley. If funds are raised, the right to use the trolley and the cost of maintenance will also be fought over. As for the unified smelting of ore into iron ingots, it is even more impossible. I do not know how much skin will be pulled into the distribution of iron ingots at that time. With these guys, we can never increase the output of iron ingots in Westwind town. And Rob is about to get a lot of oil, and at that time he will need to build a wide variety of things that will make people blind and make the world look red *** dead. So a lot of iron ingots is needed. It is impossible to buy iron from Her Majesty. Her Majesty herself is short of iron. Last time, she wanted to buy iron ingots from Westwind town instead of weapons and equipment. She was also facing a protracted war with Mondra. All the iron ore production of the entire West Gran will be taken away by the Queen to serve the war. If Rob wants to play engineering happily, increasing iron ore production in Westwind town is a must. After thinking about it, Rob waved and said, "That's all. Suafa, go around the rich area of Wangjiang district and ask Baron Newlin if any noble is interested in playing with the mineral development industry." Suafa nodded, hurried off, and returned after a while. "Godfather, Baron Newlin said that the little nobles had just taken over an industry, and now they were all in the start-up period, so they had no energy to start anything else." "Well, then I have no choice but to start it myself." "How tiring." Although Rob seems to have done a lot of things for Westwind Town, there are actually only two industries really set up by himself. One is the silk stockings factory, the other is the Wangjiang district. Except for these two industries, he transferred everything that could make money to others. There are hundreds of poisonous spiders locked up in the stockings factory, so won't be at ease if they are handed over to others. After the first few phases of the project in Wangjiang district, Rob also gave it to the mayor of White Birch and a little noble. He had already extricated himself from it. This is called, "Do not compete with the people for profit." An excellent, lazy, ruler should give money, troublesome matters, to the people. "Forget it, it seems that I have to go to Westwind Technical School tomorrow and find some talents to help me get something." Early the next morning, when the sun shone in the sky, the flowers smiled at him, and Suafa said, "Good morning, why are you carrying explosives?" Rob smiled at Suafa and said, "I'm going to school." "School? Do you mean Westwind Advanced Technical School? Why are you carrying a bag of explosives there? And you are lazy, don't you usually let me and Lillian carry everything? Why are you carrying it by yourself today?" Rob patted the bag with the words, "Explosive bag," written on the back. "Because I'm carrying an explosive bag to school, it's no fun to ask others to carry it, what do you know?" Suafa. Well, she understood that Rob was saying strange things again, and she couldn't cooperate with him at such a time, and won't ask him at all, lest he show off. She snorted and turned her head away. Lillian ran up from behind with a smile and said, "Master, here's the kettle." "Oh." Rob took the kettle full of Coca-Cola and put it in the explosive bag on his back. Suafa looked in while he lifted the lid of his bag and found that there were no explosives in the bag, only a pile of parchment scrolls. Suafa took a peek at Rob's room before going to bed last night and saw what he was drawing all night. It seems that these parchment scrolls were painted by Rob all night, but she doesn't know what he drew. She said angrily, "Why does a parchment bag have the work explosives on the outside?" "I said it was for respect for the school." Rob smiled and sat down on his wheelchair. "Lillian, Suafa, let's go." Lillian smiled and pushed up Rob's wheelchair, and Suafa followed. One master and two servants walked slowly towards Westwind Advanced Technical School. Before long, the Westwind Advanced Technical School, which is located by the Westwind Canal, appeared in front of them. Rob, a lazy guy, has never been to the technical school yet after he personally greeted the teachers stationed at the school, and dozens of days have already passed in the twinkling of an eye. This time, he found that the technical school was completely different from what he saw last time. The last time he came here, there was a lack of traffic and horses, but this time, it is already full of people. There were stalls on both sides of the road of the school gate. There are potato chip, cake, vegetable, spice, cloth, and CD vendors. Oh, the last one isn't here. In short, the place was crowded and looked as if it was the town center. Lillian could not help asking, "Why is it so lively here? I usually go to the town center to buy vegetables. I didn't know there was a market here, and sold a lot of things too." Rob said with a smile, "Because there are already quite a lot of students in the school, the flow of people is no less than that in the center of town, and smart vendors move with the flow of people." At this point, the two suddenly heard a shrill woman's voice in the crowd shouting, "Fried chicken." The fried chicken invented by Godfather is an exclusive meal. I'm the only one in Westwind Town who's selling it. Come and buy it. You can buy a whole chicken or you can also buy chicken legs and wings. Lillian's face became embarrassed when she heard it. Rob didn't have to guess to know what was going on. Sure enough, it was Lillian's aunt. She set up a stall on the side of the road and put an oil pan with hot soybean oil and a lot of chicken nuggets on the side. After Rob asked Lillian to try to make fried chicken, it was not promoted because Westwind Town has always been short of meat. As a result, Lillian secretly taught the fried chicken to her aunt, who could not do this business a few days ago. But as he kept bringing livestock and poultry to Westwind Town, the shortage of meat was solved. And the woman entered the fried chicken business. Her cry with the word Godfather is a powerful pronoun, and immediately a large group of people gathered around. As long as it is something invented by Godfather, someone would buy. In a twinkling of an eye, her aunt sold a lot of fried chicken nuggets, and even a rich farmer bought a whole fried chicken. Rob said angrily, "How dare this guy use my name to make money?" Lillian quickly hung Rob's arm. "Master, don't be angry. I taught my aunt. Punish me instead. Forget it." Rob waved his hand. "I really invented this fried chicken, she is not false advertising, and I am very busy today, I do not have time to take care of her. I'll let her make a little money." When they entered the school gate, the first thing they saw was the playground. There were many people here, men and women, old and young. Most of them were townspeople. They came to attend classes. Unlike the schools in the original world, the students here are men and women, old and young. Anyway, Rob paid 8 silver coins, so they only needed to pay 2 silver coins themselves. The students saluted when they saw Rob. Rob saw an old acquaintance in the crowd, a blacksmith, the guy who built the plumbing and faucet for Rob's house, smiled and said, "Yo, you go to school here, too? Don't you think your craft is excellent already? Do you still have to learn?" The blacksmith said awkwardly, "Godfather, it's a long story. Last winter, I went to Bright Road and taught the royal blacksmiths to make tap faucets. When I went there, I was complacent and felt that I had learned the skills here in Godfather and was able to hang those so-called royal blacksmiths. I didn't expect to be so badly beaten. After listening to me, the royal blacksmiths knew how to make faucets in the blink of an eye, and they all did better than me, and in a twinkling of an eye they developed several new methods, each of which was better than mine." Rob couldn't help laughing at this. The blacksmith said, "I have known since then that my skills are still far from great, and I still have a lot to learn. So, when I heard that Godfather had hired a royal expert blacksmith to teach blacksmith skills, I hastened to come." "Doesn't it affect your work?" Rob said. "Of course not." The blacksmith said, "I study here during the day and go back to do my own work at night. There is no problem with my life. The key is that what I have learned during the day can be put into practice immediately at night. My skills have improved by leaps and bounds. I have recently made a few kitchen knives for the townspeople. Everyone says they are great." Rob gave him a thumbs up and said, "Great. Study hard." The blacksmith asked curiously, "Why did Godfather come to school today?" Rob smiled and said, "I came to see your royal blacksmith teacher. I want to order a special set of things." On hearing this, the blacksmith immediately came to be interested. "Oh, can I follow and learn?" "Of course." The blacksmith hurriedly led the way, and after a while, everyone came to the staff office. It was not yet time for class, and the first 5 teachers who came to the school were still talking and laughing in the office. But as soon as they saw Rob come in, the teachers immediately stood up and saluted Rob. "Hello, Godfather." Their respect for Rob comes from the heart, because they really feel the life of Westwind Town. Rob not only gave them 20 gold coins a month to hand over to Her Majesty, but also secretly handed out a sum of private money to each of them to ensure that they could have the best life in Westwind Town, and asked all the townspeople to respect the teachers and attach importance to education. Because of it, every teacher must be respected. They lived a noble life here, and they were naturally excited about Rob. To put it bluntly, if Rob suddenly declared his independence and established Westwind Dominion, these teachers would have planned to be citizens of Westwind Town and would never go back to West Gran. Rob smiled and waved to the teachers and said, "I'm here to see the blacksmith and carpenter teachers." The first 5 teachers were blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, cooks and poultry-raising experts. Hearing Rob's words, the blacksmith and carpenter teachers were overjoyed. It was an honor for them to work for Godfather, while the other 3 had to show envy. Rob took off the explosive bag on his back, took out the parchment he had drawn all night, and spread it on the table. "This time I came to see 2 teachers, mainly to do a big project. I hope you can take all the students, do this project together, combine carpentry skills with blacksmith skills, and make a rail transportation system throughout the mine. It will be called the Mine Transportation System." On the parchment, there is a combination of rail, minecart, pulley system and other integrated transportation systems. Of course, from the perspective of modern generations, this thing is very simple. It is supplemented by a track on the ground, a small mining cart is put on the track, and then a rope is hung on it. As soon as the people outside the mine pull the rope, the small mining cart will be pulled all the way along the tracks from the depths of the mine to the top of the mine. It can be said that it is a very basic transportation system. However, in this day and age, it surprised both the old blacksmith and the old carpenter. You want to fill the whole mine with this kind of thing called rails?" The blacksmith teacher held the parchment with a confused look on his face. With his iron-making experience, he could only look at it with his eyes and know that it takes a lot of iron to make this kind of thing called rails. He said curiously, "Godfather, how much iron does it take to fill the mine with the tracks?" It is clear that the purpose of opening a mine is to dig iron, but it takes so much iron to make the rails. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Rob smiled, "No. It's not putting the cart before the horse. The purpose of using this iron is to dig out more iron." The blacksmith teacher understands that he doesn't understand. It was the worst blacksmith who once did Rob's tap water system that had blind confidence in Rob. He helped him and said, "Teacher, since Godfather said that with this can dig out more iron, then this will be able to dig out more iron. What Godfather says is absolute." The old blacksmith shrugged. Rob said with a smile, "The follow-up effect will be seen after it's complete. You can also see that this project cannot be accomplished by 1 or 2 or 3 blacksmiths alone. To build rails that fill the entire mine, this project is huge. Each section of the tracks must be guaranteed to be exactly the same and need to be standardized, so they need to be molded, spliced, and have rail-changing mechanisms. You need to make pulleys and small iron cart that can be stuck onto the tracks." He continued, "This requires a large number of blacksmiths to work together, and the blacksmith class at Westwind Technical School is the most suitable group of blacksmiths for this project. You will take this as a subject and you will lead the students to do it together. Of course, I will also pay a pay. What do you think?" The old blacksmith nodded. "Since it is the request of Godfather, of course I have no problem with it. This project looks really grand and can exercise the students' abilities in all aspects. I think if my students can finish this project, they can already graduate." Rob turned to the carpenter teacher next to him and said with a smile, "Railroad ties, the wooden arms for installing the pulley block, and so on, will depend on you and your students." The carpenter teacher smiled and said, "I am willing to serve Godfather." After settling that matter, it's time for Rob to start working. He does not intend to make this set of things on the basis of the existing mines, because the existing mines in Westwind Town are the relics of the ancestors of the townspeople, and they are dug and played spontaneously, just like the small black coal mines privately built in Shaanxi province a few decades ago. It is not suitable for Rob to develop them. He needs to develop a mine that is operated and managed entirely by himself, and all the output of this mine belongs to him. Only in this way can he avoid the sabotage caused by the backward ideas of small producers and individual economy. He needs to employ all employees and manage them in a unified manner in order to improve the overall efficiency. So he has to make his own mine. It was difficult for others, but it couldn't be any easier for Rob. He let Lillian push him to the top of the mine in front of the town, and then throw a few strokes at random on the ground, and a brand new mine appeared in front of everyone. Rob also deliberately dug his mine next to the original, wild mines, of the town, because he planned to use the efficiency of his mine to guide the individual miners to give up their backward methods and move to more advanced production methods. Of course, this matter is not urgent, so he can move it forward slowly, one step at a time. That night, Rob was soaking in the hot spring pool again, not alone, with Shualu in a red one-piece swimsuit. After asking Rob for a one-piece swimsuit, the woman often came to soak in the hot spring with Rob and called it, enjoying life. But in fact, she was insane and only wanted to trick him into the grave of marriage and then take him out on an adventure. Rob certainly would not be fooled by such folly and let her seduce him. He stayed still, not kissing, touching, hugging, and only took advantage of her with his eyes so as to ensure that he would not be tempted to do anything. Splash! One of Shualu's jade legs was deliberately lifted out of the water in front of Rob and said in a seductive voice, "Do they look good?" "It doesn't look good." Rob picked up a roasted pig's foot from the pool side and said, "It's not as good as this." Shualu. At this point, the crystal ball on the edge of the pool lit up. The queen will call when she has nothing to do, sometimes talk about state affairs, sometimes talk about sweets. But in short, Rob is used to her calls. He held out a hand and gently stroked the crystal ball for 3 times so the call got through. Her Majesty's beautiful face appeared in the crystal ball, and a second later, she said strangely, "Sorry to disturb your bath. Just hang up if you feel embarrassed." Rob complained, while talking about disturbing, "You are staring at the crystal ball expressionless. You are obviously not sincere." The queen did not reply and pretended not to see Shualu next to Rob, and calmly said, "I heard that you have dug a new mine to fill with rails." "Yo!" Rob laughed, "You are really well informed. It seems that your spies are mixed up in Westwind town." The queen's expression remained the same, "In the dark chapel next to your chapel, it is full of my people. There is no saying that there are no spies. If I told you that 2 little dark nuns betrayed you, would you kill them? You won't do it even if I tell you to." Rob. Her Majesty said, "Besides, as the Queen of West Gran, don't I need to send spies to inquire about the news of my own territory?" All right. You're right." Rob said with a smile, "What you've heard is true. I'm really planning a new mine with rails." The queen seemed to pout, but when Rob looked carefully, she found that she had a straight face and wasn't pouting at all. Was it his own illusion? He only heard Her Majesty say a little unhappily, "If you have extra iron, you might as well make weapons and sell them to me." Hearing her say this, Rob was delighted. "Sister Queen, do you think it's a waste for me to use the iron to make rails?" "Of course." Her Majesty said, "I got the information about your mine, even how deep the mine is and how wide the space is. If you want to put all the rails in it, the iron you need can at least be used to make thousands of swords." She said a little gloomily, "You're wasting so much iron. You might as well sell me them." "But I really don't think it's a waste." Rob said with a smile, "If you are so well informed, you should also know that I told the blacksmith teacher that this railroad track will be made to produce more iron." Her Majesty said, "I don't think one more cart running on the track can produce more iron. So women are really stupid, with long hair comes little knowledge." Rob said, "I don't know if Mandra is as short-sighted as you are. I want to talk to Mandra tomorrow. Maybe the conversation between men will be better." The queen smiled, "However, you don't like to be seen taking baths by men, so what you said is nonsense, and it doesn't scare me at all." Rob, "Smart women are not cute." The queen smiled, "You just said I was stupid, and then said I was smart." Rob said, "You are very smart in playing tricks, but on wisdom and vision, you are a big stupid girl. Wait for me. In a few days, I will take the crystal ball to show you how my mind produces ore. Then I will slowly teach you what great wisdom is." "All right then, I'll wait and see." Her Majesty was ready to hang up the phone, but before she hung up, the woman turned her eyes to Shualu. After looking carefully at her face for a few seconds, she obviously showed a smug expression on her face and said, "Heh, average looking." Shualu furiously said, "Hey! What did you?" The queen hung up the phone before Shualu could finish her words. What does she mean? Hey, hey, hey! What did she mean? Shualu jumped up angrily. What did she mean by average looking? She grabbed Rob by the shoulder and shook him hard. Tell me, am I beautiful? Rob shrugged. Yes, you are beautiful. Then what on earth did she mean? Shualu was furious. Why did she suddenly attack me like this? Is she saying that she is prettier than me? Damn it! The most beautiful woman in the kingdom of Gran is amazing. If I had a dress like hers, a crown with gems, and hidden characteristics, would also be called the most beautiful woman. The war between women. It's better not to get involved. Just then, Shualu suddenly stopped being angry. Her anger, like being sucked by a vacuum cleaner, whizzed back into her body. She suddenly smiled, and proudly sat back next to Rob. I see. She's jealous, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When she saw that I could soak in the hot spring pool with Mr. Rob, while she could only make a phone call from afar. She was crazy with jealousy, so she deliberately challenged me like this. Ha ha ha, I won. Rob said angrily, it's hard to say what that woman is thinking. Even a person with a high EQ can't guess accurately. In the following days, Rob's mind began the big project. A large group of carpenters were the first to enter the mine. They reinforced the mine with huge logs to prevent landslides and began to install the railroad ties on the ground. While a large group of blacksmith students, led by the royal expert blacksmith teacher, began to make the world's first section of rails. Rob specially warned the blacksmith teacher that the rails must be standardized and that each track should be exactly the same, and there must be no difference at all. Therefore, the blacksmith teacher specially made a mold for the rails and used them to cast the rails, so as to ensure that their specifications were unified. After the rails started being produced, iron supply was burning quickly. Fortunately, Rob already had the mining robot WK0032. He hired a group to keep moving out the ore dug out by the mining robot, and then he hung up a machine to rub iron ingots out every 2 seconds, which was enough to supplement a long section of rails. While the blacksmiths and carpenters were setting up the tracks, Rob called in the blacksmith teacher, and under his guidance, the masons began to build a large smelting furnace. In fact, the melting point of iron is not high, only at 1537 degrees. Miners and blacksmiths of this era have long invented high-temperature furnaces that can melt iron, but they used to be small private stoves. No one has ever planned to concentrate on a big furnace like this. Without the relevant talent and knowledge reserve, the construction of this furnace will be difficult. Rob himself does not know how to build a high-temperature furnace. Although this technology has become very popular in modern times, it wasn't possible for him to ask anyone on the street how to make it. Rob had to let the blacksmiths and masons talk on their own, but unfortunately, because the furnace was too big, the blacksmiths and masons had no experience in building a blast furnace, and the temperature could not go up. In the end, Rob had to let them study it slowly in the future. A big furnace was built in front of him, and the problem of heating it up will be solved by magic for the time being. A few days later, time came the end of March 1345. The temperature turned warm, the smell of winter has finally dissipated completely. Spring has come, the hillside is full of spring flowers, bright and beautiful. After lunch, Rob came to the entrance of the mine with Shualu and the 2 maids. He picked up the crystal ball, stroked it 3 times, and waited quietly. He knew that Her Majesty was always busy at this time. Sure enough, no one answered the phone for a long time. It was only until Rob started becoming impatient did the phone finally got through. Her Majesty's beautiful face appeared opposite, looking a little surprised. What's the matter? Why did you call me at noon? I was dealing with government affairs in the front hall just now, and the crystal ball was in the bedroom, so I didn't see it flashing. I didn't know until the chamberlain sent it to the front hall. Rob could see the opposite environment through the crystal ball. Sure enough, the queen was in the front hall, surrounded by several necromancers and officials in civilian robes, who seemed to be dealing with government affairs. Seeing that she was so busy and there were other people around her, Rob stopped flirting with her. I called you during the day. Of course, it's about business. My mine was completely completed last night. Iron will be smelted on the new furnace today. Would you like to see it? Oh. The queen said strangely, what is there to see about smelting iron? Rob said with a smile, didn't you say last time that I wasted a lot of iron by making rails in the mine? After hearing him say this, the queen remembered their topic last time. After all, it's been several days. Now, as soon as she heard him say this, she quickly straightened up from her sitting position. I see. Then I'll come and have a look. This is also a very important business. She turned to the several necromancers and civil servants around her and said, put aside your government affairs for a while and take a look at Rob's new invention with this queen. Although I don't know much about his invention this time, all his inventions so far have been interesting. There is another hidden meaning in her words, that is, to steal a technique. It turned out that the officials standing beside her were all officials in charge of internal affairs, and one of them was in charge of the management of the Royal Waterworks on Bright Road, which was invented by Rob. As soon as the Queen said this, the official in charge of the waterworks immediately understood the meaning and stared at the crystal ball carefully. Next to him was an official who happened to be in charge of armaments. He was in charge of the entire metal smelting industry in West Gran, the weapons manufacturing industry, and even all the craftsmen on Bright Road. The official was immediately interested and set his sights on the crystal ball. Rob shrugged and said strangely, "Little sister, I gave you a personal call, yet you asked two big men to keep an eye on me?" Her Majesty has long been accustomed to his strange remarks and simply ignored him and said, "Now, please start your performance." How boring. Alright, I'll show you what's going on my side. Rob held the crystal ball high to broaden the view of the opposite side. Her Majesty sat still, but the officer in charge of armaments immediately saw a huge furnace next to him, the blast furnace. For these kinds of technical officials, you don't have to look at it to know what's inside. He whispered, "Your Majesty, this is an iron smelting furnace, but it is much bigger than normal ones, at least 100 times bigger. As far as I know, there is no such big furnace in the human world, and only the dwarven craftsmen underground would build such a big furnace to use." There was a puzzled look on Her Majesty's face. "Why did you make such a big furnace?" The armaments officer whispered, "The bigger the furnace, the more ore can be smelted at a time, of course, but it's just that in this way, it is more difficult to heat up the furnace. Dwarves usually use geocentric lava to heat the furnace, but we can't borrow the power of lava, so we can only use magic to raise the temperature for such a big stove. Proud fire magicians disdain to help people make iron. Besides, our iron ore production is not enough, and there is no need to send a fire magician to heat such a big furnace. If he makes such a big furnace, he must have a very high ore output." Her Majesty nodded and understood. She has long been reported that Rob has a robot that mines very fast, but according to the report of number 8, every time that robot is used, it consumes something called gasoline, and Rob has very limited gasoline on his hand. He is reluctant to give all the gasoline to the robot, which is already idle. Her Majesty said faintly to the crystal ball, "Mr. Rob, if you have such a big furnace, you must deploy your mining robot to provide it with a steady supply of ore, and you are reluctant to use the only gasoline you have left. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste?" Rob said with a smile, "I don't need that robot. I just use the power of the miners to get a lot of ore. Do you believe?" The Queen smiled, and did not give him a chance to show off, nor gave him a chance to hit her in the face. But the official in charge of armaments under her command was not so clever. He stepped forward and said to the crystal ball, "Believe or not to believe?" It is a troublesome process for a miner to smash down a piece of ore with an iron pick in the mine and move it out of the mine. Even if you put in a lot of manpower, it is not useful to have a large number of people in a small mine. It may be crowded, but it will make it slower. Rob smiled. Interesting. Sister Queen, if you don't want to be hit in the face by me, just hide behind and call a minister to block the knife. The Queen smiles and does not speak. Forget it, what a crazy woman. Rob took the crystal ball and walked to the entrance of the mine. As soon as he arrived, the armaments officials saw through the crystal ball that there was a railway track on the ground, supplemented by ties below, and the upper track was made of fine iron of excellent quality. It was very beautiful, very thick, and it was not a monorail, but a double track. The two thick tracks stretched out of the mine and protruded nearly 10 yards out of the mine. Oh, how much iron was used to make this? The armaments officer was very distressed. So much iron is used to make an auxiliary path. No, it's used to guide the carts. Rob pointed to the end of the track, where there was a string of carts, with two wheels fastened to the two tracks and a pallet-like body that looked hollow. There are two long ropes attached to the carts, and several bells are hung from the ends of the ropes. Seeing this, the armaments officer was lost in thought. After more than 10 seconds, he said, "Do you use the extra track to speed up the movement of the mine cart and reduce the friction of the mine car moving in the mine? This is interesting. It is really convenient to transport stuff with this thing, but a mine cart full of minerals is very heavy. When it comes out of the hole, it climbs uphill. How much manpower does it take to get it out?" Rob laughed and said, "Yes, you are a technician. You can understand the principle of this car and track at a glance, but you do not understand the meaning of laziness, that is, to save manpower as much as possible. After a while, you will know how I'll get this cart from the depths of the mine." He turned around and laughed loudly at some of the workers outside the mine and said, "Get ready to start." Rob got out of his wheelchair and got into a cart like a child in a shopping cart. There are several of these carts connected together, like multiple carriages of a train, and Rob alone occupies a whole cart. As soon as he sat like this, Her Majesty said, "Are you going to go down the cave in a cart?" "Yes," Rob said. "Can you even be so lazy? Can't you walk with your own 2 feet?" Her Majesty said angrily, "If my men hadn't seen you stand up and walk around many times, even I would have thought you were a broken-legged magician." Rob said with a smile, "This is really not me being lazy, but the speed of walking is far behind this cart." He said to the worker in charge of the pulley group next to him, "All right, drop me down to the cave." The worker smiled and said, "All right, Godfather, please sit tight." With that, he jerked down a joystick. A buckle stuck on the wheel of the mine car bounced off, and the mine cart glided forward immediately. The rails tilted down the hole, so as soon as there is no wheel mechanism, it immediately began to slide down the rail. It glided slowly at first into the mine. Rob casually brightened the area, so Her Majesty the Queen and the armaments officer on the side of the crystal ball watched the mining cart slide down into the mine through the crystal ball. What a long track! The armaments officer looked at the railway tracks extending to the depths of the earth and felt incomparable flesh pain. How many swords would it take to make these iron rails? The cart skidded faster and faster, the walls of the cave continued to move on both sides, and Rob's hair began to flutter from the wind, and he suddenly began to get high. It feels like a roller coaster. How refreshing. Her Majesty the Queen and the armaments officer on the side of the crystal ball stared at the picture as if they were playing a roller coaster through a monitor. Before long, they felt a little dizzy. The Queen put her hand over her forehead and said, "Oh, this picture makes me dizzy." The armaments officer also said, "I think I need to close my eyes for a while. We're almost at the middle." Rob smiled and said, "Quickly look." The Queen and the armaments officer looked carefully, and it turned out that the cart had slid to a transportation hub in the center of the mine, where many torches were lit, and a worker was waiting in the crisscross of the railway tracks, and saw the cart coming. He gestured to Rob and swung the joystick in his hand. The track was re-bridged, and Rob's cart turned and continued to slide down into the mine. He soon slid to the deepest point of the mine, with a thick piece of rubber at the end of the track. The cart hit the rubber and stopped. Finally, the scene stilled. The dizzy Queen and armaments official were finally able to keep an eye on what was going on inside. It was a huge mine where dozens of miners were digging for ore. They had obviously been digging for a while, and there was a lot of iron ore on the ground. Rob smiled at the crystal ball and said, "This is the ore they have been digging all morning. Because they have only been digging the ore, there is no need to carry the ore out of the hole themselves, so the mining efficiency is very high, and so many a lot have been mined." The Queen smiled. The armaments officer said, "Are you going to take these ore out now?" "Bingo." Rob smiled and said, "Watch and see what they're going to do." The miners who were mining temporarily stopped, turned to pick up the ore dug in the morning from their feet, and put it in the carts, which soon filled 1 cart, 2 carts, 3 carts. The mining carts connected into like a small train was filled in a twinkling of an eye, except that the cart containing Rob was not loaded with ore, because it was already loaded with a lazy godfather and obviously could no longer hold anything else. The armaments officer silently estimated that 6 carts, 5 full of iron ore, and 1 loaded with a man weighing more than 100 gene, weighed quite considerably, perhaps at least 1,500 gene. He said with a little doubt, "How do you get such a heavy convoy back to the upper ground? When we slid down just now, we saw that the mine was deep, and that it was quite a long distance from here to the ground. How many people would it take for a convoy weighing more than 1,000 gene to be pushed up? Not by pushing, but by pulling?" The armaments officer was a little curious. When they went down the hole just now, they only saw a few workers staying outside, and those few people wanted to pull up a convoy of more than 1,000 gene. "I'm afraid it's a little unrealistic." As soon as he thought of this, the rope hanging from the tail of the cart burst tight. It seems that someone is pulling outside, so the rope tightened first. However, the armaments official really did not think that this rope can pull a cart weighing more than 1,000 gene out of the hole. However, he was surprised by the fact that after the rope tightened, the cart began to move. Then, the convoy full of ore and Rob glided down the tracks, faster and faster. The armaments officer shouted, "I see, someone outside is using magic, or a powerful hero is pulling the rope." Rob smiled and said, "No, there are only a few ordinary workers outside." "Huh? Huh? No, I'm getting dizzy again." There was a rapid flash in the crystal ball, the scenery on the 2 walls of the mine kept retreating, and the Queen and the armaments officer began to get dizzy again. After a while, the whole mining cart rushed out of the mine and returned to the higher ground. The armaments officer was the first to look at the crystal ball, and without looking at it or knowing it, he was startled that there was really no one outside using magic or powerful hero pulling the rope. Only the workers just now were operating a strange machine, which made a roaring sound. The handle drives a small wheel, and then the small wheel drives a larger gear, layer by layer, and finally a huge winch, which rotates. Unexpectedly, it easily pulled up the convoy weighing more than 1,000 gene, and transported the long series of mining carts with ore back to the ground at full speed. The Queen's military officers were also surprised by the equipment, and it was only then that they finally understood the significance of the extra tracks. The mine cart is not driven by manpower, but by the force of the machine, and the power of the machine is relatively rigid, unable to turn and guide the mine cart flexibly, so it is necessary to make a railway track so that the mine cart can only walk along the rails. As long as a force is given in one direction to drag the mine car, it will run up from the deepest part of the complex mine. The armaments officer could not help exclaiming, "My God, what a brilliant idea this is. I understand now that the railway track on the ground is not wasted at all. It does bring more iron, which is a very cost-effective investment." The Queen was also a little surprised, but she kept her elegance, and instead of shouting like the officer, she turned her eyes to the strange machine that could pull the winch and lift more than 1,000 gene cart. This the most important thing, isn't it? If there is no such thing, at least a dozen workers will have to be arranged outside the mine to pull the rope before the carts can be pulled up. Rob said with a smile, Miss Queen really has good vision. Things like railway tracks and carts are all skills that you can handle. Only this machine, it is the key to saving time and effort. In fact, it is the mining robot. Mining robot? The Queen froze. Isn't it used for digging mines? Did you change it into a rickshaw? Rob shrugged. To be exact, I took it apart. It turned out that Rob took it down immediately after trying it out. This is because this thing will take the jobs of the miners. If it keeps digging, the miners in Westwind town will not be able to survive. Moreover, Rob does not want this game technology to affect the world. After all, mining should still be done by miners. At best, some electric digging tools or excavators should be studied in the future, so that the miners can save some effort. But the mining robot is too overpowered. What he wants to do is to guide the townspeople of Westwind town to the advanced society, not to take them into the open world together. Because it is just a moment of pleasure, when Rob is really taken by Shualu to the Devil City, Westwind town will instantly become a stupid place. If they accumulate technology steadily at every step, and move forward steadily, then no matter how far away Rob is, Westwind town can continue to move forward by relying on its own technology accumulation. Therefore, he returned the mining work to the miners, and after the robot was taken apart, he only used its engine components to pull the mining cart. Anyway, it didn't take much to pull the mining car with the machine, which is not that serious. Rob removed the mining robot's hands, feet and head, removed the engine from the robot's body, and then connected the engine to a gear set and turned it into a machine used to pull the mining cart at the entrance of the mine. The Queen looked at the engine with an unhappy look on her face. She was not stupid. She knew at a glance that she could copy the tracks, carts, and even gear sets in front of her. Only this strange engine, she knew she couldn't copy it, and if she wanted it, she had to pay Rob again. But after seeing that kind of efficient method of digging ore and transporting ore, how can she accept the backward old method? The Queen can only admit defeat, sighed and said, "How much do you sell this thing called engine?" "It's not for sale." Rob said with a smile, "Even if I really sell it to you, you can't use it. It needs gasoline as fuel, and you can't make gasoline. Even for me, it's not easy to stabilize gasoline production, so this engine can only be regarded as a concept technology and cannot be popularized. You'd better use manpower, or cattle. In any case, even if you use manpower to pull the carts, the efficiency will be much higher than before." The Queen remained silent. Well, the next step is to see the smelting step. Rob jumped out of the mining cart and returned to his wheelchair, then smiled and said to the workers who had been waiting for a long time, "Unload the iron ore on the conveyor belt and feed it into the smelter." At this time, the Queen and the officer discovered that there was a strange thick rubber belt beside the track, which was long and wide, extending like cloth, all the way to the big smelting furnace. It seems that this is the so-called conveyor belt. Several workers outside the cave came over and opened a board on the side of the mine cart, and the ore from the mine cart rolled out and fell on the conveyor belt. Then the workers turned a handle, and the thick rubber belt began to run and put the ore to the blast furnace. There is a small window on the blast furnace into which all the ore is dragged into by the conveyor belt. The Queen and the armaments officer looked confused. In fact, the conveyor belt technology is not really a very complicated technology. The two of them knew at a glance what to do. Even if they did not have rubber, they could replace it with other materials, such as wooden boards, iron and copper nets, or even cloth belts. They just never thought they could transport ore in this way. They saw that the several carts of ore that had just been transported were continuously sent into the blast furnace, and while the conveyor belt was carrying the ore, the mining cart was once again put into the mine. Due to the existence of railway tracks, the mining cart almost instantly went down to the bottom of the cave, and the miners filled them with ore in a twinkling of an eye, then rang the bell gear, and in less than a few minutes, another cartload of ore was pulled up and poured onto the conveyor belt. The Queen and the armaments officer watched helplessly as thousands of jeans of ore were sent to the blast furnace. Rob laughed loudly. "All right, turn the conveyor belt off. Get ready to start smelting." At the sound of the order, the workers quickly closed the conveyor belt, brought it away from the smelting furnace, and lit the fire. The fire burst into bigger flames in the smelting furnace. At this time, the Queen and the armaments officer seemed to wake up, and they looked at Rob together. "It's impossible to heat such a big furnace by ordinary methods. Do you have any new inventions that can raise the temperature of such a big furnace?" Rob shrugged and said helplessly, "Not yet, so." He turned to the nearby Shualu and shouted, "Shualu, do me a favor." Shualu winked at Rob and chanted. It didn't take long for a firewall to be put into the furnace. Although Shualu is not a very powerful fire magician, it was easy for her magic to warm the furnace, and there was no pressure on her at all. Anyway, the melting point of iron is only 1537 degrees. If the magician's firewall can't burn out at 1537 degrees, you really have to go back to the School of Magic to take a makeup exam. As soon as the firewall was thrown, the temperature of the furnace began to soar, and the whole smelting furnace was burning with heat. Even the Queen and armaments official opposite the crystal ball seemed to see the air rising upward. After a while, the furnace was opened, and the red molten iron flowed out along the stone trough and into a huge stone pot, filling it completely. The Queen and the officer could not help thumping their hearts when they saw the picture of molten iron rattling down and filling the huge pot. In this day and age, how can people see so much molten iron being poured? Since iron smelting in this era is basically played by hand, blacksmiths usually make a small furnace and burn a few pieces of iron ore. Someone such as Rob who builds a big blast furnace and smelts thousands of jeans of iron ores is really unheard of. Maybe only underground dwarves would do the same. Her Majesty the Queen and the armaments officer looked at the pot of molten iron and couldn't help thinking to themselves, how big will the iron be after all this molten iron has been condensed? In less than a few pots, all the iron used to make the tracks can be earned back, and then it will be pure profit. The Queen cannot help but sigh. Since she met Rob, she has always been subverted again and again. Rob likes to play big in everything, growing vegetables on a large scale, building a factory on a large scale, and doing business on a large scale. Now he has begun to smelt iron on a large scale. This guy only has a population of 10,000. If you give him the population of Bright Road, what can this guy do with the scale of production? I'm afraid it won't take only a month or two of output value to hang the whole of West Grand for a year. The Queen used to feel that her internal affairs ability is quite good, but after getting to know Rob, she more and more found that her internal affairs ability can only be 0 at best. She said to the armaments officer with a straight face, "Do you understand Mr. Rob's whole set of equipment?" The armaments officer hurriedly said, "Your lower official has written it down." Even if there is something they do not understand, as long as the craftsmen are allowed to study it, they should soon understand it. Only that engine, but I think it can be temporarily replaced by cattle and horses. Very well, hurry up and copy it. The Queen whispered, "While Mondra is engaged in spring plowing, during the rare truce, we have to raise our iron smelting ability. In the autumn, I will see what Mondra's army will do to fight me." The officer hurriedly went, and next to him, the official in charge of the waterworks hurriedly followed. He also wanted to help. The Queen watched her 2 loyal ministers walk away, then turned to the crystal ball and said, "Thank you for teaching me the new mining method." Rob smiled and said, "Wow, you have a time to thank others?" The Queen said, "Am I a woman with no manners in your eyes?" Rob smiled and said, "Pretty much. I've never seen you thank me before when I taught you how to make cakes and pudding." The Queen said, "Why should I thank you for what you did to cheat women and children out of their money? Only this time, it seems that you have no intention of cheating me out of money. You have simply taught me. Whether from a national point of view or from a personal point of view, I would like to solemnly thank you." Rob shrugged. "Aren't you supposed to promise gratitude?" The queen's eyebrows stood up again. "You are talking to a queen, please pay attention to your etiquette, you stinky rascal." With that, she hung up the phone with a snap. Rob shrugged at the crystal ball. "She's so stingy. You can't handle a single joke." As soon as he finished saying this, there was a laugh from Shualu. "She doesn't want to make a promise, but I do." She brushed the floor and jumped to Rob's side, put her hand around his neck, and said in a greasy voice, "You've helped me a lot, and I've decided to do it. Body. Together. Leave." Rob said, "I'm not marrying." Shualu protested, "What kind of man is so insane to treat me so differently?" Rob said with a smile, "It's because Miss Queen won't agree, that's why I flirted with her. If she really meant to marry me, I wouldn't dare to flirt with her. I'll tell you, marrying her is more terrible than marrying you. If I marry you, it's still a small thing. If I marry her, I'll have to be very obedient. I'll be dragged to war everywhere by her, and I'll be dragged to engage in all kinds of internal affairs at home." Shualu thought about it carefully, and then, laughed. Rob tickled her. "Shualu, come and be a dead girl. If you don't want to go out every day, I'll marry you." Without thinking about it, Shualu shook her head. "No way. I'm going to take you on an adventure." As a result, the negotiations broke down, and the two young people, who had already been upset during spring, could only continue to watch each other drool and could not go any further. Sometimes emotional things are like this: men lack women, women also lack men, both need each other, but different attitudes and concepts of life makes them feel distant and prevent their lives and deaths from being connected. Women here, especially female adventurers, are not so easily compromised. They are stronger, more self-centered and more independent. Such a woman has a high personality and can easily make a man fall in love. But when you think about life further with her, you realize that there seems to be something wrong. Maybe it is traditional Eastern women that are more suitable to marry home as a wife. Rob flattened his mouth and said, "Forget it. We'll talk about it later. I'm going home." Lillian pushed his wheelchair and the two left the mine and headed for the chapel. As soon as he got to the chapel, Rob saw that the plaque at the chapel door had been replaced. Little E tasked a plaque maker to hang a new plaque for the chapel, which read, "New Church of Light." The previous plaque, which read, "Church of Light," had already been thrown into the unknown. "Rob, is Protestantism finally going to be established?" Little E answered. She seems to have released from her confusion a few days ago, and now her spirit has returned to what Rob saw when he first saw her. "I have made up my mind that from now on, I will do my best to spread the spirit of the true love of everything." Rob smiled and said, "Really? That's good. If you don't mind, show me your recompiled New Light Bible." "Of course I won't mind showing you." Little E said, "I welcome anyone who wants to read the New Light Bible. How can I mind?" She returned to the chapel and carried a thick book out from the table in the middle of the chapel. Rob took it in his hand and weighed it. It was heavy and smelled of ink. "This is a newly made book, all made of thick parchment," thick and heavy. Holding it in his hand, he casually opened a page, only to see here, "You will be strong and fearless. You will forget your sufferings, even if you think of them, they will be like water that flows past you. The days of your life will be brighter than noon, and though there is darkness, it will be like the morning." That was beautiful. Rob smiled and said, "Did you write that?" "No." Little E shook her head. "This is a sentence that already exists in the Bible of Light. You don't know despite being a priest already?" Rob laughed, ignored her complaints, and continued to read, "Love is patient and kind, love is not jealous, love is not boastful, arrogant, nor shy, and does not seek its own benefit. It does not get angry easily, does not like evil, does not like unrighteousness, but only likes the truth. It bears everything, believes everything, has hope for everything, and endures everything. Love never stops." Rob couldn't help sighing. it's good. I think it's great to teach people of love. Is this something you made up? Little E looked at Rob with the strange eyes. This is also a sentence that already exists in the Bible of Light. Rob. This is very unreasonable. Although his identity of a fake priest has long been exposed, it still hurt him a little. Rob had to break the jar and say, well, now the question is, how much did you add to it? How much have you deleted? Little E sighed and said, I didn't add a word, my knowledge is not enough to add anything. I just deleted a lot. At this point, her expression changed from cold to dignified. If I don't delete it, it scares me. There are so many sentences full of tyranny in the Bible of Light that I can't even imagine. I don't know how much I deleted. All I know is that its thickness has been reduced by at least 1/10. Rob. Little E murmured, the Bible of Light comes from the south. The God of Light has sworn that he will fight against the God of Darkness from generation to generation. With that, she added, I deleted it. In the Bible of Light to sweep away evil, God has mercy on the best oxen, sheep, calves, lambs and all good things, and refuses to destroy them, but kills all the lowly and thin. In the Bible of Light, the God of Light said to the Pope, completely obliterate the name of the God of Darkness from under the heavens. Write this in a book as a memorial, and say it to all the believers, and lead them to realize my parable. In the book of the Bible of Light in the desert, the God of Light sent you and said, go and strike the believers of the sinful desert gods, wipe them out and bury them in the yellow sand. She murmured for a long time, and finally concluded, I deleted them all, leaving only beautiful sentences. I think the God of Light loves everything, and he must like these beautiful sentences. It must have been made up by others and maliciously written into the Bible of Light. Rob clapped his hands and said, well said. So, what are you going to do next? Will you go door to door bringing this thick Bible of Light to explain every day? When Rob asked, Little Ye's face bore an awkward expression. Indeed, it is great to have the new Light Bible, but what she has to face next is the big problem. How to get the townspeople to accept the new Church of Light. It is obviously unrealistic to give lectures door to door. The only way is to let the townspeople come to the chapel to study it. But since Rob entered Westwind town, it has never been stipulated that the townspeople must come to the chapel to study the Bible and worship the God of Light. The initial confession was played for a few days, but then fewer people confessed. The chapel is no longer a building that needs to be visited frequently in the hearts of the townspeople in Westwind town. Not to mention that there is no one in the chapel of Light, even in the chapel of Darkness next door, there are no believers playing in it. At most, when refugees need help, they will hang out in the chapel. As for ordinary townspeople, they are more willing to go to Westwind Technical School to learn some useful skills. The whole of Westwind town was influenced by the capitalism trend brought by Rob. Everyone is thinking about how to make more money. Now no one cares whether they believe in the religion or not. Little E said a little awkwardly, what should I do then? You said that if I set up a new Church of Light, you would help me, and now is the time for you to keep your promise. He frowned and thought about the problem carefully. In fact, in the current new Church of Light, there are only Little E and the 2 little nuns, with a total of 3 people. In addition, Rob has just looked through the New Light Bible and found that the sentences inside are also quite good, and they do have the effect of washing people's minds. Now is a good opportunity to help Little E. At the same time, it can also be a good opportunity to help the people of Westwind town. The townspeople of Westwind town are pursuing interests a bit too much. Although Rob had thought of this when he was playing with capitalism, he did not expect that the ideology of the townspeople had begun to deviate. The last time Rob went to meet the East Army of the Desert Kingdom, some townspeople said that they did not need to fight and only sold snacks. Anyway, there was Godfather that could help revive the dead. Rob wanted to throw a whole set of socialist core values at the townspeople at that time. Perhaps it is time to pay attention to the ideological education of the townspeople. Although Rob knows little about socialist core values, he does not have systematic teaching materials for educating the people of the town, nor does he have the energy to compile teaching materials. However, if the New Light Bible is used in conjunction with the preaching of the New Church of Light, it may be a good way to teach the townspeople about truth, goodness, and beauty. That's what religion is really supposed to do, isn't it? Rob said, Huh? Did I ever say that? People cannot only pursue interests, they must also have good thoughts, know how to be kind and grateful, and cannot go for interests in everything, otherwise, all the people in Westwind town will become black-hearted capitalists, and that is not what Rob wants to see. Rob hopes to play a simulated city with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, beauty and labor, not a simulated city that walks limply and cares only for interests and no humanity. Otherwise, today's prosperity is just a thing of the past, and it will not be long before it will become the second Gotham City. Good. Let me help you, Rob said. Little E was overjoyed. Will you really help me? Rob said with a smile, I'll give you a great chance to spread the teachings of the New Light Church to the whole town of Westwind, but you'll have to work so hard that you may become as tired as a dog. Without thinking about it, Little E said, I am not afraid of tiredness. I am afraid that the mercy of the God of Light will not be known, and that the erroneous dogma of the old Church of Light is still affecting everyone. Well, then you're going to keep talking from morning till night. Rob said with a smile, Suafa, in the evening, after school is over, go to Westwind Advanced Technical School and invite the headmaster. The staff team of Westwind Advanced Technical School is very simple, with 5 teachers, of which the tailor teacher is the oldest, the most highly respected, and the most capable of organization and coordination, so he serves as the headmaster at the same time. In the evening, school was over, and the students left the school one after another. The tailor and headmaster followed Suafa and came to Rob's chapel. Rob has laid out several home-cooked dishes on his stone table. However, Rob's home-cooked dishes are all exotic dishes to the world, and spices are piled up like free dishes, which ordinary noble families dare not do, and even little sister Queen will call him a black sheep when she sees Rob's way of eating. As soon as the headmaster sat down opposite the stone table, he was scared half to death by the food on the table. This. What kind of banquet is this? I can't afford it. Rob smiled and said, It's all right, home-cooked food. Help yourself. Let's have a chat over dinner. The headmaster had no choice but to eat. He used to be a royal craftsman, an expert. If you compare it with modern generations, an expert craftsman is equivalent to a top technician in a state-owned factory, and this kind of person will have some status in the factory, but he'll stutter when he talks to the mayor or a provincial governor. His standard of living is not high, just slightly better than ordinary people and a lot lower than that of the rich. Now that he's sitting on the same table with Rob and can eat food filled with expensive spices, his hands couldn't help shaking. Finally, he forked a chicken steak and threw it into his mouth, and the comfortable feeling of enjoying top cuisine on his face could not be suppressed. Rob said with a smile, Mr. Headmaster, you are here so we can discuss about adding moral education into the school's curriculum. Oh? The headmaster said curiously, moral education? What class would that be? Rob said with a smile, it is for the nun of the New Church of Light, Miss Isher, to tell the students about religion, about the spirit of the God of Light who loves everything, and about kindness, justice, beauty, love, friendship, family, and so on. The headmaster immediately understood what's going on. Are you going to borrow the school to preach? That's right. Rob simply admitted, yes, to preach. However, it is not a completely compulsory subject. Students have the right to choose to believe in the New Church of Light, and they also have the right not to believe. I will not force them to believe in this religion. Let them decide with their own ears, their own eyes, and their own thoughts. The principal's age is not in vain as his brain is not too bad. He thought about it carefully and then whispered, this is a little different from the attitude that Godfather has always shown towards religion. You have never been involved in the activities of the Church of Light and Darkness, and you have been turning a blind eye to their infighting, but this time, why do you suddenly want to help the side of light? If you are so partial, I'm afraid you'll have to deal with the Church of Darkness. Rob smiled. Don't worry about that, because if the opponent doesn't attack, there will be nothing to fight against. You tell the students that even if they are listening to the new Church of Light, it does not mean that they have to give up their faith in the God of Darkness. I allow them to believe in any religion at the same time, or not to believe in any religion. The headmaster was a little confused. But Rob would no longer explain, asking, "How is the class schedule now?" The headmaster said hurriedly, "Now there are 5 teachers, each teacher with 5 classes. Each class consists of 40 students. The teachers begin to teach the first class at 8 o'clock in the morning, take an hour of class and rest for half an hour, and then take the second class, so they take turns till the evening." Rob calculated in his mind, that is to say, although the teachers are very tired, each student actually has only 1 hour of class every day, right? Yes. They all come to school and go home after an hour of class. The headmaster said, "Only a small number of students have 2 or 3 subjects at the same time. Their class time will be longer, but the schedule of most students is very empty." That's good. Rob said, "In the future, the students in every class will have moral education before they are allowed to go home. If anyone is against it, let them come to me." The headmaster thought, "You are the supreme law in Westwind town. Who dares complain to you? This class isn't that concerning either. He is old and smart enough to not disagree with his lords on such matters. Instead, he will help Rob and give some advice. Godfather, after each class is over, 5 classes finish at the same time, that is to say, this moral education class will be a big class for 200 people. I suggest that the school build another auditorium for classes of this size. Moreover, it would be great if it could have a sacred hymn function. What do you say we put a pipe organ in the auditorium?" Rob said with a smile, "That's good, that's a great idea." The headmaster was overjoyed since he was praised by Godfather. Afterwards, he bragged about it when he saw everyone. When the headmaster left happily, Rob called the mayor of White Birch again and asked him to send a team of migrant workers to build an auditorium behind the school. After finishing everything, it's already dark. Rob got into the hot spring pool when he saw Little E coming out of the chapel, squatting down by the hot spring pool and whispering, "Thank you for helping me." Little E's expression is always very cold. She is a woman who is usually emotionless. But now she has a sincere smile on her face because she knows exactly what it means for Rob to offer this moral education subject. This means that almost all students in Westwind Technical School will be forced to learn the New Light Bible, which is almost equivalent to a semi-forced understanding of the New Church of Light. Moreover, once the story spread, this was the first time that Rob had openly, formally, and unequivocally supported a religion. With his influence in Westwind town, the new Church of Light will be unmatched, easily replace the ideas left by the old Church of Light, and will make the Church of Darkness next door defenseless. Although Little E has almost never shown a smile, in this case, she had to say a heartfelt "thank you" to Rob. Rob said with a smile, "Don't thank me too early. You heard the conversation I had with the headmaster. I made it clear that just because the students are listening to your class, it doesn't mean they have to believe in your teachings. They have the freedom and right to believe or not, meaning it is entirely up to them to judge. Moreover, they can continue to trust Church of Darkness, and I will not interfere." Little E nodded. "I believe that as long as it is to spread the truth, goodness and beauty, everyone will accept it. As long as they can accept the new Church of Light, what does it matter if they believe in the Church of Darkness? My New Light Bible no longer rejects darkness. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, so I must thank you." "Verbal thanks are useless," Rob said with a smile. "If you really want to thank me, why don't you put on your swimsuit and go down to the pool and join me in the hot spring pool?" Little E quickly flashed a blush on her cold face, then immediately got up and copied Shualu, "You promised to marry me, to accompany me across the mountains and the sea, through the sea of people, and to spread the will of the God of Light all over every corner of Fengma continent. I'll join you in the pool as thanks. Damn it! Rob almost jumped up. Who taught you that? Little E said, Xiaolu taught me. She said that if you flirt with me, I should say that so you will never dare to flirt with me again. Rob stretched out his hands, spread his fingers and complained to the sky, Xiaolu, you crazy person. Come out and let me kill you. Here we go. Xiaolu laughed from inside the chapel, and then the magician, dressed in a red one-piece swimsuit, jumped out and into the hot spring pool, and made a splash. When the splash dispersed, Xiaolu's beautiful face appeared very close of Rob and said with a smile, You told me to come and die, so I'm here. How are you going to kill me? Rob. There was no reason to argue with such a crazy woman, so Rob had to blow her out. Get out. I just want to take a bath alone today. Ha ha ha. Xiaolu laughed proudly, and even the cold little E could not help smiling. There was finally a way to cure this rascal. The next day, the headmaster called all the teachers together, told them about the extra classes, and asked the teachers to tell all their students not to go home after class, but to gather in the open space behind the school building. The nuns will give moral education. After the news was announced, the students complained at first. After all, this subject could not teach them any skills, but would delay them for an hour instead. However, when the teachers said that this was the request of Godfather, the students immediately had no further complaints on the matter. In Westwind town, if Rob said that east is west and west is east, no one would say otherwise. Besides, the tuition fee of Westwind Technical School was supposed to be 10 silver coins a month, but they each paid only 2 silver coins, 8 of which were grants from Rob, so it was reasonable for them to come to class at Rob's arrangement. So, today, in the open space behind the school, 200 students sat in rows, ate fruit, and began to listen to Little E explain the teachings of the New Church of Light. The first thing Little E wanted to talk about is the similarities and differences between the New Church of Light and the Old Church of Light, and stressed that the New Church of Light does not exclude pagans, does not reject beliefs and ideas contrary to the New Church of Light, and does not participate in politics. Anyone can believe in the New Church of Light at any time, or break away from the New Church of Light at any time. As soon as the idea was announced, it immediately caused an uproar among the students, who had never heard of such a religion in the world. The Church of Light believers among the students were a little confused on the spot, while the Dark Church believers were lost in thought. Of course, this does not mean that they can accept what Little E said right away. It is only because of Godfather's statement that they are willing to sit here and listen to Little E say these baffling words. It will take time for them to really understand the concept of freedom of religion. Afterward, an important news flew to Westwind town. The Royal Academy of Magic on Bright Road is about to start enrolling students in spring. The news was first spread by Baron Newland's nephew, and soon spread among the nobles, making all the nobles eager to try. But among the ordinary townspeople, there was no response, as if they had not heard the news at all. This is because the Academy of Magic will not enroll the children of ordinary people, but only the children of nobles, merchants, and some of the rich children of the common people. With the entrance fee of 100 gold coins alone, all ordinary people can only be spirally beaten from ceiling fans. The Kingdom of Gran used to have only one Royal Academy of Magic, which is located in the capital of Saints. But since the Kingdom of Gran split into East Gran and West Gran last year, the Academy of Magic has naturally become two, one still in the capital of Saints, training talent for the East Gran by Mondra. The other is in Bright Road, a newly built academy, which enrolls students for the first time this year, and its purpose is, of course, to train talents for Her Majesty of West Gran. Rob got up before dawn, and did not immediately go out of his room, but called Suafa in, of course, not to play hooligans or anything, but to dress up. In order to steal the magic item production technology, the lazy Rob finally wants to return to grinding Emperor Rob, and began to take active action and work hard again. The current situation, for Rob, is like a new expansion was added, adding a new production class, Magic Item Maker. For people with obsessive-compulsive disorder, the new class must be max. Nothing can stop him from maxing up this new class, not even the scariest magic in the world. Besides, he doesn't have a strong enemy in this world. Suafa made a strange green liquid from some plant juices, put it in a wash basin, and said to Rob, "Soak your hair in it." "Oh? Is this hair dye?" Rob asked. "Yes." Suafa said seriously, "Your yellow hair is too conspicuous. I think it will be easier for you if you use a dye. After all, you chat with Her Majesty through a crystal ball every day. Her Majesty should remember your appearance very well. I have also seen you, and many people in the Royal Air Force have seen you." She concluded, "If you are walking at Bright Road like this, you are likely to be besieged. As you know, although Her Majesty talks to you on the phone and laughs every day and seems to be friends with you, if there is a chance to kill you, she will never miss it." Rob thought about it carefully and couldn't help laughing. "You're right. If that ghost woman had a chance to kill me, she wouldn't let it go, even if she doesn't know if she could break my defenses. She may not be able to do it herself, but her skeleton dragons," Suafa said earnestly, "the skeleton dragon is the strongest combat power of the Church of Darkness, and it is no weaker than the Sphinx. If you are attacked by skeleton dragon off guard, you may not come out unscathed." Rob thought about it carefully. The last time the Sphinx blew a yellow sand spell on him, he was dealt 8,232 HP even when he had a magic defense buff. If Miss Queen's skeleton dragon is really comparable to the Sphinx, if he doesn't buff himself and is hit by it without any precautions, it may be very painful. "Well, you're right," Rob said with a smile. "It's good to save trouble, not to mention that once my identity is discovered, I won't be able to steal the technology. I have no problem with dyeing my hair, but can we change the color? I can't have a green color on my head." "But green is so beautiful. It's a great color to see a little green in the desert," Suafa said. "I admit that green is great in the desert, but when it shows up on top of my head, it's not that great," Rob said. Suafa knows that this guy Rob is saying strange things again, but that's it. All she needs to do is change the color. After a while, the hair dye in the basin was blended black. Rob liked the color as soon as he saw it, and quickly lay down on his back and soaked his hair in the basin. During the time when his hair was dyed, Suafa took out some messy tonics and daubed it on his face. After a while, when Rob looked in the mirror again, he found that he had become a handsome guy with black hair. A head of jet black and beautiful hair seems to have been produced. Thick eyebrows, a raising nose, little bit of beard residue, and a shadowy face outline, his face looked deep and domineering as a hero that has gone through the vicissitudes of life. However, Rob was delighted with his new look when he heard Suafa murmur, "It feels good doing it again. I haven't lost my cosmetic skills. Now I can wipe it off and start all over again." "Wipe it off? Hey, I love this heroic flavor," Rob said. "It's very good. There's no need to wipe it off." Suafa squinted. "You have to pretend to be the illegitimate son of an exterminated noble family. As an illegitimate child who has been living in the kingdom and was raised by his mother and escaped the tragedy of the Smith family, do you think it is appropriate for a person like you to look like a hero?" "Rob, what are you going to make me look like, then?" Frivolous, shallow, short-sighted, the nouveau riche feeling of a typical rural poor boy who grew up and was told that your grandfather was a billionaire, Suafa said. "Rob, F***K, don't want it. I protest. I don't want this kind of nouveau riche. I want to dress up as a handsome guy, the kind everyone loves." "Suafa, that will only reveal your identity." After a heated discussion between the two, each side took a step back. The mature and stable handsome guy demanded by Rob and the frivolous and shallow nouveau riche demanded by Suafa were rejected. The result of the final discussion between the two is one of an ordinary, not very stupid, but not very smart either teenager. After all, this character inherits the lineage of John Rowland Smith, and his IQ should not be too low, otherwise he will be suspected of having a lineage problem. However, he was also set as an illegitimate child and grew up in the countryside, so he should not be that great either. In the end, Rob became an ordinary dark-haired boy who inherited the excellent pedigree of the Smith family, with the Smith family tree, seal and family lines. He reported the dream of reviving the family, and prepared to enter the school of magic, study and serve the country. Suafa took out a set of noble clothes that were deliberately whitened and handed it to Rob. Put it on. Rob took a look at the clothes. Is it necessary to wash it white on purpose? Suafa said, you are a fallen noble. You must remember that you are so poor that you can only repeatedly wash your clothes. The tuition fee of 100 gold coins for you to attend the Academy of Magic was sponsored by Baron Newlin for your grandfather's sake. Rob, hello. Suafa, or do you want to wear silk stockings like a rich noble instead? Without saying a word, Rob hurriedly put the whitened clothes over his body. Suafa immediately took out a wooden staff and handed it to him. Rob recognized at a glance that the staff was made of pure wood. It was the one Little E had brought when she first arrived in Westwind town, with no ornaments embedded on it. For those who have forgotten, please see chapter 31. Rob protested, hey! Little Ye's staff is too shabby, at least let me inlay an amethyst on it. Suafa didn't bother to pay any attention to him, and she went back to the room herself, and soon came out dressed as a poor maid in patched linen clothes. A poor master with a poor maid, cross-dressing completed. Rob looked at his new look, speechless, but thought it was fine if it was to learn a new class, so forget it. Anyway, in order to learn some skills in the game, the requirements were also extremely abnormal. Now, to learn a new class, he has to accept the requirements albeit reluctantly. Come on, we should go to Baron Newlin. Suafa pulled on Rob, blend in with his nephew and other noble children and go to Bright Road. In fact, Rob can find anyone who has been to Bright Road and use the portal scroll he made to open the portal to Bright Road and pass easily, but it would be ridiculous to suddenly appear in Bright Road. If you want to make your identity more secure, it is more appropriate to walk seriously into Bright Road directly from the city gate with the noble children, and then use the portal to go back and forth. He first told Lillian to wait at home and that he would be back in a few days. Then he told Shualu to help with the heating of the smelting furnace for a few days, so that he would not have to bother her whenever he came back. When these were arranged, Rob opened the back door of the chapel and sneaked into Baron Newlin's villa before dawn. Baron Newlin had been waiting at the back door for a long time. He did not bring any of his men, but came to meet Rob in person. Seeing Rob's black hair, looking handsome but ordinary, dressed in a whitewashed robe and holding a wooden staff, the Baron was embarrassed and whispered, "Godfather, I almost didn't recognize you when you were dressed like this. I had to look at your face very carefully to vaguely see who you are." Rob said with a smile, "Cross-dressing is called cross-dressing only if it is not recognized by others. By the way, come and see if there is something wrong with my family tree." He took out the family tree of the Smith family, and Baron Newlin looked at it carefully and couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, this spectrum is so flawless that even I, a member of the Wind Knights, can't see through it. No one else would see anything wrong. Coupled with my recommendation, no one will doubt your identity. By the way, I'm the only one in my family who knows about this. I haven't told anyone, not even my nephew." Rob smiled and said, "That's good. Then let me introduce you to my nephew now." Baron Newlin said with a smile, "There are also a group of children of other nobles who will set out for Bright Road together today. You will blend in and make sure that no one realizes who you are." Baron Newlin took Rob into the villa, waited with him in the drawing room, and sent a servant to call his nephew down. His nephew was dressed very solemnly today. Instead of wearing his full-body plate armor, he put on a silk robe that nobles liked, and he wore silk stockings, breeches, and eyeglasses. When he saw his uncle sitting in the living room with a young man, he was stunned, looked at Rob's whitened clothes and shabby wooden staff, and thought, "How can this kind of person sit with my uncle? Uncle usually likes to pretend to be a noble." However, even with such a thought, he dared not be rude to Rob and asked politely, "Who is this?" Baron Newland smiled and said, "Come on, you are both young people. Let me introduce you guys to each other." He first pointed to Rob and said, "This is the only survivor of the Smith family, Rob Smith." At the exit of this introduction, he made his nephew think, no wonder his uncles sat with him. Although he looked a little poor, he was a member of the Smith family after all. When the Smith family had not yet been destroyed, they were great wind magicians. "Uncle is giving the Smith family face." He hurriedly saluted Rob, "Hello." Baron Newland pointed to his nephew and said, "This is my nephew, Canty Morninglight. I think maybe I'm not very good at teaching because I couldn't teach him magic well. I just want him to try it in the School of Magic. Maybe he can learn something. Rob is not godfather now. So, pretending to be a young man, he can no longer be lazy in his chair as before." He stood up and told his nephew, "Hello." Baron Newland said to his nephew, "Canty, Rob will go to Bright Road with you today and sign up for the School of Magic. You will learn more from Rob along the way." "Huh? Are you also going to the School of Magic to study magic?" Canty smiled. Baron Newland said, "Do you think everyone is like you? If you can't learn family magic, will you have to go to the School of Magic? Rob has mastered wind magic from the bottom up, and this time he has to sign up to learn the magic item specialty when he goes to Bright Road." "Wow! Magic items!" Canty exclaimed, "This is not an easy course to learn. You have to have a considerable degree of practice on magic and have a deep understanding of how magic works before you can participate in the production of magic items. Your wind magic must be very strong, right?" Rob smiled, "A little, just a little." When he said he knew a little, Canty really thought he only understood it a little and didn't look into it. "Wait a minute," he said with a smile. "My brothers will be here soon, and when they all come, we'll set out together." Sure enough, not long after dawn, the nobles living in the second phase of the Wangjiang district came to the house of Baron Newland, who, as an elder, paid no attention to these young people. Unexpectedly, Canty was the leader of this group. He stood up and introduced Rob to them with a smile, and introduced them to Rob one by one, but Rob is not good at remembering Western names. After this, Rob couldn't remember their names. Instead, it was his name, Rob Smith, the same as Godfather, that was remembered by everyone present. Several large carriages drove slowly out of Westwind town drawn by 8 horses. The high-spirited second generations of the rich rode in a carriage, chatting, while their servants rode horses and guarded the outside of the carriage, forming a large procession and setting out towards Bright Road. Rob was naturally invited to the Morninglight family's carriage and sat with Canty, along with 2 other noble children, whose name Rob doesn't remember. On the other hand, Suafa, who dressed up as a poor maid, followed the carriage on a little mare. In order not to attract attention, she deliberately drooped her head and kept a very low profile. The boys were in high spirits, and there was a song coming from some carriages, which had a different flavor with the sound of horses' hoofs. After leaving Westwind town, they moved slowly along the official road to the southeast. The journey was quite boring, just listening to the few dudes talking non-stop, and in the evening, the team camped beside the official road to rest. They slept in separate tents, while the servants watched out in shifts and slept in the grass. Rob was a little distressed and wanted to ask Suafa to sleep in the tent with him, but after thinking about the woman's conservative character, he gave up. Plus she doesn't seem to mind sleeping in the grass and seems to like flowers and plants very much. 3 days passed in a twinkling of an eye, getting closer and closer to Bright Road. That afternoon, they had arrived less than 100 miles from Bright Road. Several noble children chatted for a while and picked up snacks and fruit wine to get high. After a few sips of fruit wine, a young noble in the carriage with Rob began to talk more. "Brothers, I'm not one who brags, but I have a super talent for magic. Since I was a child, my father praised me for being magical and learning very fast. Look, I can do fire magic." With a wave of his hand, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball was thrown out of the window and hit a big tree by the roadside. A small piece of bark was blackened, and the tree shook its leaves as if laughing at the power of the fireball. But the young noble didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, he said triumphantly, "You see, I have such strength only by self-study. When I enter the school of magic and study magic, I'll probably be able to fly." Rob doesn't know what to say. He really wants to tell the nobleman that the most elementary, scum, and useless LV.1 magician in the game, who has just started, is even better than him at throwing fireballs. But Canty clapped his hands and said, "George, your fireball is really great. To tell you the truth, I have studied wind magic with my uncle for many years, but I still can't blow out a fart. Alas, my level is far worse than yours." The noble, known as George, was happy, laughed, and comforted his brother. "Canty, you are good at swordsmanship. Although you are only a trainee knight now, you will become an official knight in a few years, right?" Canty said with a bitter face, "I haven't decided who to swear to and whose knight I'm going to be yet." George said with a smile, "Swear to Godfather to be his guardian knight." Rob was laughing in the dark. "But I don't think Godfather needs knights at all," Canty said. "Is there anything he can't handle by himself?" The two little nobles next to them thought about it carefully and found that this was true. Oh, yes. Probably the mention of Godfather reminded these young people of Rob Smith, who is sitting next to them and has the same name as Godfather. The guy named George turned to Rob and said, "I heard that you are an orphan of the Smith family, and you want to sign up to be a specialist in magic items. You must have a considerable degree of spiritual practice in wind magic, right?" Rob said, "A little, just a little." "How much do you know?" "It must be better than my fireball," George said. "Nonsense, if the fireball is not as powerful as yours, the world might as well bump into the tree next to you." Rob wanted to jump up and spit out this guy's trough, but he was now an ordinary fallen noble, so it was better not be too high profile, so he had to say faintly, "I can throw off a few ordinary wind blade skills." Oh. You can use the ordinary wind blade technique? That's really amazing." The several young people sighed together. "Too strong." "Strong? You guys seem to be 18 or 19 years old. Why are you so weak?" Rob really wanted to jump up and retort to them. While they were talking about this, suddenly, a guard outside shouted, "Ah, a royal caravan led by Gugu and Gigi." Hearing this, Rob thought to himself, "The royal caravan? They must be going to Westwind town to buy the iron ingots made by my mining company. When they come to Westwind town, they will be suspicious if they don't see me, who rarely leaves my stone stool. Fortunately, I am not far from Bright Road. As long as I walk into the city gate with this group of noble children, show my face, and report to the school, I can immediately open a portal and go back. They shouldn't arrive in Westwind town yet by the time I reach Bright Road." The two teams met head-on and said hello to each other, and then both teams began to move to the side. Rob's group went to the side of the road to make way for them as they're only second-generation nobles. Rob didn't care, but the people in the carriage were unhappy. George couldn't help whispering, "Well, what royal merchant, to put it nicely, he's just a merchant, can we still be noble? I can't believe they want us to make way. When I learn great magic in the school of magic and become a great magician, even Her Majesty will look up to me, and I will force them to make way for me every day. How crazy are you?" Rob really wanted to complain, "When you become a big shot, you won't even have the time for that." Another noble child also whispered, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. Do not deceive this poor youth. For those who look down on me now, I will hit them in the face in the future." "Rob, damn it. Which fantasy novel are you the protagonist of?" Only Canty, who had seen many things, was more stable. He just rolled his eyes and didn't say anything strange. At the moment when the two caravans were intertwined and huddled together in the narrow official road. Suddenly, there was a scream outside, "Ah!" The voice was crisp, right near the carriage. Then, the attendants, guards and servants on both sides exclaimed, "Arrow!" A cold arrow came. "Watch out! Protect the young masters!" The man from the royal caravan next to him was also shouting, "Protect Gugu and Gigi! Enemy attack! Beware of the arrows, those from the hills on both sides." "Ah! I got an arrow in the knee." There was a lot of noise outside, and the guards brushed the ground around the carriage, and their swords came out of their scabbards, and then there were messy footsteps, the sound of arrows breaking into the air, and the sound of guards, the sound of arrows being blocked by shields. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The faces of the young men in the carriage suddenly changed. Canty was all right though. He had seen the world recently, often helping Baron Newlin escort the caravans of sugar. The other two young men had faces full of fear, and the guy named George shouted to the outside, "What happened?" A guard shouted outside, "Master George, don't come out. We are surrounded by a large group of goblins and ogres. There is an archer opposite. Please protect yourself." On hearing this, George was scared into a fool on the spot and flinched behind Canty. "Can't, you have to cover me." The other, not much better than George, picked up the steel armor placed in the corner of the carriage, covered himself, and then lifted his shield, huddling himself together. Canty, the calmest of these men, picked up his breastplate, put it over him, fastened his armor, and exclaimed, "Goblin and ogres are not powerful enemies. Our guards are enough to take care of them. Don't panic." But inside, he was still very nervous, and his hands trembled slightly when he tied his armor. Just then, he suddenly found Rob sitting next to him, as steady as Mount Tai, not afraid at all, which made him a little curious. "Brother Rob, aren't you afraid?" Rob gave a "hey," suddenly thought of his own position, and hurriedly said, "I'm so scared, I'm too scared to move." Canty smiled and said, "Don't you know how to use wind blade? What are you afraid of, goblins? Let's throw 2 wind blades at them. I've seen my uncle's wind blade, and it was amazing. The goblins were cut it in half in an instant." "Oh, yes, I know how to use the wind blade." Rob pretended to wake up. "However, I have to see the enemy outside before I can release the wind blade, since once exposed in the window, I may be greeted by a bow and arrow, which is very dangerous." When Canty thought about it, "That seems to be so. Hide behind my shield, and we'll see what's going on outside." Canty fastened his breastplate, then picked up the shield, pushed it against the window of the carriage, and then looked carefully. Rob had to lean behind the shield and look out from the other side of the shield in order to maintain his position. There was chaos on the official road outside, and a large group of goblins were shooting arrows down from the hilltops on both sides of the official road. Everyone except the ones being protected huddled beside the carriages, using various things to block arrows, while waiting for a chance to shoot back an arrow up the hill. There was a lot of action occurring in mid-air, and from time to time someone screamed and fell to the ground, but fortunately there was a dark priest in Gugu and Gigi's group, who was constantly milking. Rob saw at a glance that his side was at a disadvantage, and that there were a lot of enemies. He could see hundreds without counting, and they occupied a high point, shooting down random arrows from the hilltops on both sides, and it was very difficult for people on the official road to resist. He was a little worried about the safety of Suafa, and hurried to find Suafa behind the carriage, but he saw her kneeling on one knee, holding up a plank, huddling her slender body behind the plank, on which there were several arrows, but she was unharmed and even looked a little leisurely. Well, although she was beaten by Rob, she was actually an elite of the Desert Kingdom, much better than the scum guards of the young nobles, not at all on the same level, but for fear of revealing her identity, she had to pretend to be weak. She keenly sensed that someone was looking at her, and looking, she found Rob poking his head out of the carriage window and looking at her, and she hurriedly made a "no problem" sign to Rob. The next second, she felt that she had an extra buff on her body. Yes, it was the blessing of the king who was once hated by all reform through labor prisoners. She understood that Rob was worried about her safety, and even though she had indicated that there was no problem, Rob was still worried and secretly gave her a blessing of the king. The feeling of concern from Rob made her heart tremble slightly, then she frowned, cursed herself for being too easy to cajole, and settled down so she couldn't see Rob. Canty yelled at Rob, "Brother Rob, use wind blade. Don't be in a daze. Your magic threatens the enemy on the hillside more than bows and arrows. When bows and arrows shoot enemies from low to high, their power will be weakened because of the drop, but magic does not have this problem. When playing low and high, magicians are much more useful than archers." Rob gave an "oh," pretentiously raised his stick and read the chant out of the window, "Eat grapes instead of grape skins, black fertilizer and ash." While reciting the insane chant, he thought to himself, "My magic is so powerful that I can blow up outside even if I throw one out at random. Anyway, they have little knowledge. They don't understand if I talk nonsense. But Gugu and Gigi are right next to me. If I throw a very powerful wind blade out, they'll know in an instant, won't they? I'll try to control it. Oh, I'll give myself a debuff." Rob slapped the skill of a soldier on his forehead. His original 7-figure intelligence was halved, but this is not enough. He gave himself the mental retardation of a magician, the mind block of a shadow priest, the modesty of the paladin, the weakness of the warlock. All the skills to reduce the intelligence of the class were used, and finally, his intelligence was reduced to 120. Rob felt that he became an idiot. 120 intelligence is simply embarrassing, forget it, in order to perfect camouflage, he'll use it. He finally finished reading the tongue twister, pointed forward with his staff, and shot out 2 wind blades. Wielding the broken staff that Little E used in his hand, together with Rob's current 120 intelligence blade, it fully produced what is called junk magic. The blade flew feebly up the hillside and cut into the waists of 2 goblins. The 2 goblins screamed twice, broke into 4 pieces, and green blood spilled all over the floor. "Wow, you did it. Brother Rob, you really know how to use wind blade," cried Kate. "You are so good. Although you are far weaker than Uncle, your level is rare among young people. Rob, I'll punch your lungs." Said Canty. "What do you mean by that? I don't understand." Rob said, "It's a dialect, there is no special meaning." Canty didn't look into it either. In fact, they were at war now, so he had no time to study the meaning of such a dialect. The goblins and ogres on the hillside also became agitated, and an ogre pointed to the carriage of Rob and shouted, "The wind blade flew out of that car. There are magicians in it. Arrows." A large group of goblin archers turned their attention, and the arrows kept shooting at the carriage. Startled, Canty quickly raised his shield against the window of the carriage. He only heard the sound of bumping. The shield did blocked God knows how many arrows, and the body of the carriage kept sounding. Many arrows were inserted into the wooden carriage. Some of the stronger arrows pierced the plank of the carriage, causing an arrow to protrude, which made George and the other guy cry. George screamed, "What should I do?" Originally, our carriage had not yet been targeted, but the wind blade attracted the attention of the enemy. The other man also cried, "Yes, I knew they wouldn't let this wind blade go." Canty turned and scolded, "Shut up, idiots. Raise your shields." "But which side should be shielded? There are arrows coming on both sides," cried George. Canty shouted, "Why don't you just sit back to back, idiots?" "Wow, Canty, you're so smart." George said, "Why can't you learn magic when you're so smart?" Canty. Rob almost laughed out loud, but quickly held back. He can't laugh at teammates in common hardship. Although they were fake teammates, as long as they don't mean anything, what's wrong with it? The 2 sat back to back, each raised a shield to protect both sides, and then the 2 were happy again, haha. "We are in an invincible position. Brother Rob, I think we can ignore them," Canty said. Rob nodded, "That makes sense. I can't see them. I can't see them. Again. Canty said, chant, and when you are finished, gently pat me, and I will remove the shield. You throw out the wind blade, and I will move the shield back immediately. How did you come up with such a tactic? Rob wanted to complain, but forget it. Let's play as he says. Anyway, we are a group of rich second-generation men, as long as we don't let Gugu and Gigi see it, it's fine. He began to chant again, and a few seconds later, Rob patted Canty on the shoulder. Canty understood, so he moved the shield out of the way. Rob swung his staff out, and 2 blades flew out of the window. Canty immediately moved the shield back, only to hear another sound of bumping on the shield, the sound of arrows being shot down by the shield. Then there was the scream of a goblin on the hillside, and someone roared, "That carriage! That damn carriage! There is a powerful wind magician in there. He must be killed. Push a rolling stone down and kill them." On hearing this, Canty's expression froze, and the 2 back-to-back shield people also froze. The smug men were frightened, and the 2 shouted together, "It's over. If they want to push the rock down, we are dead. Don't panic." Rob smiled and said, "Let them push. I have a solution. Canty, move the shield a little bit to the side, and I'll see how they push the stone." Canty moved the shield a little bit, and through the crack, several ogres were painstakingly pushing a large rolling stone on the hill. They were looking at Rob's carriage, figuring out how to roll the stone down to hit it. Rob smiled and said, "Do you see those ogres pushing stones? If I cut his left foot with a wind blade, he would fall to the left, and the stone would roll crooked and roll down the side of the hillside, where there are a group of goblin archers, hee." Canty said, "From so far away, can you accurately hit his left foot? Let's give it a try and you'll see." Rob smiled and said, "Ready. Good. Chant." While the 2 were discussing this, Gugu and Gigi were also desperately looking at the situation outside of their carriage. "Ah, there is a wind magician in the carriage of the noble children over there." Gigi obviously saw, that man is not weak. Such a long distance, with 2 wind-flying blades accurately hitting 2 goblins, his skill is quite good. It doesn't look like the actions of the second generation of waste nobles. Is it the birth of a promising young man? Oh, no, the ogres want to push a stone down to crush their carriage. That's not good. When Gugu and Gigi saw this, they could not help exclaiming, "Archers! Stop those ogres!" Several guards bent their bows and shot arrows at the hillside, but the arrows had lost a lot of momentum in the middle of the flight, and 2 goblin soldiers jumped out and blocked the arrows easily with their shields. Gugu and Gigi had no way to stop it, but watched helplessly as the ogre pushed the stone. "I hope that promising young man will not be crushed to death like this." At this time, Rob had just finished his spell, and then patted Canty on the back. Canty moved his shield and Rob waved his staff. Their surprise to his attacks before seemed to be an understatement. It contains Rob's experience in playing games for many years. He has carefully studied and practiced it countless times, and the angle and direction of each skill shot will lead to exactly where the skill will fly. 2 wind blades flew out of the window and drew 2 beautiful arcs in midair. The goblin, who lifted his shield, came up to block it again. However, unlike bows and arrows, wind blade is a magic attack. The shield on the goblin's hand can only resist physical attacks. For magic, it's weak against it. The wind blade cut the wooden shield on the goblin's hand in half, and even the goblin behind him was also cut in half, and then it continued to fly forward. The wind blade was impartial, cutting an ogre's left foot, and which instantly separated itself from its calf. When the ogre was shot, he fell down. At the same time, another wind blade whirled from another direction and cut on the other side of the stone. Although the power of the wind blade is not great, a gentle push was enough to upset the balance of the stone. The big stone rolled down toward the fallen ogre, rolled over him, snapped, squashed the ogre, and blood splashed out from under the stone. The big stone didn't stop piteously just because it squashed an ogre, and continued to roll. Originally, the ogres intended to push it down on Rob's carriage, but now it rolled sideways. Instead of coming at Rob, it rolled over to a group of goblin archers on the slope. The goblin archers were shooting arrows at the foot of the mountain, so they didn't expect that there would be an attack from behind, and it was an unreasonable huge rolling stone. When they heard the rumbling sound of huge stones rolling behind them, it was too late to even try to hide. The big stone rolled over them relentlessly, and the goblin patties came out all over the floor. The goblin archers next to them were startled and barked loudly. Then, all the goblin archers on that hillside were in chaos, especially those on the slope below the rolling stone. All of them stopped shooting at the foot of the mountain, abandoned their defensive positions, and ran to both sides in panic. All the people at the foot of the mountain were confused by this stone, especially Gugu and Gigi. They were just worried that the stone rolling down would kill the wind magician who seemed promising, but they didn't expect them to play such a game. Gugu couldn't help sighing, "What a precise wind blade." Gigi also said, "Although the power is average, the timing, angle and accuracy of this shot are amazing. This tricky move turned the rolling stone into our weapon, and the archer group on the hillside was put in chaos. Seize the opportunity created by the magician and fight back." The escort captain of the royal caravan shouted loudly, "Rush to the hillside and get rid of the archers." The captain is a soldier by profession and a trainee knight. Note, occupation and identity are not the same concept. In the real world, a trainee knight is just an identity, not a profession. Only in games is a trainee knight a profession. The captain shouted at the top of his voice, "Jump bravely." He slammed his feet on the ground, jumped on the hillside, and chopped down a goblin captain with one hit. Other guards rushed up to the hillside. On this side, the guards of the nobles also shouted, "Leave half the people here to protect the young masters and go." Canty glanced at the guards who were rushing towards the hillside, then turned to Rob and said, "Brother Rob, you can stay here to cast magic and provide remote support. I'm going to lead the guards to charge." "Huh? You want to charge?" George cried, "Don't go. It's too dangerous. It's much safer to stay here." The other rich second-generation loser also shouted, "Canty, don't die, just let the guards solve it." Rob also looked at Canty curiously, thinking, this guy is different from ordinary trash. It seems that he has a promising future. "I'm going, you protect yourself." Canty pushed open the door of the carriage and jumped out. As soon as he went out, George screamed, "Don't go, I'm so scared." Rob laughed, "Don't be afraid. I'm still here. You can hold my thigh first." When this was said, Rob found himself with his left leg and his right leg each holding an idiot. "Fuck." Rob looked at the two rich second generations shivering and said, "Is that what I meant when I said hold my thighs? Not only are you guys timid, but your IQ is also very problematic. I can't believe you want to learn magic with your IQ." They saw Canty charge up the hill. He raised his sword and hacked at several goblin archers. This guy's swordsmanship is okay. It is not a problem for him to deal with a few scum goblins. He chopped the goblin archers in 3 or 2 strokes, but he only dropped a few goblins before he turned around and saw a tall and powerful ogre. The ogre swung a huge wooden stick and swung it down at Canty. Canty fought with his long sword, and with a loud clank, he realized his opponent's strength was so strong that he almost couldn't stop it. His face was blue with fear. He didn't know what to do. At that moment, a wind blade flew from the side and accurately cut on the ogre's waist. The ogre broke in two. Canty was stunned. He turned to look at the direction of the wind blade and saw Rob waving to him and making an OK gesture. He waved to Rob and said, "We will be invincible if we join hands." Rob. At this time, Gugu and Gigi were watching the battle on their side, because they know how strong their guards are. On the contrary, they were very interested in the strength of the young rich second-generation nobles. "That knight is very good. I remember him. He is the nephew of Baron Newlin in Westwind town. I heard that he is not good at learning magic, but he is brave to fight. Other nobles just hide in the carriage, and only he rushed up the mountain with weapons. He has a bright future. He rushed in front, while the wind magician in the carriage supported him with magic in the rear, which was very powerful. They are both promising young people. After the battle, let's talk to them. Both of the two big merchants have seen the vast world and participated in many battles. But small scenes like the one happening in front of them was a first. Sure enough, the battle didn't take long. The goblin and ogres were not the opponents of the guards. Once there was no geographical advantage, they would be doomed. Soon, the battle was over. The battlefield was a mess, with goblin and ogre corpses lying on the hillside. A group of wounded guards were waiting in line for the treatment of the dark priests. The dark priest had a headache treating so many injured people alone. His magic power was consumed seriously after he healed people continuously. Fortunately, the caravan was the least short of money. Gugu and Gigi carried a lot of magic potions. Once the priest ran out of magic power, they would give him a magic restoration potion. It was getting late, so the team didn't leave. They left the official road and came to a small river nearby. They camped there. They put their carriages on the outside as walls and raised campfires in the middle. It was a happy and warm picture. The guards brought out all kinds of food, and barbecue was set up on the fire. The rich second-generation nobles came all the way from Westwind town, so they ate a lot. They even learned the barbecue game from Rob. They cut all kinds of food and vegetables into small pieces and baked them on the barbed wire. It looks much more elegant than the way that people like Gugu and Gigi used to do to roast a whole leg of lamb or a whole chicken on the fire. Gugu and Gigi could not help coming over and said with a smile, "Your barbecue style looks very new and unique." The nobles laughed. This is the way of eating invented by Godfather. It is elegant and high-end. Now it is a must for gentlemen in Westwind town. Since they heard it was made by Godfather, Gugu and Gigi stopped talking nonsense and wanted to learn it more quickly. However, the second generation of rich people are much poorer than Rob. Their barbecue can't use sesame oil to brush it, nor can they put pepper and soy sauce on it. Rob saw Canty take out a small glass bottle half full of pepper in it. He carefully sprinkled a little pepper on the barbecue, fearing that he would waste a little. Then he picked up the meat and threw it into his mouth, showing a very happy expression. It's really gentlemanly to eat barbecue like this. Rob had to secretly roast him. Were you influenced by your uncle? That everything should be related to being a gentleman. Gugu gave a thumbs up to Canty. Young man, your performance during the day was excellent. I saw that you charged up the hillside and cut down many goblins. You will become a brave warrior in the future. Canty said with a simple face, but I want to be a magician. Gugu. It's impossible. Gugu didn't know how to say it nicely, so had to change his words and asked, well, I saw 2 wind blades flying out of your carriage from time to time. It seems that there is a very good magician in your team. Can you introduce him to us? When this question was asked, the group of rich second-generation nobles looked at Rob at the same time. The eyes of Gugu and Gigi followed their eyes and saw a young man with black hair, good appearance, but ordinary temperament. He was wearing a whitewashed suit, with a simple wooden staff beside him. He did not wear silk stockings. He was wearing unfashionable and old-fashioned pants. Behind him stood an ugly maid in patched linen. Suafa made herself look ugly. The first reaction of the two men was, a fallen noble. Real nobles will not dress like this. These days, nobles are all wearing new silk dresses, knickerbockers, and the famous silk stockings produced by Westwind town, which makes them look noble. People like Rob must have no money at home to dress up, otherwise at least one of the most popular silk stockings should be on him. Canty said, brother's name is Rob Smith, grandson of John Rowland Smith, a famous magician of the Wind Knights. Huh. This introduction surprised Gugu and Gigi, the Smiths. 16 years ago, during the Black Dragon's flight, the Smiths were killed by the Black Dragon. Why are their orphans alive? Rob put on a deep face and threw out the prepared speech, well, don't laugh. I'm an illegitimate son. As soon as this was said, everyone's faces suddenly showed a sudden understanding. You can guess the following without Rob explaining. Rob continued, I was hidden in the countryside by my father when I was young. He didn't take me to the city. So, when the Black Dragon attacked the Black Earth Tower 16 years ago, I was living with my mother in the countryside. At that time, I hated my cold father very much, and even wanted to abandon my identity and become an ordinary civilian. Unexpectedly, I escaped a disaster because of this. Therefore, I don't hate him anymore. I'm the only one of the Smith family left, alone. I have to accept my identity, cheer up, and restore the prestige of the Smith family. The second-generation nobles nearby all showed a dignified look. Canty also came to pat Rob on the shoulder to comfort him, let go of the past. Gugu and Gigi are not so easy to fool. It's not uncommon for a country boy to come out and pretend to be a noble. There will always be one every few years. In the end, most of them are exposed to be fakes. Gugu put on a serious face, do you have any keepsake to prove your words? Rob opened his backpack, took out his family tree, the family emblem and the seal of the Smith family, and put a lot of messy things in Gugu's hand. Look, my mother gave it to me before she died. She said that an old servant brought it to her from the Black Earth Tower before the family collapsed. Gugu and Gigi picked up the genealogy and looked carefully. It seemed that they could not see through that it's a fake. They were surprised, since you have this thing in hand, why didn't you take it out earlier? You hid in the countryside until you were 20 years old. If you came out early, the kingdom would not treat you unfairly because of your grandfather's contribution to the kingdom of Gran. Rob pretended to smile bitterly, the Thunder Magicians are very powerful. Knowing that someone in the Smith family is still alive, they will definitely suppress me, so I hid in the countryside. Until last year when Her Majesty the Queen made a comeback and drove Mondra away, and the Thunder Knights also stood on Mondra's side, I felt the opportunity and decided to come out. When Gugu heard this, he had no doubts left. He even felt that the young man was good and could see the situation clearly. If he had gone out of the mountain a few years earlier, he would have to be tied down to Mondra. The Thunder Knights were great. As a wind magician, he would have been beaten down badly. The two of them were secretly sighing at Rob's cleverness. Then they heard him say, moreover, I hope I can make some achievements by my own efforts, not by the protection of my ancestors. Because no matter how powerful my grandfather is, he has passed away. If I don't give up the honor of my grandfather, I will never go far. What I want to do is to become a person who is greater than my grandfather. To create my own family of Smiths. The two of them clapped their hands together and said, well said. After that, they continued, I saw your use of wind magic in the battle just now. Although there is still a lack of power, I can see that you are very flexible in the use of wind magic. It's not rigid and full of imagination. I feel that you will definitely achieve great achievements in the future. Yes, I agree with you. Oh, by the way, are you going to the Bright Road now to sign up for the Magic Academy? Yes. George answered quickly, I'm going to learn fire magic and become a powerful fire magician. Gugu rolled his eyes at him, showing clearly that, I don't want to talk to you, expression. George couldn't continue. His face was stiff. Rob couldn't help laughing. He hurriedly helped George out of the predicament and said, yes, I want to apply to learn magic items production to learn how to make magic item, because I feel that powerful magic experts are everywhere and it's meaningless to develop in this direction, but few people know how to make magic items. If I can learn this, I can work for the Queen. Gugu nodded and said, that's good. By the way, there's a problem. Maybe it's a little offensive. But do you have enough tuition? If you have any difficulty in this respect, I can help you. The tuition fee of the magic school was 100 gold coins, which is not a small number. Rob's whitewashed clothes and wooden staff were telling the two tragic big words, no money. Rob smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. A member of the Wind Knights has decided to sponsor me, so I don't lack tuition now." "Oh, that's good," he muttered. "We are going to the Westwind town to buy some iron ingots. About 6 or 7 days later, we will return to Bright Road. If you have any difficulties, just come to us." Rob smiled and said, "Thank you very much." "Oh, right. You need a new set of clothes first. Don't let other rich children look down upon you. I happen to have many new clothes there. I'll give you one." After saying that, he turned around and said to the guard next to him, "Go and get some clothes. By the way, there is a lot of black silk stockings. Bring them too." Hearing this, Rob almost died on the spot. Silk stockings? F***K the silk stockings. I brought this thing to this world to see the beautiful legs of the girls, not for myself. Can't be a big boss in women's clothes. He quickly said, No, my mother taught me from an early age that if I didn't do anything, I shouldn't gain anything. I didn't do anything for you, so I couldn't accept your generous gifts shamelessly. Moreover, I'm very satisfied with the suit on me." "Oh," he praised, "it's not easy for young people to have a temperament like you." Nowadays, the playboys of the rich second generation were all very proud and liked to dress up, fearing that they would be looked down upon. But the young man in front of them was wearing a set of old clothes, long trousers that were not popular, and he was even very satisfied with his own clothes. It was rare to see a young man of this quality. He took out a piece of parchment and quickly wrote a lot of words on it. Then he took out his own seal and covered it with a red print. He handed it to Rob and said, "Then I'll give you an introduction letter. You don't need to take the admission test. You can be directly admitted by the Junior Department of Magic Item Production." It was still useful to Rob and could save him a lot of trouble, so he accepted it with a smile. "By the way, why are there so many goblins and ogres here?" George muttered in a low voice, "We're less than 100 miles away from Bright Road. I thought it should be very peaceful, but it turned out to be more dangerous than Westwind Town." Gugu muttered, "We don't know either. Recently, goblins and ogres have been very active. They often come out of the woods to attack caravans. Although we have killed a lot of them, there are still a lot of them." Speaking of this, he looked at the Black Pine Mountains in the north with a little worry. The towering mountains were covered with black pine trees. "I always feel that something is wrong in the forest, but unfortunately we don't have the manpower to figure out what happened inside now." After chatting for a while, they had nothing to talk about. After all, he was a middle-aged man and couldn't play with a group of young and rich second-generation noble. After praising Rob for a while, they went back to their own place to have a rest, while the young people on this side began to talk about the battle today. These two young men from rich families had little practical experience. They were usually those who were well off and far away from the war. Today, they watched a battle at a close distance, but they were inexplicably excited and couldn't sleep at all. Rob didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He took a piece of cloth for supporting the land, walked to a tree near the river, opened the cloth, and laid down. Suafa followed him and sat down quietly beside him. Rob smiled and patted the seat beside him. "Do you want to lie down and sleep with me? Do you think it's possible?" "I think it's possible." Rob said, "I'm so hot and handsome." "But you are wearing ordinary makeup now. You are not handsome." Rob also retorted, "You also put on ugly makeup. You are not beautiful." Hearing his words, Suafa's eyes lit up. "Hey, since I'm so ugly, how dare you flirt with me? I'm now lying next to you and holding my ugly face close to you. I can't believe you still want to do it this way." Rob couldn't help laughing. "You underestimate men too much. Let me tell you, only ghosts care about your beauty or ugliness after turning off the light. If you don't believe me, you can come and have a try. This logic battle couldn't be continued, so the rope had to snort. She sat down against the tree, crossed her arms over her knees, and put her forehead on her knees. Then she fell asleep. Rob thought she had fallen asleep, but at midnight, she suddenly opened her eyes, frowned and whispered, "The atmosphere in the forest is very unusual. It seems that something is stirring inside." "Oh? You haven't slept yet?" Rob was woken up by her and said unhappily, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there is a ghost in the forest or not. As long as we don't attack it, it has nothing to do with us." On the second day, the two teams got up early and continued to move towards the Westwind town. The carriages of the rich second-generation nobles advanced towards Bright Road. The two sides greeted each other in the middle of the official road. The Green Mountain does not change, the Green River flows, and thoughtfully, they moved forward on their own paths. 100 miles was not far. After more than a day's walk, Rob finally saw the well-known Bright Road. It was a city built in a valley, with steep cliffs on both sides. A natural canyon was formed in the middle of the cliffs, and Bright Road was stuck in the middle of the canyon, becoming the most important link between the east and the west of the Black Pine Mountains. It was a very large city. The core of the main city was surrounded by long, black walls. Of course, it was said that this wall used to be white, but since the Queen took over Bright Road and the Church of Darkness took over the Church of Light, the city wall had been painted black. Of course, the core of a huge city with a population of hundreds of thousands of people was not the only part that was important. Outside the walls, there were a large number of farmland which spread everywhere along the hillside. A river courses passed through the middle of the fields, and several water machines and spiral pumps were lined up on both sides of the river. They got off the carriage and walked towards the gate. Seeing the farmland and the water machines around him, George became complacent. He pointed at the water machines by the river and said with a smile, "Look, everyone. Those water machines were built by the craftsmen of my father's organization, Westwind Town." The rich second-generation nobles beside him curiously asked, "Eh? It was brought here by your father? How much did you make?" George laughed and said, "I didn't make anything. The money is mainly for the craftsmen. My father has gained fame, you know." "Fame." "The Queen has personally met my father and thanked him for bringing the water machine technology from Westwind Town, which means he has made a great contribution to the royal family." Ha ha ha. The two young men looked at George with admiration. George said proudly. But Canty looked at the farmland with a little worry and whispered, "Something is wrong." George asked, "Oh? What's wrong?" "These fields seem to be planted with all kinds of beetroot." The other nobles asked, "What's wrong?" "Damn it. The main business of our family is the sugar factory, and we have planted a large number of beetroot. If there are so much beetroot being planted on Bright Road, our family's sugar industry will be affected." Bright Road, after all, was a road of brightness. It had a large population and a strong foundation. Once the large area of the plant was planted here, and when time comes the harvest, their output will be dozens more than that of Westwind Town. Likewise, the technology of making sugar was not very complicated. It was just that if the sugar was boiled and dried, anyone could make it. At that time, Bright Road would be a place full of sugar. Hurry up. Send the news to Westwind Town and tell my uncle that Westwind Town has planted a large number of beetroot. Ask him to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible." The servant was smart and ran away immediately. With a heavy look on his face, he was not in the mood to talk nonsense. He lowered his head. Rob stood aside, watching silently, pretending that he didn't know what sweets were. They walked slowly to the gate of Bright Road. The closer he got to the city walls and gates, the more mysterious and powerful magic he felt. Bright Road seemed to be enveloped by some magic. He looked around and immediately found that there were many strange magic runes drawn under the city wall. Although Rob was very powerful, his ability to recognize magic runes was almost zero. He had to ask the people beside him, "What is painted there?" Hearing his question, George immediately became complacent. "Huh, Brother Rob, your wind magic is very powerful, but you grew up in the countryside. Don't you know the ways of this big city?" Rob smiled and said, "Yes, since Sir George has seen a lot, please teach me." George said with a smile, "All the serious military strongholds and important cities will draw all kinds of defensive runes inside and outside the city walls. Look, that is the anti-space enchantment, which is used to defend all the magic of space. In a word, it doesn't allow the transmission magic of the enemy to open directly in the city." Rob understood at once, space magic defense. "Yes," George said. Rob raised his finger and said, "Brother George, you know a lot." George was a typical type of man who would be proud as soon as he was praised. He laughed and said, "Look over there. It's an enchanted barrier to stop flying items, and there is also a magic enchanted barrier for fire painted over there." After listening to his introductions, Rob gradually understood that the capital of a country was really different from the small place like the Westwind town, and the defensive level was completely different. There were more than a dozen kinds of magic arrays on Bright Road, and all of them were large magic arrays, which required a large number of ogres to draw around the city for a few days. Perhaps during this short period of peace, the main job of the magic team was to maintain these magic arrays. But Rob didn't care about the other magic arrays, only the space magic defenses was a little annoying. He planned to build a long-term portal between Bright Road and Westwind Town and steal the technology of making magic tools at Bright Road. After that, he would go back to the Westwind Town to play his simulated city again through the portal. If this damn space defense existed, wouldn't it be impossible to open a transmission portal? He would have a try later. If he couldn't, he had to sneak out of the city after school every day, and then open the transmission door outside the city to go back to Westwind Town. It would be troublesome to think about. Of course, the two words, trouble, would never shake a man like the Grinding Emperor. The Grinding Emperor was born not to be afraid of trouble. No matter how troublesome the class and magic was, if he said that he must learn it, then, he must max it out with no exceptions. The group of people slowly arrived at the city gate. The magnificent gate of Bright Road was right in front of everyone. The city gate was actually blocking people. Yes, it was blocking people. Two large groups of the rich squeezed at the gate of the city and were queuing up to pay the tax. The reason why he could tell at a glance that they were from the two different rich groups was, of course, because of their clothes, as well as a large number of servants and guards that came and went around them. In fact, Rob's group was the same. Except for Rob, who only had a maid, everyone else had many guards and servants with them. They formed a large group. The guards counted their heads one by one and then collected the tax according to their heads. Moreover, the guard had to greet some people who looked familiar. "Jacob XXX, nice to meet you again. Are you sending your son to school? XXX, is your daughter also going to learn magic? Wow, that's really promising." Such nonsense had seriously slowed down the speed of tax collection, causing the city gate to be blocked. From the guards' familiarity with these people, it could be seen that these nobles were never that far from the center of power. If he was the kind of noble who often came to Bright Road to show his face, the guard could recognize him at a glance, but he only knew one of the people from their group from Westwind Town, that was, Canty. This did not mean that the Morninglight family was close to the power center. It was just that their sugar caravans had come to Bright Road 2 times already, and the group was led by Mr. Canty, so the city guard could recognize the family of Canty and remember his face immediately. Just as the city guards and the nobles greeted each other and counted the number of people before collecting the tax, a group of people in black armor came to the gate of the city. Their black armor was very thick, with a heavy and simple look. This kind of black armor could only be worn by one group in the entire kingdom of Gran, which was the personal guard knight team of the former king, the Black Earth Knights, the former royal knights. Rob had met this knight team once, when he saved Elsie and his 300 Templar knights. He had fought with a swordsman from the Black Earth Knights, but Rob didn't bother to ask his name or position at that time, but judging from his ability to lead an army of 1,000 people, he shouldn't be a nobody. See Chapter 112.5 for the friend you forgot. The group of Black Earth Knights quickly drove away the guards at the city gate, and then announced loudly to the people who hadn't entered the city behind them, "There is an emergency in the city, and now strict inspection begins. Everyone who wants to enter the city must identify themselves. Guards, servants and other people whose identity cannot be verified must be guaranteed by the master, or they are not allowed to enter the city." The people in front of them had just entered the city, so it was fine. But Rob's group was still stuck outside the city gate, so they couldn't enter. They had to have an inspection. The group of second-generation nobles were unhappy. However, before they said anything, someone shouted behind them, "What are you doing? Who do you think we are? It's an insult to us." A noble's son happened to walk in front out of nowhere and hit the black armored knight with his shoulder in front of him and said in a strange tone, "I won't let you check my body. Will you still chop me up?" The knight was a little embarrassed. He took a step back and said, "Sorry, please show me something that can prove your identity." "I won't." The noble's son took another step forward and continued to hit the knight's chest with his shoulder. "I won't. If you dare to touch me, you can try. My father is—" But before he could finish his words, a black figure suddenly popped out from the side. It was also in black armor, looking very heavy, but it was very agile. In an instant, it flew far away and grabbed the shoulder of the rude noble's son. The noble boy was pretending to be powerful, but before he could tell his father's name, he was turned around, swung, and fell. His whole body was swung in a big circle like the spinning arm of a windmill, and then his back hit the ground. It seemed that he was in great pain. The noble children next to him covered their faces and couldn't bear to look straight at him. The guy who was thrown directly had fainted with his eyes rolled back. At this time, everyone saw clearly that the person who did the action was a female knight in black armor, who looked about 20 years old. Her snow-white skin, brown hair, and pair of clear and beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, her body was covered by the heavy iron armor, and no one could see her figure, but only by her vigorous and powerful smash just now, they could see that she couldn't be very thin. With a clatter, the guards of the noble rushed up, but the group of knights in black armor rushed forward, and the guards immediately withered in resolve. With their status, if they dared to fight with the Black Earth Knights, they would definitely be killed on the spot. The woman kicked the boy who had just made trouble. Seeing that he had fainted, she said calmly, "Search him." From his tone, he should not be a bad person. He must be a young master with a high status and a powerful father. We can probably find some sort of item to identify him on his body. The knights next to her answered in unison, "Yes." The guards of the noble children couldn't help but shout, "Since you have known that he is not a bad man, why did you throw him?" The woman knight said calmly, "Since your young master also knows that my subordinate is a soldier of the Black Earth Knights, why did he try to bully him? Just because he is superior to a soldier in status? In that case, I can bully him because of my high status. Doesn't he deserve it?" The guards were rendered speechless. Now no one spoke. Rob, who was watching them from behind, asked in a low voice, "Who is that woman? She has a very high status and is very powerful. She can refuse to give face to anyone. She really has the qualification. She is the head of the Black Earth Knights, also known as the head of the Royal Knights, Duke Madeline." Rob exclaimed, "She is a duke at such a young age?" Duke was the greatest title that's right beside the king. Canty whispered, "The former head of the Black Earth Knights is her father. Back then, he fought the Black Dragon with the old king and died in the battle with the king and his wife, while she inherited the title of her father and his loyal subordinates of the Black Earth Knights. At that time, she was also young and chased by Mondra with the princess at the same age. They escaped to the lost city together. She was the most trusted subordinate and friend of the queen. In this city, no one could compare with her to her, and no one has more trust than her. Whoever she wants to bully will have to endure it. Rob laughed. I see. That's interesting. The Black Earth Knights took several identification items from the young man who had been knocked unconscious, and the family mark proved his identity. They then threw him back to his servants, and the servants quickly lifted young master up and entered the city with mud all over their faces. The rest of them didn't dare to make any noise anymore. They obediently handed over the identifications and lined up to pay the tax into the city. Soon, it was the turn of Rob's group. The young nobles from Westwind town didn't want to find any trouble anymore. After all, even Newlyn, the most powerful nobleman in Westwind town, was only a normal man here. He could still pretend to be powerful in a small town, but in places like Bright Road, that can't be possible. George walked in front of them and handed over his family mark obediently. He introduced himself to the Black Earth Knights and asked them to check it. Canty, relying on his familiar face, leaned over and whispered, "What on earth has happened? Why are you so nervous? Why are you so nervous to the point that even nobles like us are so strictly investigated?" A black-armored knight said in a low voice, It's Canty. Thank you for the candy you gave me last time. My wife and child like it very much. This is a secret, but there have been a series of assassinations in the city, and they were all big shots." "What?" asked Canty. The knight said in a low voice, "In just a few days, a marquis and 3 earls have been assassinated. It's a very serious event. The Queen ordered to block Bright Road, and everyone in and out of the city should be carefully examined." Rob couldn't help but exclaim, "Conan style." The group of people turned to him and asked, "Who is Conan?" Thinking of his position, Rob quickly put away his strange words and pretended to be simple. "Oh, I just thought of a friend of mine from the countryside." The knight didn't want to talk to Rob any more. He turned around and said to Canty, "Canty, don't walk around on the street at night. It's not safe even if you take the guards with you." One of them was a marquis. He himself and the guards were a total of 20 people. All of them have been killed, and the whole street was stained with blood. Rob thought, it seems that it is not like Conan. This is not an assassination, but mass murder. While speaking, the knight suddenly thought of something. "Why didn't you bring the caravan here this time? Don't you sell candies?" "I'm here to sign up for the magic school," said Canty awkwardly. The knight was speechless. The subtle silence lasted for 5 seconds before the knight uttered, "You're smart, so you can learn magic. What's with the subtle pause just now?" The knight looked at him and said, "Since you are here to learn magic, you must stay at the magic school tonight. Don't leave the school tonight. Anyway, it hasn't been recently." At this time, the young nobles in front of them had already confirmed entry. It was Rob's turn. He walked over and took out his forged identification. If these fake certificates could pass this test, Rob's fake identity would be stable. But if he was seen through here, he would not be surrounded and beaten by the Black Earth Knights on the spot. This was Bright Road, the capital of the West Gran. If something happened here, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of the entire army of West Gran. Although Rob could defeat the 10,000 soldiers of the Desert Kingdom, the strength of the West Gran was far greater than that of the Desert Kingdom. There were so many troops in the army. No matter how powerful Rob was, he couldn't win, right? With this thought in her mind, Suafa's body also entered the state of battle. Every nerve in her body collapsed tightly, and she was ready to fight at any time. Her hands were hanging on both sides, ready to take out a dagger from her waist for a moment to fight. She had even calculated the shortest escape route. At this moment, Rob suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed her hand. Being grabbed by the man, she wanted to shake off his hand subconsciously, but she immediately remembered that her current identity was Rob's maid. If she shook off his hand in front of countless people, she was afraid that they'd be exposed on the spot, so she had to endure it for now. She had thought that Rob would take advantage of her, but she didn't expect that Rob would just gently pat the back of her hand, indicating her to rest assured, before he took his hand back. He was an unexpected gentleman. This guy is so brave. He is not afraid even in such a place. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that this guy didn't even care about the soldiers of West Gran. A pile of fake identity paper fell into the hands of the Black Earth Knights. Several of them were looked through carefully. With their identity and insight, how could they see whether it was true or not? Back then, Baron Newlin was also an important official of the former king, and had a very good relationship with the Black Earth Knights. When these knights saw that Rob was the only child of the Smith family, they could not help but feel warm. Several people also came over and patted Rob on the shoulder. Although they did not say anything, he felt a sense of intimacy from them. A knight walked to Duke Madeline and whispered. Therefore, the female duke in black armor walked towards Rob and looked at him carefully from head to toe. Being stared at by the duke, a normal person's heart would have trembled in excitement. But Rob had no such problem. Instead, he looked back at Madeline and also looked at the little sister from head to toe. TSK, she really is beautiful. Although she is not as beautiful as the Queen of West Gran, her image and temperament are the best. The only pity is that her heavy iron armor covered her whole body and her chest could not be seen. Same with her waist and hip. What kind of woman was she if people couldn't see these three places? You are the son of fourth uncle, a member of the Smith family? Madeline asked seriously. Fourth uncle? Rob's heart jolted when he heard this. Your mom. Is this woman very familiar with my fake father? How could he be called fourth uncle? Damn it. What the hell is going on? He braced himself and replied, yes. Madeline's next words relieved him. I was only 5 years old at that time, and I couldn't remember many things clearly. But fourth uncle often gave me honey, and I still remember that. Oh, you were only 5 years old at that time. Rob calmed down from this. A 5-year-old child doesn't know anything. I'm afraid he can't remember anything. Ha ha ha. Before he could laugh, Madeline said, I still remember that fourth uncle often teased me and said that I will marry his son when I grew up. I didn't expect to see his son now. Pang! Rob almost spat out a mouthful of blood 5 meters long. Her subordinates were also confused. Rob, I bought a watch last year. Why are you gasping for breath? In other words, you want to kill all of us? Rob was almost driven crazy by the woman's sudden turn of words. He had no strength to be angry and said weakly, I'm sorry. I grew up in the countryside and was raised by my mother. I've never seen my father since I was a child. I'm completely unaware of what happened with my father in the past. I don't admit that I have such a father, so I won't be responsible for what he said in the past. Well, don't worry. I didn't ask you to take responsibility. Madeline said seriously, although I was only 5 years old at that time, I was not stupid enough to accept the marriage between the nobility by such means. The Smith family and my family were both famous families at that time, and our marriage could not be settled by a joke. How could I agree? Moreover, not long after that matter, the Black Dragon came. My father died, and so did your father. Our two families were no longer what they used to be. Rob was speechless. You were only 5 years old and you know all these? You are indeed the best friend of that damn woman. As the saying goes, the closer one is the darker one is. The bestie of that damn woman was also a damn woman, full of schemes. Madeline stretched out her right hand to Rob and said, We are the only survivors of our clans. I hope you can give us more advice in the future. Rob shook hands with her, but he didn't hold the girl's soft hand. Instead, he held the cold iron gloves. He even felt a faint dark magic flowing on the girl's palm. It was obvious that she had prepared a black magic in advance when she shook hands. If Rob suddenly hurt someone, she could immediately react. How insecure was she? Even at the gate of the capital city, her subordinates had to prepare magic to shake hands with others. Rob didn't play any tricks and shook her hands seriously. Madeline didn't say anything more. Seeing that Rob entered the city and followed the other young nobles to the magic school, she suddenly waved her hand and shouted, "Fourth uncle was very good to me back then. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me." Rob turned around and nodded at her. Then he continued to follow the second-generation nobles. After walking far away, Canty said in a low voice, "Brother Rob, the Duke Madeline is very fond of you. With her taking care of you, you can be free at Bright Road from now on. No one will dare to hurt you except the Queen." Rob laughed and said, "You're joking. How can a man rely on a woman to cover him? Shame. I will only rely on myself." Canty laughed, "Don't treat her as a woman, she's a duke." Rob smiled and said nothing. Seeing the calmness and ease on his face, Canty thought, it seems that Rob is arrogant and relying on women. Oh, it's really a waste. If my family can be trusted by the Queen and the Duke, it will be a great opportunity for us to fly, tsk, the resources. They walked through the streets of Bright Road. Rob observed what big cities in this world looked like. Sure enough, it was the capital of the empire. The city was so huge that it was not like Westwind town. The street was incomparably prosperous and packed with people. There were shops everywhere on both sides of the street, selling weapons, food, cloth, spices. There were all kinds of them, and even an adventurer guild. Rob saw the Royal Dessert Shop at a glance. There was a big advertising board hanging at the door of the shop, on which there was a picture of pudding. Next to it, there was a brochure, "New products are on the market. Pudding, a specialty of Westwind town, worth 2 gold coins. The quantity of goods is limited. If you want to buy it, hurry up." Pointing at the advertisement, George laughed and said, "It only takes 50 copper coins to buy things from Godfather in Westwind town. It's so funny to spend 2 gold coins for it here. Yes, I used to think I was a woodlouse. But now that I'm here in Bright Road, I feel that the people here are woodlice, ha ha ha." The rich second-generation's nobles laughed together. Their laughter was full of superiority. Seeing these two goods, Rob just wanted to shake his head. At this time, one of them pointed to the front and shouted, "Ah, look! That's the Church of Darkness. It used to be called the Church of Light, but now it's all black." Following the direction he pointed, a magnificent church stood in front of him on the right. The overall style was black. On the open space in front of the church, there was a huge statue of the God of Darkness. A large group of priests and nuns in black robes, as well as believers, came in and out of the church. Rob had already known a lot of things from the two little dark nuns. The headquarters of the Church of Darkness was located in the city of Lost on the southwest coast of the continent. The Church of Darkness in Bright Road was rebuilt from the Church of Light. It was now the second largest Church of Darkness in Funma continent. There were countless experts, dark priests, dark nuns, knights, and judges. They were extremely powerful. In fact, without the help of these people, the Queen wouldn't have been able to forcibly grab so many territories from Mandra. Rob lifted his foot and walked towards the Church of Darkness. He had to light up the waypoint. In the game Dark Blade, the way to light up a waypoint of a city was to go to the cemetery of the church. Only in a city with a lit-up waypoint could the portal be opened. "Hey, Rob, what are you doing going there?" asked Canty. Rob said, "Such a large church seems to be very influential. I have never seen it in the countryside. If I want to go in and have a look, the church won't reject tourists, right?" The other rich second-generation nobles who had never been to Bright Road also cheered up, Okay, let's go inside and have a look." Therefore, they left their servants and guards outside the church, and the group went into the church together. Rob didn't go directly to the cemetery, in case his movements were too suspicious. He asked the two rich second-generation nobles to lead the way, and he followed them quietly, so that no one would doubt him. The two young men who were walking in front of him were immediately welcomed by a dark priest. They were talking about the teachings of the God of Darkness. Anyway, the two religions in Westwind town were united into one, and everyone could recite a few words from their Bibles, no matter it was the Bible of Light or Bible of Darkness. The rich young nobles were skillful in dealing with the dark priest. Rob followed them. The two were traveling around in the Church of Darkness. When they turned to the back of the church, Rob saw the cemetery on the left, but the two obviously didn't want to go to the cemetery, so he deliberately dragged them to the end of the hall, so while the two didn't notice, he rushed into the cemetery on the left. As soon as he entered, Rob saw a common instruction from the game Dark Blade, Jump Up. Waypoint was recorded successfully, and he immediately used the magic of Transmission Portal. He saw two options appear in front of him, Westwind Town, Bright Road. As long as one of them was chosen, a transmission portal would open. However, Rob was not sure whether the transmission portal could open successfully or not, because the whole Bright Road was surrounded by the anti-space magic arrays. According to George, that kind of enchantment would block all the magic of the space system and prevent the enemy from teleporting in and out of Bright Road. Rob didn't know whether his portal would be blocked by the enchanted barrier or not, so he had to test it. Obviously, it was not a good time to do experiments now. When it was dark, he could find a quiet place to do experiments. Anyway, the waypoint had been opened. Rob has activated the waypoint at Bright Road. When he was about to get out of the cemetery and return to the two young nobles, he suddenly saw a large group of people standing in the corner of the cemetery in the distance. Some were in black armors and some were in black robes, forming a large circle. It seemed that they were doing something in the middle, but there were too many people outside, so he couldn't see clearly. Rob looked in that direction, and several people in black armor stared at him with vigilance. Rob thought to himself, they are heavily guarded. It seems that there is some big shot inside. Human curiosity is very strange. The more others cover it, the more you want to see what's in it. Rob couldn't escape this strange circle. He couldn't help but take 2 steps in that direction. But because he did so, he's in some trouble now. The group of people in black armor roared 2 times, and then a small group rushed over and instantly completed encircling Rob. One of them questioned loudly, "Who are you? How dare you spy on Her Majesty?" Rob said, "So you are surrounding the Queen." He quickly changed his tone, "Her Majesty." "You know the answer," a man in black armor said angrily. "Don't you see the mark on my armor? It's the mark of the Queen's royal guard." Rob said, "You were so far away from me that I couldn't see it clearly. I wanted to come closer to have a look, but you rushed over and surrounded me. I didn't have time to see the small mark on your armor." The man in black armor was speechless. Well, that makes sense. They were indeed a little too nervous. The main reason was that Bright Road has not been peaceful recently. Several big shots were assassinated in a row, which made the guards a little nervous. When they saw the suspicious person, they couldn't help but move without their brains. When they were in a daze, a woman's voice came from afar, "Don't be so nervous. That young man didn't do anything. You don't have to treat him like this." Rob recognized that it was the voice of the Queen. Rob often heard this voice. He had heard it more than 100 times on the phone. The guards bowed, and quickly returned to the Queen and surrounded her again. This time, Rob could walk over and have a look. When he got closer, he looked inside through the gap between the guards. It turned out that the Queen was doing a strange ceremony. A black magic array was drawn on the ground, and more than a dozen dark priests stood beside the magic array, forming a circle. In the center of the magic array, there was a skeleton. Obviously, the skeleton had just been dug out from a tomb, and there was an open tomb beside it. The Queen, dressed in a black robe, led a large group of dark priests to chant the curse. After a long time, she suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Come out." Soul of number 32. A soul popped out of the ground. It was translucent and green. No one could see its face. The princess grabbed the ghost and stuffed it into the skeleton on the ground. The magic array on the ground lit up a black light and rushed up into the skeleton. Then the skeleton shook its hands, feet and got up. With a click, it knelt on one knee, opened its mouth and said, "Ah. My respected queen, your loyal servant number 32 can serve you again." It turned out that this guy was necromancer Rob had killed with the tracking arrow in the depths of the Black Pine Mountain Range. The queen actually resurrected him in this way. No, it can't be called resurrection. The queen said, "It took me too much time to prepare the dead reincarnation items and arrays. I finally got all the materials a few days ago. Now half a year has passed since you died. Sorry for keeping you waiting." Number 32 said, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. The queen is willing to spend so much energy on a subordinate. It's already a great favor. I'm grateful." "Well, let's talk." The queen raised her hand. Number 32 stood straight. A staff was handed over to him. He took it and held it in his hand. A skeleton that held a staff looked very funny. Fortunately, someone immediately handed over a black robe and a hat of a magician. He put on his black robe and hat, and instantly seemed like part of the Witcher, which was quite stylish. He raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, I hope I can afford my dereliction of duty. I will gather a skeleton army again to attack Westwind town and redeem myself." "That's unnecessary," the queen said flatly. "The war is temporarily over. Now you are in Church of Light of Bright Road. But now, it's called the Church of Darkness." There was a drop of sweat on the skull of number 32. "What happened during the half a year since I died? Someone will tell you." The queen turned around and left. "I'm tired. I'll go back to the palace first. You go to number 1 and ask him about the current situation and your future arrangements." "Yes." Number 32 bowed, his ribs colliding with each other, making a cracking sound. Rob couldn't help but burst into laughter. Originally, Rob stood aside silently and no one paid attention to him. But his smile immediately broke the vegetables. The large group of people looked at him, including the queen who had just released the dead reincarnation. As soon as the queen saw Rob, she felt a strange feeling, as if she had seen him somewhere, or perhaps she had never seen him before. After all, the disguise technique could only change some external things, and it was difficult to completely change a person's overall temperament. The queen looked at Rob in front of the crystal ball every day, and she didn't know how many times she had looked at Rob do things, such as eating, taking a bath and rubbing out equipment. She was very familiar with him, so it would be strange if she didn't notice anything at a glance. As a queen, she was not in the mood to pay attention to a passerby, but now she couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Seeing the queen's expression, Rob knew it would be terrible. He lowered his head and his voice. Then he threw out all the arrangements of the Smith family, indicating that he was coming to the magic school. Hearing that, the queen thought to herself, "It turns out that he is from the Smith family. No wonder I feel that I have never seen him before. Maybe I have seen his father when I was a child." After dispelling the doubts in her heart, she said lightly, "So you are from the Smith family. At that time, your grandfather and father were both loyal to the royal family and my father. They were the backbone of the Kingdom of Gran. I am looking forward to seeing you take over their responsibilities and become the backbone of the new generation of the Kingdom of Gran." "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty," said Rob. The queen said to the guards beside her, "Tell the magic school that his tuition should be spared." Then she stopped talking nonsense. The magic just now made her consume a lot of dark magic power and she was a little tired, so she took the guards back to the palace. Number 32 followed the queen and her companions with his confused skeleton face. Rob shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the cemetery. He couldn't find the two young nobles. When he returned to the gate of the Church of Darkness, he saw the two were waiting for him there. Canty smiled and said, "Brother Rob, where have you been just now?" George said, "You've missed a good thing. The Queen just came out of the church and walked past us not far away. The #1 beauty of the Kingdom of Gran really lives up to her reputation. Seeing her face at a close distance, my heart is melting. You can only see that the Queen is not someone like us." George lowered his head and said, "If my father is a duke, maybe I will have a chance." The others shook their heads and said, "What a pity. What a pity. My father is not doing that well." Looking at these two, Rob wanted to laugh. "How dare you blame your father for being disappointing? Don't you know what kind of person you are? 20 years later, your son will blame you for being disappointing. What's more, although the flower is beautiful, it has poison. That damn woman will definitely not be a good wife. You scumbags know nothing." Rob smiled and said, "It's a pity that I didn't see the Queen. Let's go to the school to sign up." "That's right. Let's go to the school," echoed Canty. The two young nobles took action again and continued to move forward. After passing through the bustling city street and bypassing the rebuilt Imperial Palace, they turned to the back of the Imperial Palace and saw a large school, which was about the size of a sports park in the modern generations. There was a banner hanging at the door, and it read Royal Magic School, Orthodox. In fact, the banner was beautiful, but the bracket was too eye-catching. Rob estimated that the School of Magic in Mondra should also have a banner, indicating that he was the real one. In fact, it didn't really matter who was the Orthodox. The winner was also the loser. The next step was to sign up for the entrance exam. Rob had thought that he would encounter some common methods in some novels, such as talent testing, magic testing, fight with the examiners, but he did not. After showing their identity cards and paying 100 gold coins for the tuition, the two young men easily went to school without any difficulties. Besides, Rob's tuition fee was also spared, because the Queen's bodyguard had already come to the school and told them that if the only child of the Smith family comes to the school, he'll have no tuition fee. This was very disappointing. Rob had thought that he could be the main character of a novel, but he failed. He could only express his deep regret for this. As for the common, bullied roommates, and bitter roommates, in the novel, there was no one. There was no roommate at all. The rich nobles each had a dormitory. There were also 2 beds in the dormitory. One big bed was for the master, and the other small bed was for the servants who were responsible for taking care of the master. Everything was arranged properly. Look, this is the normal operation of a noble school. Those novels that require 2 noble people to squeeze into a dormitory and don't even care about servants. I don't know what the hell that is. Rob was complaining about the school setting he had learned from a novel before. Suddenly, he heard Suafa behind him whispering, "What kind of ghost dormitory is this? Why is the master and servant arranged in the same room?" "Oh." Rob turned around and smiled. "Do you have any complaints about this?" "Very dissatisfied." Suafa tightened her clothes and took 2 steps back. "It's too uncomfortable for me. There's nothing to be afraid of. If I really want to do something to you, you'll already have been put into 18. Is it necessary for you to wait here?" Rob said with a smile. "I know you won't attack me, but it's not even convenient for me to change my clothes since there are 2 people in a room." Suafa bit her lower lip and said, "Besides, it's also very inconvenient when I sleep. As long as I slightly turn over during sleep, my pajamas may roll up, and you will see my arms and legs. Does your arm have anything to do with your shin? It doesn't matter to you. To the women of our desert kingdom, this is shameful." Suafa said very seriously. "No one can see it except my husband." "Humph. I've seen you in swimsuit. How could you say that?" Thump. She felt a sharp pain in her chest. Rob grinned and said, "It seems that only I can marry you." "Ha ha ha, just accept your fate. You can't marry anyone else except me. You have been influenced by my eyes." He didn't say anything to flirt with her, but as soon as he said this, Suafa suddenly bounced up from the ground. With a calm face, she seemed to have been prepared. "I can't defeat you. You can insult me or even forcibly possess me in any way, but it's impossible for me to be your wife." Speaking of this, she bit her lower lip and seriously concluded, "I will only marry the person I love." The serious look on Suafa's face was actually quite beautiful. Seeing that she was so serious about this question, Rob felt embarrassed to tease her again. He turned his head and looked out of the window. It was getting dark. The two decorated the dorm for a while. They would live in these dormitories for a long time after all. Rob said to Suafa, "Well, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business. I can't stay here all the time. I have to manage Westwind Town. If I'm not in Westwind Town for a long time, people will suspect me, so I have to set up a transmission portal that can bring me back to Bright Road and Westwind Town. I have to go back to Westwind Town in the morning when I get up. I'll sit on the stone stool to have breakfast and listen to the report of Director Elsie, then I'll return to have a few classes. After that, I'll return and sit on the stone stool to relax and show myself to the townsmen." Hearing his complicated words, Suafa couldn't help complaining, "Why do you have to come back and forth like this? Can't you entrust Westwind Town to someone and deal with the things here well? It will be much easier." Rob smiled and said, "It's obvious that you don't know the grinding emperor. You don't even know how to multitask. Relaxing is never a thing that he has to consider. He only cares about how to make the most money and level up the fastest. No matter how tired he is, he has to bear it no matter how hard it is." She couldn't understand, but forget it. Suafa was used to Rob, so she simply grasped the key point. George said that the city is covered by anti-space magic arrays, and the transmission portal can't be opened. "Yeah." Rob nodded and said, "He did say that, but it doesn't mean that my portal can't be opened. I won't know until I try." Rob knew that all his skills and magic were based on the game rules. The game system was different from the real world, so the anti-space enchantment in this world might not be able to block his transmission portal. In the game Dark Blade, there were also many cities with all kinds of enchanted barriers. In a word, the transmission portal was a function designed by the game operator in order to save the players time to run and improve the game experience. It was not restrained by anything at all. "Let's have a try now. We'll know whether we can open a portal or not." Rob took out a blank magic scroll from his suitcase. He rubbed his hands and made a strategic-grade portal scroll. However, Suafa didn't feel anything strange about his ability to rub anything this time, and her expression didn't change. Rob handed the scroll to Suafa and said, "Open the transmission portal. If the activator enters it himself, the portal will disappear, so I need you to open it. After you open it, I will go in. If I do so, the portal won't disappear and can be fixed here all the time." Suafa nodded and picked up the transmission portal given by Rob. She thought about Westwind Town and scroll before all of a sudden, a purple door appeared in the middle of the room. The door was shining, and the shadows of flowing light could be seen. Through the door, they could see the Westwind Chapel in front of them. This portal would always be open beside the cemetery at the back of the chapel. This was also set in the game system. Rob raised his foot and was about to walk over, but before he did so, she said, "Godfather, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the transmission portal to be opened in the middle of the dormitory. If after you go back to Westwind, and a young noble or teacher making rounds come in, what should I do with this portal? They'll see through it right away." Rob thought about it carefully and said, "Well, what you said is indeed a problem. It seems that the portal should be placed in a secluded place. But where can I hide it? It can be found anywhere in the city. If it is carried to the mountain outside the city, it will be inconvenient for me to come back and forth. This is indeed a problem. Rob frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll solve this problem right away." He first asked Suafa to put away the scroll first, and then made a new transmission portal scroll. He handed it to Suafa and said, "Take it. Don't use it now." Suafa was confused, but she stood up with the scroll. Rob pointed at her and said, "Shrink." Suafa immediately felt her body shrink, getting smaller and smaller, and the furniture around her became bigger and bigger. In a flash, she shrank as small as a cup. The sudden change startled her. She reached out to hug something, but unexpectedly, she held Rob's ankle. Rob squatted down and looked at the little Suafa. His face was bigger than Suafa now and looked like a terrible giant. It was dangerous. If Rob stuck out his tongue to lick her now. "Why did you suddenly make me so small? What are you going to do to me?" Rob smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Come on, jump on my palm." Gritting her lower lip, she jumped onto Rob's palm. Holding her in his arms, Rob walked to a desk, opened the drawer and put her in it. He smiled and said, "Now you go to the corner of the drawer and use the transmission portal." Suafa suddenly understood. Is that okay?" "Of course." In the game Dark Blade, all the skills and 3D animations were in positive proportion to the size of the player's character. Someone tall could throw out a beam of light, which was thicker and larger than that of a thin and short man. Although the power was the same, the viewing angle was much better. Similarly, the portals created by larger players were also larger than those created by small players. Since Suafa's smaller, the portal would naturally also become very small. Sure enough, the transmission portal was a little smaller than a cup, less than the size of a palm. It floated in the corner of the drawer. Rob opened and closed the drawer, and the transmission portal stood in its position. As long as he closed the drawer, no one would know there was a transmission portal in it. Rob asked Suafa to come out of the drawer and undid the shrink magic, so that she could return to normal size. Then he shrank himself to the size of a cup. He turned to look at Suafa and said, "I'm going back to Westwind town now. You just stay here. If someone comes in, you close the drawer. When others ask you where I went, you give a mysterious smile and tell them that your master has just gone out to have fun. When he asks what having fun means, just smile and don't speak. Do you understand?" Looking at Rob, who was only the size of a cup, standing on the desk in front of her, she couldn't help saying, "Since you are so small, will your fighting capacity also decrease accordingly? If I slap you, can I kill you?" "It will decrease. The shrink technique will reduce my strength, physique, intelligence, spirit and other attributes by 20%. My strength will be greatly damaged. In this case, I am very weak. You can try to kill me." Rob smiled and said, "I permit you to have a try. I won't charge you with attempted murder and increase the term of imprisonment." "That's what you said." Without any hesitation, she slapped Rob like swatting a fly. The slap was hard. There was no mercy at all. Of course, the result was not surprising at all, miss. She felt that she had only hit the table and nothing else, but Rob still stood still. Her palm seemed to pass through Rob's body, but she was very clear that Rob was not a ghost. He had a real body. But as long as she wanted to attack him, she couldn't. The feeling was so weird that she had to sigh, "Well, I finally understand. No matter what happens, I can't kill you, right?" "Yes." Rob smiled and said, "So, you have to be obedient. As long as you serve the sentence, I will return your freedom. If you behave well, you can be commuted. Don't do anything stupid to increase your sentence." After saying that, Rob jumped into the drawer and entered the transmission portal. Looking at the tiny and cute transmission portal, she thought, this guy has returned to Westwind town. If I seize the opportunity to escape now, what are the chances? There are so many people on Bright Road, and I'm proficient in camouflage. As long as I join the crowd and disguise as an old woman, he will have very little chance to find me. However, if this guy has some strange trick and can find me in a sea of people, my sentence will definitely be increased. Should she escape or not? She sighed and sat in front of the desk, propping her chin with her hand. Looking at the mini teleportation portal in the drawer, she came to her senses. Meanwhile, Rob went through the transmission portal and returned to the familiar Westwind town. The transmission portal opened on the hillside beside the cemetery, so as soon as he went out, he could see the chapel under the hillside. At this time, it was already dark. The chapel stood quietly in the night, silent. Rob looked at the transmission portal behind him. Although it was only the size of a cup, it was shining with purple light, which would be very eye-catching from afar. It was dark outside, so no one saw it, but when the villagers got up tomorrow, they would definitely find the strange micro-transmission portal on the hillside. It would be troublesome if the portal was seen. There were spies of the Queen in Westwind town, and they were doing it openly. Rob couldn't let the Queen know about it, or else she would definitely find out that he had sneaked into Bright Road. After careful consideration, Rob found a big stone nearby, and with a punch, a large groove was formed on the stone, which turned into a stone basin. He knocked the stone basin on the transmission portal, and from the outside, he could only see that this was a big stone on the hillside. Only when he opened the stone could he see a transmission portal inside. Then he slowly walked down the hill. At this time, the shrink technique could be removed, but there was no need to do it to go to the chapel to have a look. Maybe they could see something beautiful, such as Shuelu, Lillian, Little E, or two light nuns shower. Damn it! I can't think about it. I can't think too much about that stuff. A man with integrity wouldn't peep at a girl taking a shower. It was too obscene. He could only think about it in his mind and wouldn't really do it. He trotted down the hill. When he walked to the front yard of the chapel, he saw that his small hot spring pool was very lively. Lillian, Shuelu, the two light nuns and two dark nuns were all in the hot spring pool. That small hot spring pool was only about 3 square meters, which was about the same size as a 2-meter hot spring in the modern world times the size of a double bed, which was 1.5 meters. It was not difficult for 5 girls to sit in it with their knees crossed. There was even a little space for them to sit down. However, the pool was open air. They were all wearing swimsuits. The swimsuits of Little E and the two little light nuns were very conservative and in skirt style. As for Shuelu and Lillian, they wore one-pieces. No one wore a bikini. That was too exciting. Women in this world really didn't dare to wear it. But even if they wore conservative clothes, the picture of the 5 girls bathing in the hot spring together was rare in CG, and he really didn't have the chance to see it in usual times. Rob cursed in his heart, these 5 girls are so unkind. You won't chase after me when I'm here. But when I'm not here, you will chase after me excitedly. And I've even prepared the swimsuits in advance. How long have you planned this? Rob felt embarrassed to peep at the scene where they were taking a shower. He carefully leaned against the hot spring, and under the cover of the water well, stone table, stone stool, tree, flowers, and plants in the yard, he quietly touched the edge of the hot spring. As soon as he got close to them, he heard Little E say to the girls next to her, "Oh, I'm so tired these days. I teach the students from morning to night every day. There are 5 classes and 200 people in each class. I feel my throat is about to explode." Shuelu laughed and said, "You are so silly. What's the benefit of this lesson? People can't always think of benefits when they do things." With a serious look on her face, Little E said, "True, kind and beautiful lessons are what everyone needs. Without them, they are no different from animals." "Well, I don't understand what you are talking about." Lillian interrupted the conversation between the magician and the nun and changed the topic. Master has been away for 3 days. I miss him so much. I don't know how far Bright Road is. Master, have you arrived at Bright Road yet? They should have arrived, answered Little E and Shualu almost at the same time. Hearing what the other party said, the two of them couldn't help laughing together. It turned out that everyone was thinking about Rob. When he was there, he was a thief and often took advantage of everyone. But when he left, the girls always thought of him and guessed where he had been. Little E smiled and said, judging from the time, he might be already in the dormitory of the magic school. Lillian tilted her head and asked, will Master live there until he learns how to make magic items? Shualu shook her head and said, I don't think so. Don't forget that he has transmission scrolls. According to his personality, once he is in a residence of Bright Road, he will immediately form a portal from there to Westwind town, and then run back and forth. Maybe he has returned through the transmission portal and is peeping at us bathing in the hot spring right now. As soon as these words came out of her mouth, the expressions of Little E and the two little light nuns changed at the same time. Although they were wearing swimsuits, their arms and legs were still exposed outside. If men saw them, they would be embarrassed. The three nuns immediately raised their heads like mice through a sewer. They looked around, looking if there was any priest lurking in the night. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Rob, who was as small as a cup, would hide behind a grass near the hot spring pool and peep at them. This way of peeping at them was new and refined, which was beyond their serious scope. Therefore, they all looked into the distance, only to see the back of the chapel and a tree. It was impossible for them to find Rob. After searching for a while, the three nuns withdrew their gazes and whispered, it seems that he hasn't come back yet. Shualu smiled and said, look at you. You are so nervous. It doesn't matter even if he sees you dressed so much. We are not you. The three nuns complained at the same time, we are nuns. What are you talking about? It seems that to you, a woman who is not a nun won't be embarrassed. I will also be shy, okay? But you don't have to be so embarrassed when facing the man you admire. Lillian, don't you agree? Lillian blushed at her question. I think. You are right. If my master wants to see me bathing in the hot spring, I don't mind. If you really don't mind, why didn't you chase after him when he was not here? The two girls stuck out their tongues at Lillian and said, you didn't dare to come here until he was away, which means you mind. Hearing this, Lillian's face darkened slightly. I'm just a servant. I'm afraid that my master will think that I seduced him on purpose to change my position from a slave to a hostess. This is not good. If I were not a servant, then I would do everything. The other four women fell into silence when they heard this. Rob, who was eavesdropping beside, was also lost in thought. What should he do? Should he set Lillian free and marry her? Would it be too deliberate to do so? Lillian might not accept it at that time. She would definitely want to get it. If I gave her freedom to dispel her worries, with her personality, she would definitely refuse. Shit, these women's thoughts are so troublesome. Thinking of this, Rob suddenly heard a woman's voice, What the hell is this? The voice was not from the five girls in the hot spring, but from his behind. Rob immediately recognized that it was the voice of the little kitten girl, Hua Hua. He turned around and saw the kitten squatting in front of him, with her face very close to him. She stared at him with her big eyes and opened her mouth, revealing two beautiful canine teeth. Rob was speechless. Rob was wearing makeup now, not in the usual shape of a little blonde, but this makeup appearance was only known by Suafa and Baron Newlin. Other girls didn't know him. In the eyes of the little kitten Hua Hua, he was a strange, mini little man. He sneaked into the chapel and watched the girls bathing in the hot spring. Nobody knew what else he would do. Hua Hua meowed and shouted, "Bastard! Go to hell!" She raised her right hand, and long and sharp nails popped out from her fingers. Then she scratched at Rob. Rob didn't dare to let her hit him. Otherwise, as soon as the miss sign jumped out, the kitten might guess that it was him. If she said Godfather peeped at women taking a shower, it would be very bad, and his ruined reputation would spread far away. Therefore, in the face of these attacks, he usually did not dodge, but this time he had to dodge. His body slipped to the side, and the little kitten did not hit one claw, and was dodged by Rob. But the cat girl's agility was unusual. Rob dodged the first claw, then her second claw followed closely. Her movement was extremely fast, like lightning. Fortunately, Rob maxed his agility. Even if his speed was reduced by 20%, he was still extremely agile. He dodged the attack of Hua Hua again. Hua Hua, huh? What a nimble bastard. I really don't believe it. I'll let you taste the speed of a cat. She stretched out her two claws at the same time. It was the cat folk's talent skill, Ghost Claw. She waved her claws so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. In an instant, she made dozens of slashes at Rob. Rob, damn it! There was no other way. Just dodge. He dodged the claws of the cat with 3 circles on the left, 3 circles on the right, his neck and B***T twisting. It was a piece of cake for Rob. The beauty of this moment could not be written with words at all. Even if it was made into an animation, the speed of 24 frames per second could not catch up with Rob's dodge speed and the speed of the cat and the girl's claw. In the animation, there would only be a pile of horizontal lines or oblique lines to show that it happened too fast, and nothing would be clear. Therefore, the 5 girls in the hot spring pool only saw that Hua Hua was waving her claws desperately, and a small black shadow jumped between her claws. What the hell? Is Hua Hua catching mice? What kind of mouse is so arrogant? It's jumping up and down under the claws of the kitten girl. It's unwilling to die. The mouse is so flexible. Lillian sighed, there is such a mouse at home that even a kitten folk can't catch. What should I do? Shualu smiled and said, use the mouse trap. No matter how flexible the mouse is, it can't escape. Well, that makes sense. Or use rat poison. Well, shouldn't be bad. When the girls were talking about this, they heard the kitten girl shout, it's not a mouse meow, it's a person. A very small person. Wow, girls come help me meow. What? A man? Who the hell dares to peep at me bathing in the hot spring pool? Does he think I won't kill him? Shualu said. She raised her hand and said. With a wave of her bare hand, 2 wind blades rushed towards Rob. As soon as Rob dodged the cat's claw, 2 wind blades had appeared in front of him. The cat stepped back to avoid being hit by the wind blades. Fortunately, Rob was agile enough. With a light flash, he passed through the middle of the 2 wind blades. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, the 2 girls had finished chanting at the same time, divine punishment. 2 rays of golden light smashed into him. Rob rolled on the ground, but before he could dodge, the paws of the kitten behind him came again. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, Rob suddenly heard Little shout, Holy Nova! Let me see how you'll dodge this. A ball of golden light spread out with Little E as the center. In an instant, it covered everything within a radius of 10 yards. The girls were completely unharmed. They were even nursed, and their wounds were all healed. However, Rob was the one being attacked. So, resist. The golden light swept over Rob's body, but nothing happened. Rob was speechless. Oh my God. They've seen through my trick, he thought. Sure enough, the expressions on the girls' faces all became strange. There was only one person in the world who won't be affected by such magic. She quickly withdrew her hand, which had just stretched out to release another holy nova, and only exposed her head outside the water. She shouted, "Oh my God! The mini-man is Godfather!" The two little fair-skinned light nuns also cried out and shrank into the water at the same time. Lillian hesitated for a moment and shrank back shyly. Only Shualu didn't shrink back. Instead, she jumped out of the hot spring pool. This time, her perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of Rob. She had a tall and slender chest, slender legs, and wore a one-piece red swimsuit. She looked really hot and charming. She walked up to Rob, squatted down, opened her eyes wide and looked at the helpless Rob. "Mr. Rob, what's with your current look?" Rob said with a guilty conscience, "It's required by the fallen noble household and the chaotic bright road." "Is this the reason why you shrank to peep at us bathing in the hot spring?" Rob was speechless. Shualu turned to the other girls and asked, "Sisters, what should we do with this crazy guy?" With a cold face, Little E said, "Beat him." Shualu replied, "But I can't defeat him. I still want to beat him." The two girls each picked up a stone and threw it towards Rob. Miss. The two stones passed through Rob and rolled into the dust behind him. "See? It's useless. It doesn't matter whether it's useful or not. I have to show my attitude." After saying that, she reached out to the nuns' clothes placed by the side of the hot spring pool and took out the two firearms. She aimed at Rob's face and fired 2 shots. A bullet passed through Rob, and miss. It hit the ground, splashing a trace of starfire. However, the other bullet fell on Rob's face and hit him. It turned out that since these 2 firearms were rubbed out by Rob, the game rules were applied. Especially the second one, it had a random enchantment added, and the hit rate was increased by plus 20%. Moreover, this was not to add 20% before the attack settlement, but to add 20% after the attack settlement. In other words, it needed to first settle 1% of Little Ye's hit rate, and then add 20%. As a result, the chances of the firearms hitting Rob were as high as 21%. It was simply a rare holy weapon. The attack hit Rob's face. On the other hand, Little E was startled. Regardless of her swimsuit, she jumped out of the water and rushed to Rob and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Rob reached out and removed the bullet from his face. He spread out his hands and said, "It's okay. HP-1 is just a small thing. As a nun, how much damage can you deal with the firearm?" Little E breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, that's great." Rob smiled and said, "You are going to yell and shout at me again, but if you really hit me, you will worry about me again. Well, women are really troublesome. Only God will know when you'll get hit." He was going to talk nonsense again, but it suddenly occurred to her that she was standing in front of Rob in a swimsuit. Weren't her legs all bare? She brushed the ground and jumped back into the pool. This time, she was too embarrassed to even show her head, so she held her breath under the water. Humph. Rob had no reason to argue with this crazy woman. He waved at Lillian and smiled, "Lillian, I've been away for a few days. Has anything been wrong in Westwind town?" "No." Lillian replied immediately, "Only the Queen called me 2 times in the evening. As you ordered, I told her that you were going to inspect the mountain behind the prison, so she hung up. It seems that there is nothing important." "Oh, very good." Rob smiled and said, "From tomorrow on, I will return to Bright Road every day and stay there for a long time. In the evening, I can also come back to answer the Queen. I will only go there when I have classes in the magic school and when I go to bed at night." Lillian nodded to show her understanding. Hearing what he said, the girls were secretly happy. They would feel at ease if he was still in the chapel of Westwind Tion. Rob told the girls how to deal with others when he was not here. Then he pointed at the chapel of darkness next door and said, "There are all the Queen's people over there. Don't let them know what happened to me." After saying that, he turned around and said to Hua Hua, especially you, don't tell anyone. Shaking her head, Hua Hua said, I'm a faithful believer of the Church of Darkness. I can't lie to the master. 10 fish. Said Rob. No, I'm a faithful believer of the Church of Darkness. 20 fish. No, I am. 50 fish. Deal. Meow. She was no match for 50 fish. Rob shook his head and said, bribery has already rotten the cat folk from the Church of Darkness. Ah, this evil Westwind town. Who is to blame? The girls despised him together and said, you made Westwind town like this by yourself. So I'm just thinking about moral lessons. Rob said to little E who was hiding in the water, you have to work hard. It's very important to spread the thoughts of the true, kind and beautiful. The water wasn't soundproof, so little E could hear it clearly under the water. She answered seriously, rumble, rumble, rumble. Her tone was extremely firm. Rob also made a few more magic scrolls for shrinking and handed them to Lillian. He told her that if there was an emergency in Westwind town and she needed to come back immediately, she should shrink and pass through the transmission portal covered by a big stone on the hillside and find him in the magic school. Then, after everything was settled here, Rob passed through the transmission portal again and returned to Bright Road. As soon as he got through, he saw that Suafa was staring at the transmission portal in a daze with her eyes wide open. And she was immediately startled upon seeing Rob. What ghost? As soon as she woke up, she quickly focused her eyes and asked, you're back? I'm back. No problem in Westwind town. Rob smiled and said, did anyone come to see me when I went back? Just now, Canty came knocked and said that he wanted to ask you to drink with the other rich second-generation nobles. According to your instructions, I smiled mysteriously and then said that you went out to have fun. He asked me how you'll have fun, but I didn't say anything. Then he showed a look of enlightenment, and said, I see. I won't ask. Then he left with a smile. Rob smiled and said, that's good. Bewilderment appeared on her face. It's strange. What on earth does he understand? I don't even understand. What does he understand? What was he talking about? I thought it would be difficult to make up a lie about where you went. After all, it's your first time to come to Bright Road. You are not familiar with this place, and you don't have friends here. It's easy to expose your identity if you go out at night. I really didn't expect it to be so simple. It's so ridiculous that you can swindle Canty away. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, it's the best way to fool men. Ha ha ha, well, it's getting late. Let's go to bed. Sleep. Sleep, Suafa froze. Looking at the two beds in the same room, she felt very uncomfortable. Don't worry. I'll sleep soundly and won't look at you. Rob grinned, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went back to the chapel through the transmission portal to take a shower before returning to lie on his bed. It was not until Rob closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep that Suafa simply washed her face and brushed her teeth. She was sure that she wouldn't dare to take a shower. Rob had a record of pretending to be asleep. She changed her nightgown carefully and quickly before lying on the bed. She was afraid that she would kick the quilt away when she turned over, so she covered herself tightly like a caterpillar. After confirming that there would be no mishaps, she finally dared to close her eyes and sleep. Maybe it was because she had to act as a maid to take care of her master during the journey from the Westwind town to Bright Road and couldn't sleep well, that she immediately slept when she lied down. Rob saw that she turned over not long after she fell asleep, and a jade-like arm was turned out of the quilt and exposed outside. What the hell? You covered yourself so hard just now, but you turned out to be like this in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, I'm not interested in looking at such a small degree of body. Shaking his head, he decided to go to sleep. On the second day, when Rob got up, he found that the quilt on her body had been completely kicked off, and even her nightgown had been turned over by her. She lifted it all the way to the place close to the root of her thigh, and her 2 long legs were all exposed outside, and her shoulders had been tilted out of the round collar of her nightgown. It turned out that this girl didn't sleep well. The next few days were boring. The School of Magic is still in a few days. There were more and more students in the school, but there was nothing serious. The nobles drank and chatted every day. Every time they came to find Rob, Suafa would give them a mysterious smile and said, "Master has gone out to have fun." This sentence was really omnipotent. No matter who came to find Rob, he would show a knowing smile as soon as he heard it. Then he turned around and left without asking any more questions, which made her feel strange. Of course, Rob's real body returned to Westwind town and continued to be the lazy priest. Soon, Gugu and Gigi arrived at Westwind town and bought a large number of iron weapons and defensive equipment made by Rob. The miners of Westwind town also found that their small handmade production method was far from being better than Rob's. They could only earn a little money by mining for a month. They might as well join Rob's company and get more salary. The other mines soon became empty, and the workers all joined Rob's company. In a blink of an eye, his company had increased by hundreds of miners and their output had increased greatly. Every day, Rob would go back to Westwind town to play his simulated city for a period of time. In the evening, he would call the Queen, and then return to the magic school to deal with the contact and communication between the young nobles, waiting for the beginning of the new semester. Time passed by day by day. At the beginning of April, the Royal Magic School was about to begin. Early in the morning, Rob was woken up by the powerful Suafa. This girl only slept too late on the first day and was seen by Rob. Then she never got up later than him again, because she also knew that her sleeping appearance was bad. When she was sleepy, she kicks her quilt and messes up her nightgown. In order to protect her innocence, she had to go to bed late and get up earlier than Rob every day. She could make up for her sleepiness by taking advantage of the time he went back to Westwind town. There was no other way. It was the same today. While Rob was still in a daze, she had already got up and dressed neatly. She grabbed Rob's shoulder and shook it violently. "Wake up, wake up. Today is the day of the opening ceremony." Is the new semester finally coming? Rob's sleepiness was swept away all of a sudden. He said happily, "Finally I can learn a new class, ha ha ha." He quickly jumped out of his quilt, took off his clothes and hurried to find his whitewashed noble suit. At first, Suafa couldn't get used to Rob. She wouldn't scream just because he was only wearing a fat shirt. Instead, she acted as a maid and ran after him with a pair of trousers. "I've found the trousers. Here, put them on first, and then look for clothes." The two of them were busy for a while. Rob put on his clothes and washed up. She fixed his makeup and face to make sure everything was okay. Then she said, "There are still 30 minutes left. Assemble on the playground of the school. Hurry up." 30 minutes later, Rob saw the most terrible scene in his life. Hundreds of young nobles from noble families, wearing silk stockings, stood in a neat formation on the playground of the school. The forest made of black and white hair legs was terrifying, with pairs of lantern pants on them. It was so terrifying. Crazy. He was going crazy. Ew. Rob stood beside the playground and vomited up the breakfast he had just had. A figure in black armor appeared beside him. It was the head of the Black Earth Knight team, Madeline. This young female duke came to the magic school for some reason and even appeared behind Rob and said, "What's wrong with you?" Rob covered his forehead and said, "It's okay. There are too many people. I feel a little dizzy." Why are you here?" "I'm on patrol." Madeline seemed to say casually, "In order to investigate the series of assassinations, I'm patrolling around the city. Today I happen to be patrolling to the magic school, so I also came in to see the opening ceremony." A strange patrol route. Rob pointed at the hundreds of people on the playground and said, "No matter how stupid the killer is, he won't appear in such a crowded place. Madeline's face remained unchanged. Not necessarily. At this time, the students nearby began to discuss, who is that person vomiting over there? I heard that he fainted. Really? It's not strange. When I first saw the army led by my father standing in front of me, I felt dizzy for a while. Thousands of people, all wearing the same clothes, stood in front of you. It really makes you dizzy. He seems to be wearing shabby clothes. Where did he come from? Shoo. Don't look at him. He is the only member of the Smith family. The eldest Duke, Madeline, has said that she would take care of him. The Queen has personally cut his tuition. He looks poor, but we can't afford to offend him. Don't bully him. You will be killed. Yeah, don't you see that? Madeline seems to have come here to see him getting into the school. Rob had sharp ears and immediately heard the conversation of these guys. He thought, I'm doomed. The story written in the novel couldn't be activated. No one bullied me, and the female Duke came to protect me inexplicably. How could I hit people's faces? What kind of school was this? She didn't play according to the routine. Forget it. There is no reason to argue with these men in silk stockings. He should just look at the girls to change his mood. Rob turned to look at the formation of the girls. There were not many girls in the magic school, only less than 100, far fewer than boys. These ladies from noble clans all wore long robes, which were common in the world of sword and magic games. Some girls' robes were open, and their beautiful leg could be seen inside, and all of them weren't wearing silk stockings. It could be seen from this that Bright Riyadh was still a little different from the popular direction of Westwind Town. In Westwind Town, men rarely wore silk stockings, because men wearing silk stockings would be ridiculed by Godfather as ugly, and the Godfather was the indicator of Westwind Town. When he said it was ugly, everyone would think it ugly, which made the rich men in Westwind Town not like to wear silk stockings. In the same way, Godfather always praised women to be beautiful in silk stockings, so women with a little money in Westwind Town would buy one to wear and learn Lillian's style. It was said that it was Godfather's favorite style. However, Rob's influence was not enough here in Bright, or in other words, he had no influence at all. Men were the main force wearing silk stockings here. Rob couldn't see any woman with long black legs, only men. His heart couldn't be comforted by the girls, so he had to squat in the corner of the playground and draw circles. The opening ceremony began. An old man walked onto the platform. He must be the dean of the magic school. He dressed like a respected grand magician. He talked a lot on the platform, mostly talking about the long tradition of the Royal Magic School and that the students of the Royal Magic School should work for the kingdom and be loyal to the Queen. It was all rubbish. After saying that, he said loudly, "Now that I have finished my words, please welcome a student representative to come up to the stage and say a few words." Well, this student representative is the Smith family's only child, Rob Smith. A burst of applause broke out, and the large group of people turned their heads at the same time to look at Rob. Rob was confused. "What the hell?" Madeline said in a low voice, "The dean has ordered your name. He asked you to go up to the stage and talk. Just go up to say something casually." Rob asked, "Why me?" Madeline whispered, "The dean is a good friend of your grandfather. Seize this opportunity to behave well." Rob was speechless. This was unreasonable. Rob knew that he had messed up. Why did he have to do this? It's so troublesome. I want to be lazy. But now, since he was in such a position, he was not allowed to be forthright and disrespectful to others. Should he just learn the method of making magic items secretly? Well, forget it. He should just go upstairs and talk about something casually. Depressed, he walked onto the stage. When he passed by the old dean, the old man suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know why the old dean had so many feelings. He hugged Rob and said, "My child, you have suffered a lot. If I had known earlier that you are in this world, would have gone to see you." Rob was speechless. Damn it. The fake identity made up by Suafa is a little too much. Why is it so awesome? I just want to learn to be a magic item specialist secretly. The old man said seriously, "My child, you can talk to your classmates first. Whatever you want to say, tell them your journey, your future goal, your fighting spirit, or what kind of mental you think you should have as a student. Only ghosts are interested in talking about this? I'm just here to steal some professional skills." Rob was not interested in it at all. He took a magic tool from his old man. He cleared his throat and looked at the students under him one by one. Then, ew! He vomited again. The forest with black hair and big legs was really terrible. It was not easy for him to exhale smoothly. With his face facing the audience, Rob looked up at the sky without seeing anything so to not feel annoyed. There was a saying in his heart, "All right. You want me to tell you my future goal, don't you? Okay. Let me tell you." With a serious look on his face, he picked up the magic tool. Rob's determined look made the old dean and Madeline, who was watching under the stage, secretly happy. The last member of the Smith family looked good. Although his clothes were washed white and he looked very poor, he looked very calm and reliable, and he was neither humble nor pushy in front of anyone. Of course, the two of them had already heard the news that Rob had a good mastery of wind magic, which seemed to have been inherited from the bloodline of the Smith family. Both the old dean and Madeline were close to the Smith family. They sincerely hoped to see the Smith family regain its prestige. Now seeing that Rob seems to be very good and are full of expectations, they believed that he would definitely make a great speech. From this declaration, the Smith family's reputation would be revitalized. At this moment, Rob said seriously to the voice-boosting magic item, "Since the dean asked me to be the student representative and let me say whatever I want to say, then I'll boldly say it. What I want to do most now is to change the atmosphere of the magic school, to let all the boys take off their silk stockings, and to let all the girls put on the silk stockings instead." The old dean was speechless. Madeline was also speechless. The audience burst into laughter. For a moment, no one spoke on the playground except the sound of spraying tea. The old dean shook his head with disappointment. After a long while, Madeline said angrily, "What do you want to do? As the only child of the Smith family, you have the responsibility to revive the family. Don't you have any higher and greater goal? It's none of my business whether the Smith family is happy or not." Rob really wanted to say that, but he was not allowed to do that. Now this woman's disappointment in me has reached the peak, but after 1/4 of an hour, she will once again feel that I am a promising young man. Rob started to talk nonsense seriously. "Well, don't get me wrong. My goal is also for the good of the school. I think so. The main task of a student is to study. But other things are also important, especially makeup and dressing. It is not what the students who work hard should do. Silk stockings are luxury goods. Everyone wears silk stockings to compete in appearance. We have to have the heart to learn to be moral, well-educated and disciplined young people without arrogance, extravagance and lewdness, so I advise boys not to wear it." "Oh, I see." The old dean was overjoyed. "That's right. That sounds great. I'll use it as the motto of the Royal Magic School from now on and let all the students work in this direction." After the old president made the adjustment, the teachers immediately applauded, and the students off the stage burst into applause. Duke Madeline was also stunned. Just now, she thought this guy was a little strange and looked like a weird guy. He didn't expect that he was such an idealist. Wait. There was something wrong. Madeline suddenly caught something and said, "Why only suggest boys not to wear silk stockings, but girls should wear silk stockings? If we want to change the atmosphere and make students study hard, then we should treat boys and girls equally, right?" "Yes, we are treated equally. Rob suddenly put on a pitiful face and said, "Duke Madeline, you are right. The reason why girls should wear stockings is to make men and women become equal. I think all of you are reasonable and have to admit that women's status is not equal to men's. The high-end luxury like silk stockings is only used by men, but women don't wear it. Why?" Rob said with a sad face, "I want to show you that girls are as important as boys in our Royal Magic School by letting women wear silk stockings. They have the right to wear silk stockings only for men." The last sentence, "they have the right," was said in a sonorous voice, as if a few iron words fell on the ground, creating a loud echo, echoing in the hearts of all the girls. A beautiful blonde girl jumped up first. "Rob is right. We have the same rights as men." Another girl also jumped up and said, "Yes, we need to wear silk stockings. Why is that only for boys?" Although there were not many girls, they were all excited in an instant. All the girls could not help but shout, "Silk stockings! We also want silk stockings!" Duke Madeline was speechless on the spot. Her dissatisfaction with Rob just now had all gone beyond 9 night clouds. She didn't expect that he was so excellent. The old director stood out and shouted, "Okay. I declare that it's settled then. From tomorrow on, boys are not allowed to wear silk stockings to school, and girls are free to wear them to go to school." "Oh, yeah." The girls cheered. The boys all looked at Rob with resentful eyes. If it weren't for the support of the old dean and the duke, several men would have jumped out to argue with him. Many boys thought, "You are such a poor man. You can't afford to wear silk stockings, so you set a trap for us. Wait and see. I will teach you a lesson later." Rob smiled and made a gentleman bow to the audience. The girls all blew him a kiss and said, "Long live Rob." The boys secretly pointed their middle fingers at him and said, "Go to hell." However, the people from Westwind town didn't have this problem. The group led by Canty and George waved at Rob and laughed, "Good job, brother Rob." Rob looked at all the people while going off the stage and laughed in his heart. Sure enough, only the people from Westwind town know the correct use of silk stockings. All in all, the opening ceremony ended happily. The old dean took back the magic item and loudly arranged the follow-up matters. He asked the students to go to their own subjects for registration. From tomorrow on, the school officially began. Then the teachers of all subjects came out. In fact, there were not many subjects. There were only subjects such as fire, air, water, earth, the 4 major magic systems, together with alchemy, and magic item production. The magic teacher of the air system was also a wind magic expert, and also knows the Smith family. The teacher initially had thought highly of Rob but didn't expect that Rob would join the junior department of magic item production, which made the teacher very regretful. After his classes were finalized, Rob turned around and was about to go back to the dormitory, when he saw Canty running over with the group of young nobles from Westwind town and smiling around Rob. "Brother Rob, it will soon be dinner time. Do you want to go for a walk and have dinner together?" Rob had to go back to Westwind town to deal with the simulated city. He didn't have time to play with them. He smiled and shook his head. "I won't go. Have a good time. Are you going out for fun again?" "Yes, I'm going to have fun," Rob said with a smile. Canty patted him on the shoulder and said, "Rob, you are so unkind. If you have something good to share with us, you should take me to have fun tomorrow." He couldn't refuse his request. It was really a little unfriendly to refuse him. Rob had no choice but to smile and said, "Okay, I'll take you there next time. Today you have a good dinner with everyone. When it's dark, I'll take you to have a good time." "Okay, it's a deal," said Canty smilingly. Rob thought to himself, "I'm in trouble now. It seems that I have to go to the dark street alley on the street tonight and find a good place to have fun. I should throw Canty in, or he will doubt me as time goes by." After getting rid of Canty's group, Rob returned to his dormitory as soon as possible and said to Suafa, "I'm going back to Westwind soon. I'll deal with them as usual. Suafa nodded, okay. She watched Ron shrink himself and jump into the drawer. When she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. She quickly closed the drawer and walked to the door. When she opened the door, she found that it was Duke Madeline standing outside. Her in black armor looked serious, but her expression was quite gentle now. She didn't look like an arrogant black knight at all, but like a girl who came to visit her old neighbor. There was a candy jar in her left arm, which contained a lot of candies. It seemed that she was here to send something to Rob. "Excuse me, is Mr. Rob here?" "Of course not. He just went back to Westwind town through the transmission portal." Rob had to follow Rob's order. With a mysterious smile on her face, she said, "Master is not here. He went out to have fun." Madeline was speechless. She suddenly felt that she wanted to swear, but she didn't know if she should say it or not. During the day, she praised this man as if he was very good and had the hope to have him revive the Smith family. She wanted to talk with him about the past between the two families, so she plans to give him some candies to help him improve his living standard. She didn't expect that he would go out to have fun as soon as she turned around. "You didn't even try to hide anything when you went out to have fun? At least have your maid change the way she talked to the female visitors and tell a lie that you're doing something else? It's too much." Madeline said angrily, "Did he really go out for fun?" She smiled and didn't answer. How? How could it be? Madeline punched the wall beside her, and the iron gloves hit the wall hard. The dark magic pervaded, and the wall was immediately hit into a big pit. She turned around and was about to leave and said, "When your master comes back, tell him that I'm really disappointed in him." After taking a few steps, she turned around and stuffed the candy jar back into her hand. "Although I'm very disappointed in him, he is fourth uncle's child after all. Give him the candy." Then she turned around and left again. She looked down at the candy jar in her hand, and then looked at Madeline's receding figure. She thought to herself, "It's strange. What does it mean to go out and have fun? Why can't he, George, and Madeline understand? They all know that, but only I don't understand at all. And why was this woman so disappointed? Isn't it a good thing to go out and have fun?" At this time, Rob had just washed off the disguise on his face in the chapel of Westwind. After soaking his hair in the strange water given by Suafa, he immediately restored his original look of becoming a little blonde and collapsed on his familiar stone stool. Shualu sat opposite the stone table and had dinner with him. The beautiful red-haired woman grumbled while eating, "Hey, I heat your furnace every day. It's so troublesome that I can't go out on adventures." Rob said, "I know you're wronged, but don't worry. I'll start learning how to make magic items tomorrow. After I learn it, I'll make a large magic container, which is full of the fire magic power. I'll make a switch, which can release the fire to heat the furnace at any time. At that time, you'll be free." "Oh?" Shualu didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. "In this world, only you can use the magic container like this. Look at the large magic container of the King of the Desert. It was used to charge the Thor's roar, but you are using to burn the furnace." Rob smiled and said, "There are many technologies developed for the sake of war, but in the end, most of them will enter the civil domain, so that they can really unleash their full strength." When the two of them were talking about this, they suddenly saw a man at the door of the chapel. The man looked elegant. It was none other than Newlyn. Rob waved at him and said with a smile, "Mr. Newlyn is here at the right time. Let's have dinner together. Lillian, please buy a new set of tableware for him." Without any hesitation, Newlyn sat at the table with a calm smile on his face. However, Rob knew that although Newlyn looked calm, he must be restless, because Rob could guess the reason why he came. A few days ago, he arrived at Bright Road with the younger generation nobles. Outside the city, he saw a large area of farmland planted with sugar. According to the yield of the sugar in Bright Road, once the production of sugar began, it would be the top sugar producer that was about to come out, and the business of the sugar factory of Newlyn would be affected. Before Nulu could say anything, Rob asked, "Are you here to ask me about the competition of the sugar factory?" The calmness of Newlyn almost disappeared, and he said awkwardly, "Godfather knows everything." Rob smiled and said, "If even your nephew can think of it, why would I not?" Newlyn smiled awkwardly. Rob said to himself, "Miss Queen, you are so smart. You are always next to me. You can learn all kinds of things from others at a close distance and copy the industries of Westwind town. But I'm generous and I don't mind her learning from others." In fact, being magnanimous was just Rob's excuse. He was very clear that it was useless to hide some low-level technology. Even if others didn't learn it secretly, they could get it out by themselves in a flash. He turned to Newlyn and said, "There is only one way to improve the competition of your sugar production. That is innovations and production of confidential technology." "I know the technology is confidential, but it's about innovations," said Newlyn modestly. "I'm not good at innovations. I really don't know how to innovate with sugar production." "Well, I'll give you a small demonstration. You can think of a way later." As soon as he waved his hand, several pieces of sugar, milk and cream appeared in front of him. He asked Lillian to bring a pot and put all the sugar, milk and cream in it. Then he let out a magic of fire and stirred it while boiling it. After a while, when the food in the pot was sticky, Rob put it aside and said with a smile, "Let's eat and wait." Newlyn was confused, but he couldn't ask Rob if Rob didn't tell him, so he had to have dinner with him. After the meal, the thing cooked just now had condensed into a milky white, strange substance. Rob cut a small piece of the solidified object with a knife, which was as big as a knuckle. He handed it to Newlyn and said, "Have a try." As soon as Newlyn put it into his mouth, his face became serious. "Yummy. What's the name of this?" Rob smiled and said, "This is called milk candy. You see, I added sugar into milk and made this kind of thing. Think about it again. If I add all kinds of sugar in other things, use all kinds of ingredients you can find to mix, find a good proportion and formula, and mix with sugar, then how many other possibilities can you make?" He continued, "There are still a few months left before the Queen gets her first batch of sugar. You still have a lot of time to sell all the sugar in your hands and study the new game of sugar. By the time she starts to sell sugar, you should have given up the low-end basic industry of making sugar and advanced processing industry. In that case, the sugar she makes will not be a threat to you. Instead, she becomes a worker who provides you with raw materials. Do you understand?" After a while, he seemed to understand something. "Godfather, do you mean that I should study new things and keep my new technology a secret so that others can only follow me forever, so that I can be invincible?" "Huh. You're so smart. It's convenient to talk to you." Rob smiled and said, "You can take all the milk candies I have prepared." Newlyn picked up the candy in a hurry and walked back home while tasting it carefully. After taking a few steps, he finally figured out something and his steps suddenly became brisk. Rob smiled and watched him off. When he turned around, he saw that the crystal ball on the table was lit up. As soon as he picked up the phone, he saw the Queen's elegant and dignified face appear in the crystal ball. This damned woman would always put on such a solemn and sacred expression the moment he answered the phone. "My Queen, what can I do for you?" Rob greeted with a smile. The Queen's face remained unchanged. "I'm telling a joke." Rob said, "You don't look like you are going to tell a joke." The Queen said, "Your silk stockings are about to be sold out." "Oh? Why?" Rob said, "Why do you say that?" A smug smile suddenly flashed across the Queen's face. "An interesting young man came out of my royal magic school. He took the lead in attacking the extravagant and lewd lifestyle and proposed that all the noble children don't wear silk stockings, which caused quite a stir. Now a minister proposed that since the young people were working hard, the older generation can't lose to the young people. He proposed that all the officials in the government should abandon such a luxurious thing as silk stockings. They should wear trousers at ease. Although it was not as beautiful as silk stockings, it was more warm, more convenient and practical. Many officials had begun to imitate it, which would soon form a style. Men will abandon their stockings, and only a small number of women will wear them. Speaking of this, the queen was a little happy. Your silk stockings. Sell them. No. It'll be gone. She said these words word by word, as if she would be very happy if Rob was beaten. So what? Do you believe that the stockings will be sold less? The queen smiled. It's useless to comfort yourself. Your stockings factory needs it. Go. Close it. Thank you for calling me to talk about this. Rob smiled and said, then shall we make a bet? If my stockings factory is really closed down, I will promise you a request. As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, you can make it, including but not limited to giving Westwind town to you, killing Mondram, taking back the eastern land, unifying the kingdom, and even helping you kill the desert kingdom and Norma. Hearing this, the queen's eyes lit up. Originally, she just wanted to make a phone call to laugh at Rob and complete the daily task of embarrassing other netizens. She had planned to hang up after mocking him, but she did not expect that Rob would suddenly propose such a bet. The stake was too tempting for the queen. Her ambition was not so great as to kill the desert kingdom and Norma, but killing Mondra, taking back the eastern land and unifying the kingdom was her ambition since childhood. If Rob was really willing to help her complete it, she had no reason to refuse. However, the queen was not an innocent and stupid girl. She knew that huge benefits were often accompanied by huge risks. If Rob dared to make such a bet, it meant that he would put forward a terrible condition, which she might not be able to bear. She tried her best to hold back her excitement and keep a calm face. Otherwise? Rob gave a sinister smile and said, on the contrary, if my stockings factory is not closed down and the sales volume of my stockings is increased, you have to promise me one condition. What condition? The queen said indifferently, you are an independent leader, and you have a high position in the hearts of the people of Westwind town. You can be regarded as a gentleman with high status. I don't think you would propose some dirty and shameless conditions like a gangster, right? Rob smiled and said, I haven't put forward any conditions yet, but you are making fun of me with a lot of nonsense first. You flatter me and label me as a gentleman, making me feel embarrassed to raise too many conditions. What the hell, woman? The queen smiled. Rob humphed, well, I won't ask too much. If you lose, wear black stockings and white stockings for me. Then we have a bet. What do you think? As soon as Rob said this, the queen almost jumped up and shouted to accept the deal. However, she had developed a strong psychological ability through years of negotiation and transaction. She would not easily get swayed. Even if she had already taken a big advantage, she would try her best to take more, so she smiled faintly and said, You're taking advantage of me. I'm the queen of a country and the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. How many people want to see my legs? Don't you think you're asking too much? Rob laughed, You still want to bargain? Believe it or not, I'll change the condition to you dancing naked when you lose. Under the huge temptation of recapturing the eastern land, you'll have to agree even if you don't want to. The queen's heart thumped. She seriously considered this and asked herself. Although this request was very excessive and made people want to slap him on the face with a bone spear, if she couldn't defeat Mondra for a long time and wanted to regain her kingdom, she might really agree to his request. She tried her best to hold back her anger. She didn't know if she was angry at Rob's excessive behavior or her own incompetence. She said seriously, Okay, let's do as the previous condition. If you lose, promise me one condition. If I lose, I will wear black and white stockings for you. Rob smiled and said, By the way, I think we have to add a rule. You can guide public opinion, but you can't interfere with the sales of silk stockings by administrative means. For example, you can't order everyone not to buy silk stockings. This cunning man, I just thought of this method. The queen cursed in her heart, but her face was expressionless. I'm not that narrow-minded. I won't win in such a mean way. Let's have a fair fight. The two of them had nothing more to say, so the queen hung up the phone. It was time for Rob to return to Bright Road. He shrank himself, passed through the transmission portal on the hillside, and returned to the dormitory of the magic school. It was late and Suafa had changed into her nightgown. But she couldn't go to sleep now. She didn't dare to go to sleep until Rob fell asleep. Otherwise, she had to worry that he might see something bad in her sleep. After passing through, Rob immediately returned to his normal size. He smiled at Suafa and said, "Help me with my makeup again. I have to go out." "What?" she asked, "why are you going out in the middle of the night?" Rob smiled and said, "Mr. Canty asked me to take him with me next time when I went out for fun. I had no choice but to agree because of the situation. Therefore, I have to go out to get familiar with the streets and alleys of Bright Road and find a place to have fun. Next time, I can throw him in there to not get suspicious." "Oh," she said and took the makeup to disguise his face. He applied it on Rob's face and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean by going out to have fun?" Rob shrugged and said, "I've said that women don't need to know. Just keep it a secret." "Okay." Suafa bit her lower lip and said, "But I think Duke Madeline knows it. She is also a woman, right? Why can't I know?" Rob asked, "How do you know that Madeline knows?" "As soon as you returned to Westwind town, Madeline came to find you to give you a jar of candy. But since you were not here, I followed your orders and smiled mysteriously, saying that you were out for fun." "Rob, damn it. She said she was very disappointed in you. Judging from her expression, I can tell what it means to go out and have fun." Rob covered his face with his hand. "Damn it, this is so bad. It's so bad that he wants to just fly away." He knew that in Madeline's eyes, he had become a playboy with no future. But forget it. Madeline was not his sister. She had nothing to do with him. It didn't matter if he was despised by her. If he was despised by Lillian, Shuelu, Little E, and the two girls, Rob would try to explain it clearly, but Madeline had nothing to do with him. Was it necessary to care about his image in the heart of a woman who had nothing to do with him? Rob stood up and said, "I'm going out to look for a map. You stay here and help cover me." "Are you going out to have fun?" Suafa asked. "Yes." Rob was thick-skinned, not afraid of disdain. He snorted, "If Madeline asks for me again, you can tell her that I'm going out for fun again. It's good to let her completely disappointed in me, so that she won't always take care of me for the sake of old love, and instead restrict my action." Suafa nodded and said, "I see." This time, Rob didn't need to shrink any more. He swaggered out of the student dorm. On the way, he met other students who waved their hands, smiled, nodded, and proudly walked out of the school. Not long after he left, she heard a knock on the door again. When she opened the door, she saw the queen and a group of guards beside her. Outside the window stood a huge skeleton dragon, staring at her with its empty eyes. Suafa was taken aback. Fortunately, her reaction was quick. She quickly lowered her head and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty." Before the queen could say anything, a guard stood out and said on her behalf, "Is Rob Smith here? Your Majesty wants to discuss with him about some mental problems, so that he can take the lead to carry forward the frugal style, eliminate arrogance, extravagance and lewdness, and persuade the nobles not to wear silk stockings." With a mysterious smile, Whe said, "Master has gone out for fun." The queen was rendered speechless. The guards were also rendered speechless. The anger on the queen's face flashed away. She turned around and said, "Go back to the palace." The guards didn't know what to say. They looked at each other for a while and then chased after the queen. One of the guards turned around and said to Suafa, "The descendant of the Smith family really do whatever they want. Your master is so bold. I have never seen someone so bold in my life. Why? Why does everyone know what it means to go out and have fun? I'm the only one who doesn't understand. Why?" At this time, Rob had just walked out of the gate of the magic school and walked towards the most prosperous and lively urban area of Bright Road. It was late at night. At this time, Westwind town had already fallen asleep. Only lazy priest would stay in the hot spring pool and play, unwilling to go to bed. However, a big city was a big city. In the center of Bright Road, the lights were still on. Night life had just begun. When Rob passed through, most of the shops had been closed, but there were still many open shops, such as the Unruly Shark Bar, Fire Rose Hotel, Old Jake's Broken Boots and Groceries, and so on. He didn't know much about this world, and he didn't know if there would be such kind of shop in this world of sword and magic that could be used to fool Canty. But he was sure that even if there was no such shop, at least there would be street girls. Street girls would cross the east and west, cross the world, cross races, and cross dimensions. He might not be able to find them in Westwind town, but in a big city with hundreds of thousands of people like Bright Road, there must be some. As long as he found a few street girls, gave them money, told them that he often came here, and then threw candy to them, he could deceive them. He deliberately glanced at the street corners and alleys, looking for the street girls. Sure enough, not long after, he saw a scantily dressed woman standing at the entrance of the alley in front of him. Her trousers were very short, only to her thighs, and her two snow-white long legs were thrown outside. The upper part of her body was also very exposed, and her collar was slightly open, and a deep ditch was squeezed out. She had a good figure, but her facial features were poor. No wonder she could only be a street girl, not at a high-end brothel. She was flirting with the men passing by. Unfortunately, perhaps it was because of her bad luck, there was no business today. Rob passed by the woman and entered the alley behind her. When he brushed past her, he whispered, "Come here." The woman was immediately overjoyed. Now she didn't have to yell for customers on the street. She quickly followed Rob. The two entered the alley together and went deep into it. There was no other place. There were two small buildings on both sides of the lane. The lights on the two buildings were on, which gave people a very strange feeling. Rob couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with this area?" The woman chuckled and said, "Young master, the houses on both sides of this lane are brothels. At night, the lights on the first floor of the brothel have to be turned off, and only on the second floor can the lights be turned on. Only in this way can the first floor be dark enough, so that the guests can sneak in without being noticed by the neighbors. And the lights on the second floors show that they are still open." Rob, on the other hand, had gained some knowledge about this art. It made sense. If the first floor of the brothel was brightly lit and it was eye-catching, wouldn't it be awkward for the guests to be watched by a group of people on the street when they entered? What a considerate design, he thought. The woman giggled, "Young master, where do you want to play? At my home or on the streets?" Without further ado, Rob took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket and put them in the woman's hand. He said in a low voice, "Here you are." The woman was overjoyed. She met a boss and said, "Next, don't treat me as a person. I will cooperate with you no matter how you want to play." Rob said in a low voice, "I just want you to do me a favor. I bragged to my friend that I often went out to have fun, so that he wouldn't treat me as a virgin. After you accept the money, you should remember one thing clearly. No matter who asks you about me, you will say that Rob Smith often comes to you to have fun. Do you understand?" Hearing this, the woman immediately laughed. So that was the case. It was not rare for a man to brag in front of his brothers and pretend to be experienced. After working for several years, she had seen a lot of men like him who liked to brag. It was not a rare thing. Anyway, men liked to brag about their rich experience in this respect. I dealt with one before, and I know that in less than 3 seconds, I can even deal with a scum with rich experience. The woman was satisfied with the money. She giggled and said, "Young master, your name is Rob Smith. Don't worry. After I get your money, I will definitely help you do a good job. I won't let you lose face in front of us. When someone asks me about you, I will tell him that you often come here to have fun. It's a very powerful job. You are the most powerful man I have ever seen in my life. I promise you will stand straight and tall in front of us." Rob was speechless. "Damn it. You don't have to say that, do you?" When he was about to correct the woman's crazy thoughts, a group of people came into the alley in a hurry. Rob and the woman stood in the dark, so no one could see them. However, Rob could see them clearly. His night vision was activated passively, and it was as bright as day in the dark. He immediately saw that a group of armed guards came in, with weapons in their hands. There were about 3 or 4 people, and they all looked very powerful. Among the group, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a gorgeous noble dress and a pair of silk stockings. Obviously, he was a man of high status. Rob didn't want to make things worse, so he covered the woman's mouth to stop her from talking. Then he pointed to a tree beside and hinted her to hide behind the tree. Of course, the woman did as he said. The two of them squatted behind the tree. The group of people who entered the alley walked to a room. The guards scattered all of a sudden and guarded the left and right sides of the door. The middle-aged noble pushed the door and wanted to enter. Rob suddenly realized that it was a noble who ran out under the cover of the night. Well, it's not impossible to understand this kind of thing. Men. Just as the man was about to push the door open and enter the room, the door was opened first. Then, a short woman walked out of the room. She was only about 1.5 meters tall and very small. She wore a black robe and wrapped her whole body in the robe. No one could see her figure. Her face is actually that of a teenager, who looked no more than 14 years old at most. She had a childish face, but she was very beautiful. When she grew up, she will be a super beauty. Rob couldn't help cursing in his heart. Wow, such a young lady comes here at such a young age with a noble family. Isn't it too much? How inhuman. How could you do that? Just at this thought, the middle-aged noble unexpectedly said, "Eh? Who are you?" Obviously, he didn't know this girl. The little girl, however, could recognize him. She said in a very cold and murderous tone, "Amos Dice, a former fire magician of the White Lion Knights. You betrayed the White Lion Knights, betrayed King Mondra, and Dukingsi. Am I right? Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.